Tinder. Oh, can't live with it, can't live without it. You can definitely live without it. But we lived with it and it worked.
There are some people, trolls, who are always like, Paul is always making Morgan talk about her past. It's disgusting. He should be ashamed. You're no better, Paul, that you were a virgin and she wasn't.
I'm too weak and too selfish. Relax. Somebody hold her.
And this is
The Paul and Morgan! The Paul and Morgan Show!
you need to treat your wife like she is a delicate vase. That is hard for me to do.
Let's not beat around the bush. We voted for Trump. You don't fall asleep all no.
I wish we did. I'd like to go to bed snuggling.
Okay, no, we're not putting this in the video.
We need to work on this.
You just act like I never give you any living. All marriages take hard stinking work.
Just confusion to a new level.
You can't be a they then people. You can't. I'm sorry. Pick one or the other at least.
Could we not have said that about slave owners? Could we not have said, cut that out, this is about slave owners' rights? Yeah, I don't like when they lump like anyone that's in opposition to their lifestyle as these hater jerks. Hate it or love it, what are you gonna do, haters? It's a great day. I'm pumped.
I feel terrible right now. I just don't really want to be processing this on camera.
Okay.
Knowing that we have a million haters who are gonna make stupid videos about this, about us and our marriage, and Morgan sitting here, all blah blah blah.
Well,
It's a lot.
yeah, again, it's hard. It's, some people are gonna watch this and probably not get it. Others, I think, are gonna watch it and actually have a ton of empathy.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Rachel and this gorgeous little girl here, do you mind if I lift you up? This gorgeous girl is Kyra. Go careful, Angel. This poor little baby has a little bit hurty legs today and a poor girl. So you're okay, aren't you, babes? Yeah, she just needs a little bit of love, a little bit of attention. And I'm also struggling a little bit. For those of you who don't know, I've been dealing with chronic pain for the last, several months, but it's ramped up worse than ever the last 2-3 months in particular, and I am dealing with constant daily pain in either my uterus or my hips. So I'm constantly exhausted. I'm struggling quite a bit, so thank you for bearing with me today and over the last few months, because when you're constantly in pain, everything is harder. But let's get on with today's video. Today's video is probably the biggest project I've ever taken on, and it has been a slog to get through. From starting research to filming today has already been exactly 4 weeks. This has been a massive project with 100 odd hours that have already gone into it. I don't quite know how long this video is going to be, but I suspect it's going to be very long, which is why I split it up in 2 chapters for you, each focusing on a different era or time period of content that we're going to look at, or a different style of content. I wanted to make sure I was doing this topic justice by being as thorough and detailed as possible. In order to represent the subject of the video in the fairest way possible, I want to show both the good and the bad, the highlights and the low points. Today we are going to be taking a look at the online lives of Christian married content creators Paul and Morgan. This video is also probably going to be a little more clips based than usual, and there's going to be long periods of me showing compilations of clips that I put together in order to prove a point, rather than just me talking at you for long periods of time, because the main focus of this video is to take you through a timeline, to point out some things, and maybe ask you a few questions about it and let you come to your own conclusions. Paul and Morgan are 2 of the most talked about Fundie content creators online, and today I'm not here to just condemn everything they've ever done, but instead I want to try and take you and myself on a journey to try and understand who they are, why they believe and do the things they do. I want to show their human side a little bit more, and of course try and combat a little bit of the harmful content they put out, and most importantly ask, how did they get here? Please remember that these are real people, not fictional characters. They have real feelings and experiences and family and friends. They are incredibly interesting to look at because they have lived so much of their lives online and shown us so much of themselves. it's kind of fascinating because on the one hand, it seems that they've tried to very carefully construct an image of who they are online. However, they also seem to lack any real self-awareness or introspection. So when we do see certain glimpses of the real them, they can't understand why people don't like that or are critical of it. I also feel incredibly conflicted about titling this video The Saga of Paul and Morgan, like I think I'm going to. I've been worried in the past about using the word saga and I said that I didn't really want to use it anymore because I worry that it makes it sound too much like a fictional story and it stops people seeing the subject of the video as real people, as real humans. I don't want to dehumanize them. But I also feel like with Paul and Morgan specifically, they have been posting for such a long period of time, and there have been so many twists and turns in the types of content they post and the personas they try and put forward and the eras of their content, if you will. And I also feel like their online content and personas have become such an ingrained part of who they actually are that the only word that feels appropriate to use is saga. I can't think of a better, more accurate word than that, and that's why on this occasion I do feel okay using it again, but only with the disclaimer that please remember this isn't fiction, this isn't a story, these are real people with real lives and real feelings. Please be considerate about everything you say about them going forward. I think one of the biggest topics I'm going to be focusing on in this video is that they seem to have fallen into this trap of being rewarded for negative behaviour online, and so they often try and exaggerate this and show more negative behaviour in order to get more attention. They can't seem to differentiate between positive attention and negative attention. To them, any attention is a good thing. So it's kind of difficult to say whether the negativity we see from them now is their online personas slipping into real life and affecting them, or whether they're actually just so miserable in real life that they can't do anything to hide it anymore. But either way, it's clear that the Paul and Morgan we see online today is very different to the Paul and Morgan who started out posting back in 2017. And the change that we've seen, who they've become today, it feels quite concerning. And I think it deserves discussing and looking at and asking, like I said earlier, how did we get here? So let's jump into chapter 1, Paul and Morgan before YouTube. So let's introduce ourselves to Paul and Morgan. Paul Olli was born in 1989, and according to the internet, he has a cosmetology degree. According to his Instagram account and things that he said in multiple videos, he worked as a hairdresser for a while. He was also an aspiring model for a while and worked a few jobs but didn't really do anything too big or major. And he also spent a little bit of time working with very young children. According to his Instagram account, he used to be all about posting things he'd made and loved doing online. He would post about hanging out with his friends with no concern for modesty, showing off his children's fantasy book which he wrote, a little bit more on that later. And he would also post a lot of art that he made and drawings that he did. He also had no problems with dressing in a slightly more feminine, or at least not traditionally masculine way, with flamboyant colours, tight fabrics, and he was absolutely fine with men cross-dressing for humorous photos and social media posts. When he and Morgan met, they seemed like a regular cute couple at first. There were no concerns about her modesty, and he seemed very happy to accept her and post her online as the way she was, immodest dress and all. Morgan was born Morgan Hawley in 1994 in Kentucky. She also started out trying to be a model for a while, and it seems that she had a little bit more success than Paul and did a few more bigger shoots than him, but still nothing major. It's also nice to look back at her Instagram posts at this time in her life because we see her looking genuinely happy and posting about things like girls' nights out, which is something I don't think I've ever seen from her since she's been married to Paul. She seemed a lot more comfortable in herself than she is now, and like Paul, clearly enjoyed wearing fun but definitely not modest clothing. She spent a lot of time posting bikini photos or photos of herself in other clothes that her today would call revealing or immodest, or she would shame other women for wearing. She eventually began to work as a musician, mostly a singer, and she eventually joined a YouTube channel called You Idol, where she made music videos covering popular songs that were absolutely no way modest or Christian.
Hey guys, I'm Morgan Hawley. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. My sisters and my brother are my best friends, and so I spend a lot of time with them just being goofy and silly at the house. I don't really try to be silly, that's me.
They were often sexual songs, and she often wore provocative outfits in the videos, and you know what, she actually looked like she was having fun. It's just a very different Morgan to what we know today.
This is all you, none of it me. Put your hands out on my body and tell me. Enjoying the ride?
Is there a problem, officer?
What's the hurry? The night's still young.
Sorry, I was going to...
Sir, I'm gonna need you to step out of the car. Up against the car. Spread your feet. Turn around. Drive.
What is the hurry? What is the hurry? It's pretty early.
In one of her very first videos for You Idol, where she was introducing herself, she opened up about being bullied in school. Her summary is that there were kids who had problems at home, and so they took all of their hurt feelings out on her. And this is quite interesting, isn't it? And that's the thing. Hurt people often go on to hurt people.
I was in public school from preschool to 7th grade. And the end of 7th grade, my mom and dad decided to take me out of public school and homeschool me. There was just a lot of mean people who I'm sure had problems at home, and so they come to school and they take it out on people who might not have as many problems or don't show those problems. And I was one of those people who got it taken out on me, so it got to a point where I just couldn't really handle it. When I was bullied, and for years after, I kind of like, I don't know, I was angry inside and frustrated and confused. I didn't understand why I always was the one to be bullied. The older I get, the more I want to share that with other kids, just letting them know that they're important and that if they don't believe in themselves, they need to know that other people believe in them. I believe in them.
It just feels kind of ironic that this is where she started online and she was so aware of why people behave this way and how much it can hurt others, and yet over the last couple of years she has spent so much of her time online literally bullying people less fortunate than her and bullying people more vulnerable than her, and it's just a little bit gross to see. You kind of have to ask, and this is why I think this video is going to be interesting, what happened to go from this like clearly lovely young woman who genuinely cares about others to the exhausted, hate-filled woman who couldn't care less who she hurts and whose human rights she votes to take away. It's such a dramatic downturn. It's like, how do you get there? Before meeting Paul, Morgan dated a man for 3.5 years, and as many young women are, she was sexually active with this man. She talks about this to this day, however it also feels like something that Paul repeatedly brings up to shame her for, which is quite difficult as a viewer to see, but let's hear her talk about it.
Yes, I thought of today's video topic. There are some people, trolls, who are always like, Paul is always making Morgan talk about her past. It's disgusting. He should be ashamed. You're no better, Paul, that you were a virgin and she wasn't. Okay, everyone shut it. I was 17 years old. I had just gotten out of, I dated 2 guys, okay, between 15 and 17. One for like 2 years and one for 3 months. I was sitting down one day and I remember praying to the Lord, God, the next guy that you put in my life is going to be my husband. So I was very much in the mindset of like date to marry. And, you know, I was raised in a Christian home. I was raised that sex is beautiful within marriage.
Like, I know that I just said that's where this tragedy begins. It's a beautiful redemption arc, okay?
I was signed with a modeling agency, and I met this guy kind of through there. On our first date, he also says the same things of, I'm a virgin, I'm saving sex for marriage, I look at dating as like, I want to find a wife that's why I date. It's not just for the heck of it. So, all right, we began dating, and 8 months into the relationship, we broke up. We had not done anything other than kiss on the lips. The thought of being alone, like, made me get back together with him.
Boundaries?
We would have conversations where we would cross a boundary, and then I would sit him down and be like, we can't do that again. We're not crossing that boundary again. And he'd be like, okay. And then it wasn't like, and this is how we're not going to cross the boundary. We would just cross the boundary again and then cross another boundary. I don't want to say like he manipulated me, but I don't really have any other words to say.
And Morgan, this is after you guys have already started having sex?
Yes.
So you're going to back up though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But he was telling me like, we can't tell people that we crossed this line. We can't tell people that we did this because they'll break us up, we'll get in big trouble, we'll like whatever. I just had this very like irrational fear, so I was never talking to anyone about my relationship with this guy. So we had sex, and there was probably a few months, maybe like 2-ish months, 3 months, where part of me, I think, enjoyed how, like, secretive and, like, oh, we're being so sneaky and going against what we know we're supposed to do. Like, sin was fun for a season for me. And then it all just came crashing down real fast. This guy's not going to be my husband, but now I've given him a piece of me that, like, I can't ever get back.
Sure. And I mean, just so you guys know, like, this wasn't me being like, now I want to do a video talking about someone who didn't mess up in that area. Like,
Oh, everybody calm down. He's not on a high horse riding around.
interesting, because I watched Morgan's last video and she said that fear was a part of her upbringing of, don't have sex before marriage because you could get pregnant and you'll go to hell. For me, I'm not saying it was like totally different than that, but I think what I heard coming from my parents was, Paul, don't have sex before marriage. It says in the Bible not to. Growing up, everything was pointed back to the Word of God and God's laws. So, like, for me, that was enough. That sunk in.
All right, so when we got married, you were 26.
I was.
You were a virgin.
Right, 26-year-old virgin.
I was your first kiss.
On the lips.
Yes, so I was your first everything.
Yeah, and I'm super thankful for that. And not to say that when you told me that you were not a virgin, I didn't have to process some things and think through some things. And I do want to give the caveat of there are people that wait and treasure saving sex so greatly that it can be very difficult for them to get past. There is such a thing as asking for forgiveness. And, when you're looking to marry someone and you've sinned in an area, like, first off, you better have asked for forgiveness to God. Humble yourself. Stop
no matter
living.
what the sin was, whether it was sex or whatever.
And I do think it's appropriate to ask the person that you may end up marrying for forgiveness for a sin you've committed that is probably going to affect them to some level.
It's just like, wow, like the way he has handled all of this, especially as I learned more about him and how pure he was and how innocent, I was like, oh my goodness, what? I am not worthy of this guy. And I even told him I tried to end the relationship because I did not feel worthy of dating him. I was like, you're too godly for me. I'm messed up. I have baggage. Like, you don't need that. And he was like, no.
Paul also says he dated a few people before Morgan, but none quite as seriously. One of his relationships he says lasted about 4 months, but apparently the others were only like 1 or 2 dates here and there. He's also spoken about this in numerous videos.
I did not date at all in high school. To me, I actually, even though I would consider myself, I was fairly cool, athletic, but but listen.
He had a Zac Efron poster in his locker.
You're really gonna drop that now? You're really gonna drop that now? I was,
Gotta keep you humble.
But I genuinely had some awkwardness and anxiety at even the thought of dating someone. Then sophomore year of college, I had one relationship that lasted for a little while. Obviously.
Maybe.
Sophomore year of college, but then after that, nothing for the next couple years. I started having a desire, okay, I want to start looking for a wife. I really don't want to go out with someone unless they're going to be my spouse.
Yeah, it is definitely awkward and a little uncomfortable. I did not have that issue, but I see what you're saying.
Okay. There was a girl that I was kind of interested in. I texted her. I remember texting her and saying, hey, blank, you're never going to get it out of me. I said, hey, blank.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Would you want to go out on a date with me? Or would you want to go on a coffee date with me? But I used the word date. I'm almost certain. Morgan, and from that point, I'm guessing I probably went out with, just in the next, I was going out with
50 girls. You said
no,
20.
No.
There is no way it was 20. It was 50,
no, it
hands
was
down.
not 50, but it was quite a few. It felt like it was enough to the point where going out with so many girls, I began to really understand what qualities were important to me and what qualities were not. It rarely took more than 3, maybe 4 dates for me to be like, okay, this isn't gonna move towards marriage. And oftentimes it just took 1 date. Very often, like more often than not.
Paul and Morgan met on Tinder, which is not exactly traditional for fundies, but here we are. And they have told their story of how they met quite a number of times. Let's take a look at some of those clips.
I was over the idea of dating to look for someone to marry. I was like, I just did that for 3.5 years. Like, believing that I was going to marry this guy. I'm over that. All right. So I'm just going to go on some dates with some guys for fun. They'll take me out to fancy places. It'll be great.
She was not in the best of places, to be honest.
I was not. Okay, I was a mess. My friend and I had made myself a Tinder account.
Tinder. Oh, can't live with it, can't live without it. You can definitely live without
definitely
it.
Live
but
without
we
it.
lived with it, and it worked. And it worked.
Totally like a joke. Like, I was not really planning to actually go out on dates. I ended up going out on one other date besides Paul.
It wasn't a joke for me.
And then Paul came along.
That's interesting. So I came into the picture 4 months after you got out of a 3.5-year-long relationship. That wasn't a great situation.
Yeah.
Some people would say, like,
don't do that.
Don't do that. Give yourself more time. I'm a good man. But I wasn't no perfect Prince Charming.
No.
From when we met to when we got married. Like, there was, but anyway, all right.
Yeah.
Morgan Holly, she's got all these cutesy pictures of her in Miami.
Yeah.
It looks like she's doing music. I'm intrigued, but in her bio, and maybe not a lot of people know this.
Oh no, don't do this, ladies. Don't do this, please.
In her bio, it said something like, I like to snuggle.
Or cuddle or something.
Or cuddle. And so I look at that and I'm just like, pass. That just sounds, I'm just going to be honest, it just sounds loose to me. I'm realizing, whoa, there's something special about this girl. I'm looking for a wife, so I'm not messing around with the questions I'm asking. So I'm hitting her with some tough questions to see, is this girl way out there, or is she someone who has a heart for the Lord and maybe is just a little edgy? And I saw her and I immediately was like, she is really attractive. That was my first thought. I just took a sigh of relief, probably, and I was like, she showed up and she's as attractive as she was on her pictures. I was pumped.
We walk around this book convention for a long time, and then we're hungry, so we go to this pizza place, and what do I know? About 6 of Paul's best friends show up out of nowhere, and are like, hey, we just happen to be here.
And I'm not totally sure how that all...
Yeah, how did that happen?
Like, did I invite 5 of my friends to come kind of join us on the second half of our date?
But I met them and they were amazing. And basically, he said, he's like, yeah, I'm not messing around. Like, I'm not dating to date. I'm looking for a wife. I was just kind of like, okay, well. I think I said something like, oh, well, I'm not getting married for like another 5 years or something like that.
Something. And in my mind, for whatever reason, I was like, we'll see about that. Like, I didn't say that, but I was thinking like,
4 months later and we were engaged, y'all. One thing that I didn't mention is when we first like walked up to each other and met for the very first time, I went in to like give him a hug and he goes, "Hey, what's up?"
Did
and he
I really?
gave me a high five.
I didn't
and
even do.
like,
I didn't even do a side hug.
When Paul met Morgan, Morgan had only been single for 4 months. And after 4 months of dating Paul, they got engaged. So, after being out of a 3.5-year relationship for just 8 months, Morgan was already engaged to another man. They told the story of this engagement with quite a clickbaity title of Our Proposal, Things Get Spicy, which is definitely a choice.
it's been exactly 1 year since he proposed.
I'm not normally a very, what's the word?
Romantic guy.
I'm not big on surprises, but I wanted to try to surprise Morgan. She gets here and she's like, my whole family, well, almost my whole family, is right behind me. And I'm immediately going to panic mode.
Guys.
Because I put my foot down and I said, Morgan, I'm not quite hungry yet. Sounded super selfish. And I said, we're going on a walk.
And I was so mad. Down memory lane.
Dude, she was giving me the hardest time. She was having none of it. And I was having none of it because I was gonna get her in that stinking bookstore, get her in the stinking chair
So
next to the candle that I lit on the upper floor, next to the book that I camouflaged and was gonna pull out for her to read.
So he's like, let's pick a book out and I'll just read a little to you. And I was like, read to me? No, Paul, I don't want you to read to me. And I literally like said it like that.
She said it exactly like that.
I open up the book.
And I'm just like,
In her state of mind, she was not about to pick up on any of my clues. I start reading. We get through page 1. She's not enjoying it. Page 3, and this is where it gets good. We flip over to page 4. I wrote down in my neatest handwriting, right in the middle, I said, just then, 4 words popped into Pooh's head. I love you, M.
and I'm still like this, and Paul like nudges me and was like, look at that. Nothing made sense.
He asked me, he's like, can you read this next page?
I had her read this.
And
I had her read this.
I was like, Paul, I don't want to read. And he was like, babe, just want this one page. And I was like, ugh. So I was
She
like,
gets to this part.
Ain't nobody in the world but you and I, Pooh mumbled to the wind.
She reads her favorite song lyrics
I was like,
in a Winnie the Pooh book.
all I said was, that's cute.
She says that's cute.
All
And
right.
then he goes, can you turn the page?
I had her turn the page.
Like,
Crying a little bit. I said Morgan, Renee, Holly. I said your middle name.
Okay, yeah.
Will you marry me? And what did you do?
Thank you, Lord, for giving me the strength to persevere even in the midst of a hangry, crazy woman.
They were then married just 4 months later on July the 15th. So at this point, they'd known each other for around 8 months. Morgan hadn't even been out of a relationship 12 months when they got married. It all feels ridiculously fast to me, but it is pretty common among Fundies, and it's something that they are not only proud of, but that they actually actively encourage in others, which again is a choice. It's a very loud motorbike outside. The wedding itself was eventful, and this is a clip you may have seen many times before, as Morgan had to stop the ceremony midway through to go throw up.
Rewind 1 year,
let's go back.
July 15th.
The doors close for the bride to get ready to come out. We start walking down the aisle. I'm feeling good. Paul's bawling like a baby. He was literally weeping. It was so sweet.
Can't leave our family but love you well in my own strength. I'm too weak and too selfish.
Somebody hold her. She's getting sick. It's just hard. It's very emotional.
And she didn't just run off. Morgan, you legitimately vomited before you even got off the stage.
You know, as I was running, I was throwing up in my hands.
She got on her dress. She runs in the bathroom. We're all out there. I was already crying, but it was tears of joy. Now it's tears of just
Fear.
raw fear.
People thought that I was like running away.
And here's the crazy thing, thinking back on it. I was at the part in my vows where I was getting really vulnerable with Morgan, and I had thought through this, and I was gonna say like that I can't take care of you, but I know God can, and He's gonna use me and empower me. So I read the vows, and this is what came out. Morgan, I know that I can't take care of you. Right then, she snapped.
I come back and I'm ready to go. I want Paul to finish his vows and I want to say mine and get it over with.
I'm a big believer that women, and honestly just people in general, should really listen to their bodies and their gut instincts. And I'll just say, if you feel like your body is in such a state that it has to vomit from anxiety, fear, whatever, it's probably telling you something you should listen to. Approximately 3 months after the wedding, Paul and Morgan set up their YouTube channel and started making content together. And this is, again, so interesting because they've barely spent any time together not on YouTube. They dated and were engaged for 8 months in total. They had 3 months married and then they started YouTube. And the 8 months of dating must have been so intense because they were fundies who were trying not to overstep their own boundaries. And then a couple of months into marriage, they're still trying to get to know each other, and they have this physical relationship like they've never had before, and that's all new, and they're living together, which is something they've never done with a couple before, and that's all new, and they're trying to get to know each other and figure things out. And then all of a sudden they're on YouTube, and their relationship is just out there for everyone to see and everyone to judge, and everyone did. They posted very openly about their relationship from the very beginning, allowing everyone to see every little gritty detail and judge them for it. And not only that, it's got to be so hard to really get to know each other when you're both kind of constantly performing for the camera. This is something you'll see throughout the video right up to the very last chapter, where it feels like the camera, the YouTube viewer, has always been an intrusive third person in their relationship. And I think that has led to their relationship suffering, their mental health suffering, and it's not been a good thing for their careers. So let's start by taking a look at their early years on YouTube. Paul and Morgan's first YouTube video that is at least still available today was uploaded on the 9th of November 2016. Sorry, I was wrong before. This was just 4 months after their wedding, not 3 months. And just about a year after they first met. Their content started off simply. Vlogs, trying to give nice advice to people and talking about their relationship history. The vlogs mostly felt like cute, regular coupley content, nothing too interesting, but nothing controversial either. There was also a lot of Paul focusing on Morgan's body, you know, filming her bum in leggings while they walked, getting her to pose for the camera. Her outfits were ones that she would not be okay with someone wearing today, because she would say that they're not modest enough. So she really has changed quite a lot.
What do you think of New York City, Morgan?
I think it's crazy and it has a little smell.
We arrived in New York City a little bit late. We are walking through Chinatown to get on a transit. Babe, what do you got to say? That's exactly how I feel. It's 5:08 and I'm about to take my lovely wife on a date. She's wearing high-waisted jeans and she has the cat eyeliner. Yes, my favorite. Wait, babe, they didn't get a good look. Give them a spin. Lovely. You look so good.
And speaking of a lack of modesty at the time, while today Paul and Morgan make whole videos ranting about women wearing leggings to the gym or crop tops in public and how that's disgusting and disgraceful and you're causing your brothers to stumble and it's not modest enough and blah blah blah, they were not always like this, because when Paul and Morgan first started their YouTube channel, they would happily post videos of themselves in skimpy swimwear doing hot tub vlogs in Florida. Clearly their values have changed a lot over the years.
What's up, guys? So I thought, since we're here in Florida, we gotta post a video. What about hot tub conversation with our very own my mom and my brother? Come on, Mom, bring her in. Look at this lady.
Look at these boys.
Look at this lady.
Sweet little angels.
Question for my mom. What is the #1 thing a young lady should look for in a man?
Completely loves the Lord, but also to show that he rejects the world.
Give me some examples.
In sports, if he's obsessed with sports, wrong.
Ouch!
You really don't want to continue seeing someone past 3, maybe 4 dates before you know this is someone I want to pursue marriage with.
Morgan, I would like to know if you agree or disagree with Mom's statements.
Well, yeah, I agree with what she just said. But for Steven's holding hands and stuff after a month, I think it was like 3 months before you and I held hands.
You also kind of have to laugh at the relationship advice here, because this is Paul's mum saying, run from a man obsessed with sports. So I kind of wonder what she thinks of her son today in his pickleball obsession. But don't worry, we're going to get to that in like 20 chapters time. At this time, Morgan also spoke out quite a lot against bullying, sharing stories about how she was bullied her entire life, something which I, and I'm sure a lot of you, can actually relate to quite a lot, sadly. And I think it's commendable that she wanted to speak out about this at the time. She also seemed to have a lot of empathy for the bullies and kind of extend a lot of forgiveness and kindness, which was really nice to see. Something that I don't think the Morgan of today would do or say.
I was bullied my entire life, but instead of talking about all the times that I was bullied, I want to talk about the actual bully. Now that I'm an adult, I can see something that I couldn't see back when I was a kid or a teenager. The person behind the bully, the issue behind the bully. Because behind a bully, there's a mom who doesn't know how to love her daughter. There's a dad who takes his anger out on his son. There's a brother or sister who is mean to their sibling. It's not like they just are this awful, hateful, hurtful person. They're probably being hurt by someone else or something else.
I also think it's kind of interesting but sad to see how far she has come, because not only does she not show that kind of kindness to others, but she has become the bully herself. And again, it's sad to see kind of how far she's fallen. Today, people online have suggested that Morgan is so hateful towards others because she's miserable in her own life and marriage, and I reckon past Morgan would say the same if she saw someone behaving like she is now, but I don't think this is something that the Morgan of today would see or believe. So it's just kind of interesting to compare. I don't know. During this time, they were also happy to try and share some of their own creative projects online, like in this solo video where Paul reads us a passage from his children's fantasy novel that he was working on. And I genuinely just want to know what happened to this. I really do. I mean, sure, it's a little cringy, but ultimately it's harmless. Like, we can't be mad at this, right?
Oh. I had to move seats. So what I thought is, why not read for you a little bit of my book that I've been writing. 2 unlikely elf orphans have to save their village from monsters. Here we go. Chapter 1. The wind hummed with anticipation. We darted about like ghosts, unseen and unheard. There were 12 warriors in my patrol. I had selected them all. We were the finest that the Monster Protection Squadron, the MPS, could offer. I came up behind a patch of ferns and raised a fist to signal a halt. I scanned the wood. Nothing moved. One of our number crept close and whispered, "They're not here." I drew a deep breath and focused my senses. Wait. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds. A tree branch twitched. "Fan out," I ordered. My keen, elvish eyes caught the sheen of flashing metal. I leapt to the side as an arrow pierced my fern covering.
Morgan was also being creative at this time. She would post song covers on YouTube, which did pretty well. And I can't help but feel like it's a bit of a shame that they don't do fun, creative stuff like this today, or that they didn't keep on down this path instead of choosing bigotry. It's not to say they weren't also pushing harmful beliefs at the time, though. Right from the very early days of their channel, they did, which is a shame. They've kind of always been this way, to some degree, just not as extreme as they are now. In one of the very first videos they posted, they did push conservative values. Their second ever video was titled "Trump Winning, Cats and God." And it's interesting because I think a lot of people online think that Paul is the really extreme one and he's the one who's more bigoted, but Morgan was the one pushing these strong conservative values from the beginning. And having watched several hundred hours of their content, I wish I was joking about that, I do think that Morgan is the one who is less accepting and especially when it comes to LGBTQ plus issues, she's far less accepting of any of that stuff than Paul is. But we'll get to that.
Anything.
This was her idea, not mine.
I like to go for the big things. So let's talk about the president-elect and the president-not-elect. Let's not beat around the bush. We voted for Trump. Not because we think that he's amazing or a godly man. I was really depressed to see all the comments and statuses. Like, literally, my heart kind of cracked a little.
You posted something on Facebook that I liked. You said that it is a time, whether you're one of those who really was disappointed that Trump won or that you were very excited, get on your knees and spend some time praying and asking God, Lord, lead President Trump to lead his mind and to lead his heart.
So they made a few videos, but none of them really got many views until they started talking specifically about their relationship, in particular the negative aspects of it. We've already seen clips from them talking about their first date and wedding, but this is also when they started posting clips of them arguing with each other to try and show what a real, raw relationship was like. However, every person who's ever been in a healthy relationship saw these clips and was immediately concerned because this is not normal or healthy, and this is when their channel started to gain viewers, but only because people were either hate watching or watching out of concern, or were just genuinely confused why a couple would post this thinking it was normal. It started out with the intention of, hey, let us give you marriage advice, and ended up with, hey, watch us argue on camera. I should mention at this point, as we go on to watch more clips, they were also doing their really annoying intro at this point where they were singing this.
Paul and Morgan, the Paul and Morgan Show.
I did actually find this quite interesting though when I was reviewing this, because as annoying as this is, and it will get stuck in your head, I have been having nightmares about this. I've been having nightmares about Paul and Morgan, to be honest. I had a dream the other night that I got and if you've been watching Severance, I got the Severance procedure done specifically so I could work on this video, so my innie would do all the work on the video and my outie wouldn't have to remember it. Anyway, that was my dream. Why was I even going with this? Right, yes. As annoying as this song is, at least they were having fun doing it, and at least they were being silly, and you could tell they actually liked making the videos at this point. I feel like when they stopped singing their intros is when they stopped having fun making these videos, and it felt like more of a chore to them, and it's when they kind of stepped up their hatefulness even more as well, which is interesting.
Oh, would you say this is a controversial video?
Anything's a controversy these days.
Should you save kissing for marriage? It's only kissing, right?
Wrong!
I wanted my first kiss to be when the
You may now kiss your wife.
when the pastor said that. I dated a woman for 4 months, and during that time we never kissed on the lips. And I was like, no, because I'm saving it for marriage. I started dating Morgan, and everything changed.
And I put a spell on him.
Okay, not exactly. It didn't exactly change.
I wanted to kiss him like...
She was ready to kiss me 10 minutes into our first date.
Okay, not true.
I said, get behind me! I did not kiss Morgan until I asked her parents for permission to marry her. They said yes. That same day, I did kiss.
Same day.
I did kiss Morgan.
He plopped one on me.
And it was really nice. It was really nice.
Really nice.
Do I look back on that day and wish I had saved it and waited until marriage? Honestly, a little bit.
What?
If we would have saved kissing for our wedding day, I think that
I don't think I would have made it.
it would have slowed my emotions down.
Okay, let me talk.
I've been talking too
you
much.
You talk way too much.
Paul, over and out.
Our roles as husbands and wives. It is our duty as a married couple to talk about this.
You need to treat your wife like she is a delicate vase. That is hard for me to do. Sometimes I just want to get stuff out that's on my mind. I want to challenge her if I feel like something's a little bit off.
And these days, women are like, no, I'm first. I'm gonna do what I want to do, and if my man doesn't support me, then he's in the wrong. And I'm calling you ladies out. You're in the wrong. What I'm learning is that A wife's duty is to serve God by loving and supporting her husband even when he messes up.
This is our 1 year anniversary video. Top 5 things that we've learned after 1 year of marriage.
Choose your battles.
And that was super hard for me because me being the way I am, whenever something came up that didn't seem just right, I would confront Morgan. And if you choose to try to fight every single battle, it is going to wear both of you out. It has helped us so much when we get into fights or when we can't really communicate well, to be able to go to friends and let them help us and encourage us and realize we're not alone.
What can I do for Pauly?
She does a lot for me.
Whatever. Well, I try to have the house clean for him because I know he likes a clean house.
I get stressed out and anxious when it's dirty.
It's not always super clean, but I try to at least pick up things.
She knows I like it clean, so she straightens up like each day. Big deal. I was just like, dude, it's so hard. There are some times when it just kicks your butt, and no amount of advice or counseling and I was telling him, man, before marriage, I thought I was close to the Lord. I thought my Christian faith was strong. I thought that I was pretty mature, and a year into marriage almost, and I was sitting there feeling like, dang, this is hard. I'm trying. I am trying, and it's hard.
Being married humbles you. You see us in our videos, we have fun together. You get to have this best friend, best friend for the rest of your life who can't leave you when you're looking ugly and crying like a baby, a fat little baby, when you're sitting on the toilet pooping and puking at the same time.
There have been times when I've done something or said something to Morgan that's been so hurtful, and in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh, it's nice knowing that she can't go anywhere.
Okay, that doesn't give you the right to say mean things
I
to your wife.
feel guilty about it.
You don't wake up every morning. Oh, kissy, mwah, mwah, mwah. No. Okay?
I wish we did.
And you don't fall asleep all cuddly, love you, no.
I wish we did. I'd like to go to bed snuggling.
We do. Okay, no, we're not putting this in the video.
We need to work on this. Alright, I hear what you're saying.
Just move on to something else. You just act like I never give you any loving. It's fine. We need to move on. It's fine.
We did not literally find any hope or closure to that little scenario. Hey guys, so as you all could tell, it actually started getting kind of tense, and it ended up we got in a fight and had to stop recording.
On August 3rd, 2017, Paul and Morgan announced the end of their first era, if you will, and the start of a new direction that they wanted to take their content in. You'll notice as we go on, they do this a lot, making big announcements of we're changing our content and then doing something either mildly different or very different, but either way, they tend to have these eras. It made chaptering this video very easy.
Today we're gonna get real with y'all, right, Pauly?
Yeah.
Paul's a little sad, and I'm trying to make him feel better. So here we are, almost a year later, just trying to figure out where we're supposed to go next with this channel. A lot of the times I get scared of failing or of something not going anywhere, so I back off. I started to lose passion. For me, I don't have a lot of patience in everything, and so for us to like not have a ton of subscribers at the very beginning, or like nothing took off and I was like, what? Like, what's happening? And then, you know, Paul's trying to like keep me motivated, and it's like, it takes time, it takes work, blah blah blah, and I'm like, ugh.
it's definitely, there's been some tension, and where I'm just like, Morgan, we're in this, right? Like, we're gonna stick with this. And to feel like she isn't excited, or like when I say, all right, it's time to film the video, and I feel like I'm pressuring her into filming it because really she doesn't want to. Yeah, she hasn't been, I would say, as supportive or invested as I would wish her to be. What are the type of videos that really connect with you all emotionally and that you all find beneficial to your lives?
That's where I get most of my joy, is knowing that like we're answering your all's comments and stuff and like doing what you all actually want to see. We just need to be asking you guys more and expecting you all to comment and let us know.
This video was interesting though, because despite it only being a year into their channel, this was the first time Morgan expressed publicly not wanting to be a YouTuber, not wanting to get on camera and film, and not having any passion for this. And it's something that we still see her complaining about today, and I feel like that's probably contributing to her low mood, because she's kind of been forced into a career that it's not just a career, it's a lifestyle that she clearly doesn't want. Remember this, because she brings it up again and again and again. It was following this video that their content changed in a couple of ways. For one, they started making way more Q&A videos answering audience questions about themselves and their beliefs. And two, they started making more Fundie-centered content. For example, their Should Christians Do Blank series and Christian couple shares blah blah blah. This was where they started to get more extreme and their hypocrisy started to show a little bit, because I think they were aiming more for how do we be as controversial as possible and gain as many views as possible instead of staying true to whatever their genuine beliefs were at the time. In the space of just a year, they went from hot tub vlogs in their swimwear and Paul filming Morgan's bum in leggings to videos like Should Christians Wear Yoga Pants? Which is just leggings. This video in particular is incredibly bizarre because Paul minds getting turned on by even the thought of saying the word yoga pants, and then acts physically disgusted by the concept of a Christian wearing them, once again forgetting that his wife's wardrobe is like 60% yoga pants, that she basically lives in them. Oh, no wait, he does remember that she wears them, just in time for him to shame her.
What's up guys, I'm Paul. Welcome to another episode of Should Christians. Today's topic, should Christians wear... Why am I taking on this topic? Is it hot in here? Extremely controversial because so many Christians wear yoga pants. Oh, yeah. My wife, my lovely wife Morgan, right before filming this video, I noticed her. She was in yoga pants, man.
I'm wearing leggings.
Okay. Leggings, yoga pants though, same category of clothing. Should Christians wear yoga pants?
Their butts just need to be covered.
There you go.
I will say though that when I go to the gym, I don't cover my butt.
Christians wear yoga pants. Kind of a roundabout answer there, but I would just say cover your booties if you're gonna wear them. Whew, man, I was getting a little. I walked out and I told Morgan like, gosh, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say.
Even Morgan's response here is crazy, and it's full of hypocritical excuses because she says this stuff but she doesn't stick to it herself. We've seen her bum in leggings without anything covering it. She talks about not doing this at the gym, but again, give it a few years and she'll be shaming women at the gym for what they're wearing, and it's just... She shames other women for doing what she currently does and has previously done, and it's just... yeah. They also made a number of videos at this time talking about unhealthy relationships and how to leave them. And I also wonder what current day them would feel about these videos. Morgan was also extra screechy and honestly just really weird during this period. If I had to sit through listening to this 40 times, you guys can put up with it once.
What's up guys? How you doing? I'm Paul.
I'm Morgan.
And this is...
The Paul and Morgan! The Paul and Morgan Show!
5 signs that you should break up. And we're gonna get into it. But just so you know, if these are happening in your dating relationship, it's
Look how
time...
long my hair is, guys. Sorry.
Be cool, Paul.
She was just screaming and shouting a lot more than usual, making random noises, interrupting Paul a lot. It's very bizarre to see. I showed some of these clips to a friend who'd never heard of Paul and Morgan before, and he was like, why is she acting like a child? Is this like a bit that they're doing? Is this a character she's putting on? Is she actually 16? And I was like, I don't know. I don't know why she's doing this. Leave a comment if you have any ideas, because I don't know. Anyway, in regards to the actual content, apparently you should break up if your partner is pressuring you to do physical stuff you don't want to do, which is absolutely fair. But apparently this doesn't apply to married couples because Paul has pressured Morgan and pushed her boundaries a lot, as we'll hear about later. But they're married, so she can't dump him, apparently.
If he or she is pressuring you to do things you don't want to do.
So, primarily physical stuff. Number 2 sign,
Sorry.
if they're making excuses on the reg that I can't hang out today. There's a really powerful quote, don't go changing to try to please me. I think it's by Plato or Mozart.
Again, I'd love to know what modern day Paul and Morgan would think about this, where current day Paul is constantly out of the house, training for pickleball and avoiding his family at all hours of the day. Another big type of content they were making at the time was very sex-focused. They were trying to be the Christian sexperts before Bethany Beal made it, well, not cool, but prominent. Their videos included titles like, Should you have sex before marriage? Should Christians kiss before marriage? Saving yourself for marriage? Is anyone waiting? Practical tips for staying pure in your relationship? It's only hugging. Boundaries in Christian dating. And 5 important things you should know before your wedding night. Okay, admittedly, it's a little more purity-focused than just sex-focused, but still, you get the point. Here is a selection of clips from those videos, which all had pretty much the same message.
I was born and raised a Christian. I was always taught to save sex for marriage. My mom and dad both taught me that very strongly. My mom very much ingrained that into my brain. So I grew up with somewhat of a fear of, okay, wow, if I have sex before marriage, 1, I'm gonna go to hell. 2, I'm gonna have a baby. 3, my parents are probably going to disown me, which is not anything they ever said. I just kind of assumed that they were going to disown me if I had sex before marriage and they found out.
You're going to get married without having tested the waters and had sex? What if there is absolutely no spark or no chemistry? Shut up!
Dang, bro. I think this is the first time Paul's ever gotten fired up over something. I'm blown away, guys. This is kind of sexy.
I'm so over that argument.
You literally...
What if you get married and you don't have sexual chemistry? It develops. When you get married, there's going to be growth, literally in every area. And it applies to sex too.
And this is where I messed up was, it's one thing to go into a relationship and say, I'm not having sex until marriage. It's another thing to go into a relationship and be like, listen, I'm not having sex until marriage and this is how we're going to make sure that doesn't happen, and like set very specific boundaries and stick to them. I know that a lot of you people here are gonna watch this video and be like, yeah, you shouldn't have sex before marriage, obviously. And then, you know what? One day you're probably gonna end up having sex before marriage.
Dang! What? She's getting passionate right off the bat.
For girls, Paul and I did not kiss until he asked my dad for permission to marry me. So like, we knew like, okay, the ring's coming next. So I would say this is why you should wait till he gets your father's permission. Say that you guys did kiss in that week of dating and you decide it's not right and you go your separate ways. As a female, there's just something about just like knowing that you kissed a guy, like even if you only dated him for a week, like you have that little small connection. You want to hold on to that. You don't want to feel brokenhearted over a guy you only dated for a week. I know several people who did not have sex on the first night of their wedding, and they really enjoyed the other things that they did leading up to sex.
They started perhaps doing some physical stuff, but they didn't go all the way, and that worked for them. I will be honest and say I wasn't about to let that happen on our wedding night. I mean, of course I would have if Morgan was like, Paul, please, let's hold off. But for me, it was like...
Paul waited 26, almost 27 years. Kissing
long,
out.
long hugs.
I'll give you guys a tip. Making out very easily leads into other things. So
And that's why we encourage you before marriage.
to not make out. You need to buy lubricant, okay, guys?
We recommend it. We're not saying you have to, but a lot of people don't realize
You need to.
lower your expectations or get rid of them and think to yourself, this could look a lot different than I thought it would.
Well, that's crazy. What if you're not sexually compatible? You have the rest of your lives to figure it out, because you can become sexually compatible, okay? Paul and I, after 3 years of marriage, have come a long way.
Yeah.
And it's great.
Does one of you want sex more than the other? How do you deal with that?
So,
The answer is yes. I think it is yes. It may look different in different seasons.
because of our different desires for sex, we have set up a somewhat of a schedule. And if you have to make a little bit of a schedule, just so you know, like, okay, I can expect Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'm gonna have sex, and I just need to prepare my mind for that, you'll be good to go.
Yeah.
There's also an interesting video I want to bring up here, and this is should Christians use birth control?
We don't have actual kids, but I'd like to think we have 2 kids, John and Mark.
What?
Just starting out, I was like, Morgan, I'm not really a huge fan of birth control. I had heard from some people, but she was like, oh, but it's helped me with my hormones. She does a little more research and comes to the place where she's like, eh.
After doing some research into birth control, I have found out that it's literally one of the worst pills a woman could ever get on. So I get off the pills. Several months later, like 8 or 9 months later, I come to Paul and I tell him that I don't think we should be using any type of protection. That I had been talking to God and was telling him, like, God, I trust you with my life, I trust you with my marriage, I trust you. I felt him say, you don't trust me completely. And he revealed a few things to me, and one of them was using protection.
In my heart, I was like, that feels right. That's the right thing to do. But I was scared.
One of my reasons that I was scared to give that to God was that mentally I just felt like I was not prepared to have a kid. When you put God in control, He knows when you're ready.
You're thinking kids and marriage are 2 very disconnected things. That just doesn't sit super well with me.
Again, this is very interesting because modern day Paul and Morgan have decided that once it affects them, they don't agree with this. As of roughly 3 months ago, Morgan did, according to this Reddit post, a Q&A on her Instagram page sometime yesterday, and said that her thoughts have changed and that some people believe you should just trust the Lord as far as the amount of children go, but also that the Lord gave us brains and intelligence, and using that intelligence to prevent pregnancy is okay, which she realizes now because it's convenient for her. This is what the post is saying. I'm just reading it. But she also admitted to using condoms and the pull-out method as contraception. She said that hormonal contraception was bad and even the copper IUD was awful for reasons, but that obviously some degree of family planning was okay as long as it doesn't come from a place of fear, which is kind of ridiculous because hers is definitely coming from a place of fear because she does not want to be pregnant again. Her first pregnancy was hellish, as we will see coming up. Her second pregnancy was also difficult but easier than the first, but very unplanned, and I don't think she could cope with a third kid. I think it is completely fair and reasonable that she is using birth control. I just think it's kind of hypocritical that she spent so long condemning other women for using it, only to change her mind only when it was convenient for her. And even then, she's kind of still condemning some others for using it and for using certain kinds. It's like, I'm not saying people can't change their minds. I'm just saying the reason why she's changed her mind is selfish. And that makes her a bit of a hypocrite. Anyway, the thing about the original birth control video, this is what I want to focus on here, is that it's full of misinformation, it is full of fear-mongering, and it doesn't take into account that every single body which has a uterus is entirely different, and what works for one person might not work for the others. There are lots and lots of options out there. They also conveniently ignore the fact that there are different kinds of birth control, not just the pill. Like, I am an advocate for people using birth control for whatever reason they want and need, right? One of the reasons I am in currently a lot of pain is because it turns out I have the Mirena coil, and it turns out it is just too big for my uterus, and it is constantly putting pressure on the sides. It's causing constant cramping. After I got it done, I had severe pain for the first 6 months, and then it got a bit better. And I was like, oh my God, it's changed my life. Everything is good. And then after about 2 months of being pain-free, the daily cramping started again, and it's caused all these problems. And I'm currently going for scans to make sure there's no like permanent scarring or damage or anything, and make sure there's nothing else going on. But I'm going to have that removed, and then my doctors are going to try me with the injections instead, which is not ideal, but it's better than nothing. But it just means I'm constantly cramping every single day, and I'm in so much pain. But I'm never going to condemn the Marina coil for that, because it's not the Marina coil's fault. The issue with this is that my uterus is too small. I already knew this. I have an abnormally small uterus. It's a fault with my body, and it means the birth control isn't right for me. That doesn't mean there's something inherently bad with that birth control. It works down wonders for so many people. It's just for me, it's not right for, you know? When I was on the pill, that also, like, it messed with the other medication I'm on. That one's not right for me either. But I will find a birth control that works for me, that helps me manage my painful periods and my heavy periods. I just need time and to figure it out, you know? That doesn't mean all birth control is bad, or that I'd ever tell other people they shouldn't even try it, or, you know, they shouldn't use it, or condemn other people for using it. You've got to realize that every human body is completely different, and especially amongst people with uteruses, every single body is different down there. Every single uterus and vagina is completely different, and there's no right or wrong. There's just different people are going to have different needs, you know? They also went all in on making biblical submission videos, which were pretty popular at the time too.
I think that from the very beginning, God made man to lead the woman and God to lead the man. But I think that, like, if Adam and Eve had not sinned, it wouldn't have been such a strife.
That's an interesting point. The tension would not have been what God is suddenly saying, like here, now there's going to be some tension.
Like, there would be no desire in the woman to want to control.
That's interesting.
Because the world would be perfect.
You got an interesting point.
I just think things would be so much easier if Eve had taken a bite of that fruit.
Different roles, but equally challenging, but equally gratifying.
In this era, they started getting more pushback and criticism from not only atheist creators like myself, and I think Jaclyn Glenn was the first one to ever make a response video to them, but they also started getting criticism from their own audience. At one point, they made a video titled "Things Guys Wish Girls Knew," which led to one of their very first, not apology videos, but responding to criticism videos, in which they just double down on everything they said. Now, this particular video features a guy called Michael, who was a close friend, and up until at least 2020, he was their housemate. He had featured in other videos before, one of which went viral, titled "Christian Guys on Modesty, Bikinis." Now, I know what you might be thinking. How could they possibly have an issue with bikinis? We've all seen Morgan in plenty of bikinis. We've seen Paul's mum in a bikini. We've seen Paul in revealing swimwear. We've seen them both in a hot tub on this channel. It would be hypocritical for them to now shame other people for wearing bikinis, surely. But they do it anyway.
As a guy who's looking for someone, it's important that, you know, I keep myself pure. And even a married guy like Paul, he wants to keep himself pure as well.
I do.
And so one of the things that's really helpful and beneficial for Christian guys is for Christian ladies, when you're thinking about something to wear, be conscientious of, would this possibly be a stumbling block for my brother?
And I would agree with that.
It's a shared responsibility.
It's a shared responsibility. That is my short answer. Agree with Michael. It's a shared responsibility. I heard someone the other day saying it falls all on the guys. I don't necessarily agree with that.
I prefer someone who takes the time to wear nice clothes. Not that that's a prerequisite for you to date somebody, but I do think it shows they care about presenting themselves. And I think that's very classy and respectful. I personally would prefer a young lady, if I'm pursuing her, to wear one piece.
Morgan has worn a bikini before, but she likes to go high-waisted, and I appreciate that.
So there's varying levels.
There are varying levels. So there might be a bikini that is more modest than another bikini, absolutely. As I was looking for a wife, I was like, I want a woman who is stylish and modest. Women, you are called to, like, think about your brothers, and think about, and try to help them to not stumble, to stay pure.
This is even more hilarious when you realize that the guest here, Michael, one of his most recent Instagram posts is him posting with his now wife in a bikini. He hated bikinis then, but he's fine with them now. Paul and Morgan were fine with bikinis then, and then started to hate them, and now, who knows? Actually, no, we've seen Morgan in a bikini since she's been pregnant, so they wear bikinis, they say they hate bikinis, they wear bikinis, they did another video saying they hate bikinis. Like, there's no consistency. None at all. But anyway, let's take a look at what guys wish girls knew, apparently. This one starts off strong by telling us that when women have basic bodily functions, that's a turn-off to men. So I guess we should just stop existing and functioning just in case, you know, men's penises get soft. That makes sense, right?
Biggest turn-off in a woman.
Ooh, man. When ladies either perform bodily functions, I'll say belch would be one of those. The other one, I don't even like saying the word.
I'll go at toot.
Okay, that's a good synonym.
We cringe a little bit when we're pursuing a woman and those type of words are coming out of her mouth a lot.
If I'm pursuing someone, or even if I got into a point where I'd be married, I wouldn't want that to be the daily vocabulary. It's one thing if it happens once in a while, but it's another thing if it's consistent talk day after day.
This really happened for Morgan and I. Morgan would sometimes, when we were just having fun, or maybe I would do something that kind of got under her skin a little bit, her common phrase was, and I don't really like saying it either, but was, "Paul, you big fart." And from as soon as she said it the first time, I was kind of like, ew, I don't like that. But I'm not going to say something.
Yeah.
Maybe
Again,
it's just
a one time. I mean,
maybe it's a rare occurrence.
If it only happens once or twice, it's not that big of a deal. But you eventually had
to our attention. I was kind of like, Morgan, when you say fart, or when you are talking very just loosely about bodily functions, it kind of grosses me out.
How could you say no to that?
Michael.
This is actually one of the few times, and I think the first time that I actually really liked Morgan. I thought this was a great moment from her. Is it silly? Yes. Is it childish? Yes. Is it what the situation called for and was absolutely hilarious? Yes. People generally weren't too happy about this video, not because of Morgan, but because of Paul and Michael, and they decided to make a response. But as Morgan herself says, people had been mad at them before and they didn't feel the need to respond, so why now? I still don't know.
First and foremost, I think the title could have been a little bit different.
I will say to everyone that's watching this video and has seen the video before this, first of all, we have made very controversial videos in the past and not felt for a second like we needed to make a second response video backing up what we said in the first video. I think the main reason that we're coming and making this video and these guys have things to say is because their hearts were in the right place. I think that a few of the things that they said, you know, people heard it and immediately their ears closed to the rest of what they had to say. Their ears closed to the meat of what they were trying, the point of what they were trying to get across. I would like you all to maybe just very clearly explain the point of what you all were saying in that first video.
I guess they're fine with people being mad about their misogyny, but people being mad about their hate of gas is too far. For reasons. Just what a bizarre world we live in. Also, can we please talk about the hypocrisy again, as we've literally seen Paul burping on camera multiple times before. We're about to see Morgan do it too, and they just wait for one of their future videos. There's a discussion about gas that is repulsive, but again, it makes this so hypocritical. There's just no consistency.
Alright, shut it. One of you guys commented, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but you commented and said, guys, I like your videos, but you focus so much on the heavy weightiness of marriage. Like, can you talk about the good things about marriage? We do, sometimes. You get to know another person better than you've known anyone else in your life. And that...
You get to do those type of things and they can't leave you. Whatever, he's done way worse.
I haven't included this particular clip because it was entirely in the high-pitched squeaky voice that they edit into their videos, which is annoying as hell, and I'm trying to avoid it as much as possible. But it was also during this point in time that Morgan said she'd read Debbie Pearl's book, Create to be a Helpmeet, which is also concerning because that is a toxic mess. Also, I'm sorry if you can hear Kyra crying in the background. I popped her in the bedroom to try and get her to go to sleep, and she is just crying to come out. I'm so sorry. Recording is really hard at the minute.
Marriage is so worth it. I was just telling someone the other day, literally, that I would not for a second take back any of the stuff, like any of the hardships that Paul and I have gone through, are going through, or
and we've gone through them, and we've gone through them. We've made videos about it. That's no joke. Like, we've gone through some hard stuff.
Yeah. How horrible of a wife would I be if I only loved Paul when things were going great?
Like, when I was getting my way, when he was doing everything I wanted, when he was just being a perfect husband, like, when he took me out to eat where I wanted and said I could get my own meal and I didn't have to split it with him. Yeah, he says that a lot.
If your husband is being just a punk, don't focus on him. Like, just, like, be like, alright, you know what? I'm not gonna love my husband because he deserves it right now. I'm going to love him because God deserves it always. I mean, yeah, it's hard. It's hard sometimes. Like, when it's that time of the month and our husbands just don't understand. Like, it's hard to love them when you're just like, ah! It's not easy for your husbands to love you, to love us when we're being punks. So, and I will say that Paul does a better job at loving me when I'm a meanie than I do loving him when he's a meanie.
Probably, honestly, the hardest thing for me is how different we are. It's just tricky. Like, there have been times, to be honest, where I was like, man, this would be so much easier if Morgan was more like me. It's true. An example is when I find something that I'm passionate about, I expected Morgan to be like, yeah, I'm passionate about it too. What can I do? How can I come alongside you and kick this in the butt and let's do awesome at this? And Morgan is just not a competitive person. So her response is like, oh, great.
I'll support you.
I'll support you. Good luck. And I'm like, what? Let's crush this together.
The hardest thing that we just had to learn how to communicate with one another, because like he said, we're very different, and so we just our communication, or we're still working on that. Like in arguments, like I have to know like how to say something, or else it won't get into his head at all.
We are setting up the house. I have these treasures that I can't wait to see where she's gonna put them on the walls, where she's gonna put them like decoration wise, and she is adamant that they're not going to go anywhere.
Well, not anywhere in our house other than Paul's office.
So it just cuts me deep. Like, she literally thinks that it's just garbage and she won't let me put them anywhere. Each year one of us is going to make the plans for our anniversary, and this year 2 happens to be Morgan's.
So we have to be honest with you all. We were headed to our dinner and Paul was acting very strange, and I knew immediately that he was not happy.
Guys, it wasn't that I was not happy. I'm just weird. I don't even know what you'd call it. Like, my emotions when it comes to certain things kind of gets a little off. I don't know what else to say.
So I asked him, I was like, Pauly, are you sad? Did you not like it? Did you have expectations that I didn't reach? And he was just like, oh, I was just really hoping we were gonna get a massage. I was like,
and I felt like a total jerk saying that. I did. I wasn't angry, and I wasn't even like, I just, like, my emotions, I couldn't just like hide that. Like, I was sad. My body has just kind of been achy, and I was thinking like a massage is probably gonna be part. I don't know, and it wasn't just that. It was just like I literally have like this blockage where I just like surprises and stuff. I would just rather be told what's going on, be in the loop, so I can just set my expectations, and when I don't have that, it kind of messes with me, and it did tonight. And I felt awful. And I know I sound like a whiny baby. God, it's not like I need a massage. I gotta admit, I would have potentially rather had a massage than Build-A-Bear. I'm just gonna be real with you. But the fact that they're both here.
And Paul is worth all of the blocks in his brain.
And the pain that it causes.
All the pain and upset.
Don't be mad at me, guys, watching this. That's just how I am right now.
I've learned the hard way. If you have expectations of like, oh, I really hope Paul is going to take me to this restaurant and he's going to buy me this gift and blah, 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 and then he doesn't, like, it just ruins your entire evening and event.
That's so true.
So if you just have no expectations, then no matter what they do, it's so special.
It was also during this era that they wrote and self-published a short book called about intentional dating. I reviewed this myself several years ago, so let's just go back to past me talking about it and summarising for you. Did you know that Paul and Morgan wrote a book about dating? And because I like to torture myself for you guys, I read it so you don't have to. So Paul and Morgan decided to open this book by complaining about what they think everyone else who isn't them thinks about dating. Except this isn't what everyone thinks, so it's just bizarre. They open, I want to say they. I'm pretty sure Morgan wrote like 80% of this book, and every so often Paul puts in like a little side note, but it's mostly Morgan's work that he takes most of the credit for. The casual approach to dating has left so many young people asking the question, how did I get in this mess? Physical boundaries are being crossed. Hearts are getting broken. We're here to show you a better way, a God-honouring way. Chapter 1 of their book asks, am I ready to start dating? Which is of course a very important question, and one that many people will ask at various stages of their life. Paul and Morgan open with the line, we believe dating is for the ultimate purpose of finding a spouse. Okay, good for you. But that doesn't mean it has to be the same purpose for everyone. Where do I find someone? Brackets. The singles at my church are strange. Speak for yourself, guys. They said, let's start with the short list of obvious places to meet a quality guy or girl. Your church, mutual friends, a campus ministry. They're the obvious ones, are they? Okay. Yeah, okay. Campus ministries are often teeming with Christian singles. Each week you get to be around people in similar stages of life. It's a natural place for relationships to form. A little known secret is, even after you graduate, you can still make guest appearances at events, parties, and worship nights. Not that I, Paul, have ever done this. This absolutely just reads as, you, a grown adult, hopefully with a job, who has graduated, should absolutely go and prey on someone younger and more naive than you, since no one your own age wants you. Can't find other adults to date? Here are some barely legal teenagers. It's really bad. And let's be honest, Paul has definitely done this, and definitely in a creepy way. Like, go to a new church, try a dating app, but never ever ever go to bars or clubs ever. No, stop it, no. I get very Roosh v. Andrew Tate vibes, so a little later he writes, this is so Roosh v. Stop overthinking things and just ask girls out. I did. I asked out girls I'd been friends with for a while, and girls I only barely knew. I asked out girls who were mutual friends on Facebook, who I'd never even met. I'm not suggesting that you ask out every Christian girl that you see, but I'm not saying not to. Wink, wink. So Morgan writes, Paul and I have witnessed this firsthand. We're definitely similar in a lot of ways. We agree on the big things in life. Both of our hearts belong to God. We're both goofy and quirky. They're the big things? Okay, I mean, that's what works for you. However, we're also very different. I've luckily got to a point where I can read Paul's mind/body language pretty well. That doesn't mean it makes it easier for me to understand why he's thinking or feeling a certain way. It actually just drives me nuts because it's so hard for me to understand how Paul's brain works. I know it's the same for him with me. We're still figuring it all out. Sure, we fight, we have disagreements, but God always brings us back to him. He humbles us and brings us to a place of vulnerability with one another to take a place of repentance. Another thing I want to touch on briefly is this. I think Paul and Morgan have deleted some of their older videos. In making this section, I was going through watching stuff and being like, you know, this isn't as bad as I remember. They're not as horrible and bigoted as I remember them being. And then I went back and watched some of my own old content about Paul and Morgan. And it turns out I reacted to some videos which, to the best of my knowledge and searching, are no longer on their channel. Specifically stuff in which they were incredibly homophobic. I don't know why they've deleted it because they're still homophobic, but I couldn't find it now. I do know one example of this was in October 2018. Paul and Morgan made a video titled Christians on LGBTQ Q&A. All I have of this are some clips from my own video at the time, but let's take a quick look. I'm going to take a break from filming to go check my little Koopy bears, okay? And go take some more painkillers.
Morgan, say something. Today's video, we're talking about Christianity and LGBTQ. How should we respond?
One of the most common things that we're expecting we're going to get is just people saying that we're being judgmental. We're not judging in a hateful, a hypocritical, or a harsh way. This is a loving call to our brothers and sisters, calling them out of what we believe, what the Bible says is sin.
We are called to make righteous judgments, but to do it in love without it being a hypocritical judgment.
Question number 1, here we go. Is being LGBTQ a sin / can they be Christians? To answer that question, the Bible makes it very clear. Homosexuality, LGBTQ+, is a sin.
Guys, sin is sin, okay? And sin, no matter what it is, separates us from God. The Bible says that for all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. So yeah, it is not right for the church to say homosexuality is this horrible thing and then brush other sins under the rug. Yeah, I believe some sin may carry more consequence and be weightier than others, but we have no place to, say this sin is horrible and this sin is okay.
What do you say when an LGBTQ+ person says, God made me this way? I have a pretty direct answer. I'm not sure if Paul would be.
Morgan has a direct answer?
I would ask a question in return to that question, and it is, does a porn addict come out born that way? Does a thief come out born a thief?
We are born into sin.
The fall of man, Adam and Eve, because of their sin, we are now prone to sin as soon as we come out of the womb. God did not make it that way.
Yeah.
So no, God did not make you gay. We have the choice, the authority to turn away from that sin that we're prone to, whether that be murdering, whether that be lust, whether that be
lying, cheating, stealing,
homosexuality, whatever it is. Like, God gave us the authority to turn away from that.
And actually, I'm just going to jump in here and say, because I always forget to do this, a little bit of shameless self-promotion. The ebook version of my first poetry collection, Reflections on Healing, is now available on Amazon ahead of my second book, Outside, being released very, very soon. There it is. This is just the proof copy for now, but it's going to be absolutely beautiful when it's done. It's a big, chunky hardback book filled with photos, paintings, essays, poetry, and yeah, I've kind of put my heart into this, and it's been a lot to make it happen, but I love it. The hardback is a little bit expensive because the paper that it's printed on is nice and all that sort of thing, but because of that, I've got a free audiobook version that I'm offering available for download with it from my website. If you buy the hardback version, I'm just finishing the editing of that, but it will be available very soon. And the ebook version will also be available as well if you want something a little more affordable. But both my books are designed mostly to be physically read because they're so, there we go, bold and visual and beautiful. But, I know that's not possible for everyone, so I've tried to make it accessible by doing the ebooks. And yeah, okay, I'll leave links below for Reflections on Healing, and Outside will be available very soon. I'm so bad at this promotion thing. Okay, right, let's get back to the content. Sorry, I only meant to take a short break last night, but then I edited the first part of this video and was hit by the worst migraine. It was horrific. I just had to lay in the dark in pain for several hours. It was not fun. So that was my evening. Next day now, let's do this. I've got 2 hours before I need to leave. Let's see how much we can get filmed. Now, let's move on to talk about Morgan's solo content. You may have noticed that throughout this era, Morgan wasn't showing up as often, and this can be traced back to the video we saw in August 2017, but also this one.
Morgan is awesome, but she's only going to be in this video for 2 more seconds. So if you guys want to say anything to her before she leaves, 2, 1... Woo! So, wow, where to begin? Where to begin? I wanted to give you all an explanation, an update on what's going down.
I'm not against making people mad, perhaps. I mean, I'm going to state what I believe to be true. I'm going to state it. I'm okay with people getting mad or whatever.
But Morgan and I were having a talk earlier today about the vision of our channel. What are we trying to do here? We tossed that ball back and forth a little bit. She challenged me. My wife challenged me.
Paul, I feel like you're too interested in getting views.
I see what she's saying was we'd make titles that would be somewhat controversial and people would want to watch them. So there you go. There you go. You got me. You got me. Morgan, she was like, I'm not loving some of the direction that our channel or these videos are going. I think you're too focused on getting views and creating controversy. All right, Morgan, I hear you. So of course, what do? I go on a prayer walk.
That you can back off a little bit and you just do your thing, Paul. You just do what you're passionate about, which is connecting with young people and making videos.
And creating discussions around things that I care about and that I feel like you guys care about and that we can connect on. Morgan has other passions that she is wanting to pursue, and right now, I'm saying this like right now, YouTube is not something that she's super focused on. So I'm gonna let her do her things. I'm not gonna pressure her to be in every video.
So what were the other projects that Morgan was working on? Luckily, I can show you at least a few. She made a few song covers, she wrote a few songs of her own and recorded them with music videos as well. She did a few covers and songs with Paul. However, one of her original songs that she produced was an anti-choice song titled Abortion Song. It's definitely interesting.
Say that you don't get a choice, and you don't have a voice. It's hard to speak when they won't think of what you'd say.
So basically the point of the song is that she's complaining that non-sentient fetuses don't have a voice and don't get a choice. But she's absolutely fine with conscious, sentient women and girls and people with uteruses who are pregnant, not having a voice and not having a choice. She is completely happy with their voice being taken away, with their choices being taken away. It's wild. She also dived into the world of spoken word poetry at this time with her poem, You Can Be Free from Depression.
What if I told you that anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts, all those chains holding you down, they could be broken, you could be free? Would you believe me? Highly unlikely. But you say you believe in God, the God who knows the number of hairs on your head, the God who creates life from death, the God who put every single star in the sky, the God who created morning and night. You say you believe, you claim to be free in Christ. But how are you free?
You know I'm quite a fan of spoken word, I perform it myself. I will not comment on the quality of this. I will just say that it is a thing that exists. She also spent a little bit of time making videos by herself, talking about her journey with antidepressants, taking them, stopping them, and then eventually, I think, taking them again. Honestly, as much as I hate the message behind like the anti-choice song, for example, honestly, it was nice to at least see her doing something creative because we never get to see this side of her anymore. It seems that she did at least enjoy the project she was working on, and it was nice to see that side of her. As time went on, Paul and Morgan also began to collaborate with other creators and people they knew, sometimes friends and family, but also other Fundie YouTubers. I believe it was at this time they did their first collab with Girl Defined and also began to regularly collab with Hannah Williamson. In fact, her and Morgan supposedly became quite good friends. Let's take a look at a few of these videos. So we've already seen Women Shouldn't Have Bodily Functions Michael, but let's look at some of their other friends and family, starting with Caroline and Lucy. One of the things I find really interesting is Caroline is Morgan's best friend, and she was there for her throughout her pregnancies. She made a lot of appearances on the channel, and they always call her Carl. Like, that's her nickname, Carl. So, you don't like trans people changing their names to be more real to who they are. You don't like men dressing as women. You don't like drag queens. You don't like women who are a little bit more masculine, or men who are a bit more like, they're very strict about like gender roles, and gender must be this and this and this. But you call your best friend who's a cis woman Carl, and then later on they call their baby boys Grace and Love as middle name. It's just, again, a lot of hypocrisy. But anyway,
I'm excited to have Lucy, and Caroline. Okay, hey, our two good friends on the show. I think they're gonna bring some really valuable insights.
One thing, like my mom, Lucy and I are sisters. I don't know if that's important. But one thing my mom always told me, and I think it was just like a fear tactic more than anything else, but it was like, you can't go back physically. So like once you've like crossed a boundary, like there's no going back. And so there's kind of like this feeling of, okay, I just have to like keep going, if that makes sense.
Oh.
Okay, so you're holding hands, okay, whatever, and then you're kissing, okay, and then you're on top of each other, and then like it doesn't stop. Like even if you stop in that moment, like it doesn't stop. It's also really hard in established relationships where boundaries have maybe gone farther than you in your heart know that they should have, to begin to connect, like again, like on a mental level instead of just like a physical one. So it's really hard to have the important conversations once things that you once would have conversated about have already kind of gone.
so these types of videos are interesting because, one, they seem to have a lot more friends in the past than they do now, or at least their friends were more willing to come on their channel in the past than they are now. And two, they really were just pulling random Christians with no qualifications onto their channel, who would often just say a whole bunch of nothing about topics that Paul and Morgan had already covered 10 times over. The same went for their first collab with Girl Defined, where they talked about an old topic they'd covered before many, many times: Christian modesty, unfair standards for girls.
We are honored to be joined by Kristen and Bethany from Girl Defined.
Yes, we're so excited to be on here.
We are for real so happy. You guys are one of our favorite YouTube channels. Kristen and Bethany, Morgan, three of the finest ladies I know. Is there unfair modesty standards for girls?
I just wanted to start this off with telling you ladies who are watching this video, and this is gonna maybe sound a little bit blunt, but I say it with love.
Morgan Blunt?
Ladies, you've got to stop looking at this situation of modesty in the world's eyes. I think that it's so easy for our hearts to be immediately hardened to hear the things that, you know, our social media is pushing on: be yourself, show your body, love yourself, blah, 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 to see all this stuff that the world is pushing and be like, yeah, I agree with that. But let's ask, does God say that type of stuff, you know?
I love what you said, Morgan. It's like we have to stop and say, okay, God, I cannot do this for anyone else. Ultimately, it has to be first and foremost for you. And if that can be like our heart posture, I think truly it would be a lot easier to discuss this. Yeah, and when it comes to guys, like my husband and I have actually had this conversation a lot, because when we were dating and got married, this conversation came up because he was like, hey, there were certain things I would wear. And he's like, I don't know, like as a guy, when I see you in that, I look at this, like it really points to certain parts and it's distracting. And he's like, I want you to be beautiful. I want you to be feminine. I want you to embrace all of your womanhood, but to be considerate of how you do that in a way that honors God. And then is really just honorable to the people around you.
Man and woman, two different beings. I mean, they're different, and men have specific roles according to the Bible, specific things that they carry, and women have specific roles. And so I think that when it comes to modesty, it's going to look a little bit different. I'm not saying across the board, but typically men are going to be more visual. So in this specific area, I would say that it is a little bit more of the responsibility of the woman to just watch how she dresses, to honor God in the way she dresses, and be even perhaps sensitive of the men around her.
I know Girl Defined have since taken back some of their earlier stances about modesty, so I would be super interested to see what they think of these old videos and collabs now too. Do you remember we all thought Girl Defined were getting more progressive and nice and wonderful, and then they came back with just like tripling down on their transphobia? It was really gross. Honestly, though, a lot of these videos were just quite boring, just like their collabs with Hannah Williamson. In this first video, they talk about how to know if TV and films are appropriate for Christians, and Morgan complains that the TV adaptation of Anne of Green Gables, Anne with an E, is too feminist for her. You know, the series based on the books, which are notorious for having a strong, outspoken, independent female character who was undoubtedly feminist for the time period she was both written in and living in. It's very confused.
What's your criteria on movies, on TV shows?
I was watching Anne with an E.
No!
Anne of Green Gables.
No!
The books and stories that I grew up hearing my mom would read to me. Then
What happened?
they have to throw in their political agenda of feminism, just all this stuff that was not in the books. And I'm just like, why?
This actually did, well, I will say one good thing that came out of this Paul and Morgan collab is that I was writing this bit of the script at my writing group, and we all sat around and had a really interesting discussion about Anne of Green Gables and how feminist it is, and, you know, the difference between, like, writing a feminist piece now and writing one back then, and how some things are the product of their time and what that means. And it was a really interesting discussion. I appreciated it. I think it was mostly Zoe and Rose I was talking to, and they had some really, and Chloe as well, and they had some really amazing ideas. So shout out to them for being there for me. They're good friends. But yeah, I want to try and but yeah, back to the Anne of Green Gables books. I mean, later the books were probably a little less feminist, because it kind of fell back on the whole, like, well, she gets married and has 7 kids thing. But she's still outspoken, and as a lot of us were discussing, for the time period it's written in, and the time period it's set in, it's quite a feminist piece. And not just that, I think the fact that such a beloved series of books was written by a woman is important here too, because at the time, women weren't really published unless they were writing under a male pseudonym. Lucy published these books initially under L.M. Montgomery, and was therefore a woman fighting back against the sexist system and doing something awesome. Yes, she had to publish under an ambiguous name, but she was still a woman writing, and in a time when it was mostly just men who were celebrated. Like, how is that not feminist? It should be a surprise to absolutely no one who even knows a little bit about the books that an adaptation of Anne of Green Gables made today was going to keep being feminist, but even more so to suit a modern audience. Morgan says she read the books, but I feel like she was probably so brainwashed as a kid by her Fundie parents that she maybe missed the point entirely and missed the feminist messaging behind it, or maybe she just doesn't understand what being feminist is. I think that one is true, and so she doesn't see when feminist things are feminist, you know? I don't know. You might also notice at this point in 2020 is when Morgan starts to become more and more condescending. She's angrier about more things, she's more negative, she's more dismissive of anyone who isn't her and doesn't share her opinion. She sounds constantly exasperated and pulls a lot of faces to the camera, expressing her disgust with other people. You see her sighing a lot, groaning a lot, rolling her eyes.
I started watching some shows. One was that 13 Reasons Why show.
Oh, that's a good one to watch.
Yeah, and I was like, oh my gosh.
Can we calm it down a little bit, Morgan? Can we take it from up here and bring it down just a notch?
They have to get my sassiness at least once.
They've gotten it, okay.
Even Paul often seemed annoyed by it in videos too. Remember this because we are going to be talking about it more in the next section of this video. Morgan even acknowledges that she has gotten harsher, or as she says, her standards have gone higher, and attributes it to marrying Paul. So earlier when I was like, what happened to this lovely girl from You Idol to become who she is today? She says part of that was marrying Paul. Interesting.
I've noticed with Paul, when we got married, like, my standards went way up high, like, got way higher, because before I was dating him, married to him, I watched literally anything. Like, I didn't really care.
She told me a movie that she watched previous to us dating, and I almost dumped her.
You did not.
Like, I didn't almost dump her, but I literally, like, I think I reflected on that for like days. And I was like, okay, who am I dating here? It did show like her standards were disappointingly low, or maybe just naive.
If you look at yourself, if I looked at me back then, what was I struggling with? I was struggling with severe depression, severe anxiety, severe comparison. I started to notice that as I cut back on certain shows, I didn't struggle as much with comparison. I didn't struggle as much with my anxiety. My depression wasn't as intense.
I am honestly very leery of dating guys who watch Game of Thrones.
We're going there. We're going there.
Yeah. Anybody who tells me that they're watching Game of Thrones, I'm like,
yeah, I mean, and I get that, and I understand now why Paul, you know, questioned why I was watching things, because I was saying I'm walking with the Lord, but then I'm watching these shows that talk trash about the Lord, or don't bring the Lord in at all.
There's also odd videos like this where the cracks were really starting to appear in Paul and Morgan's relationship, and guests like Hannah were just sort of awkwardly sat in the middle of it all.
Heavy hitter. How often do you think about / want sex?
This is a question for Morgo because she's married.
I know that it's different for every woman. A lot of people say that the majority of women do not ever want it as much as guys want it. I think Paul thinks about it and wants it a lot more than I would think about it or want it. For me, like, yeah, it crosses my mind every single day, maybe once a day.
Okay.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm wanting it every single day. Like, I could go much longer than Paul could without having sex and be just fine. But I love it. Sorry, Hannah.
This video also had a lot of Hannah trying to say stuff and Paul jumping in to be like, so let me, a man, explain what you're saying. And once I noticed him doing this to Hannah, I also noticed him doing it to Morgan constantly as well. He is one clip, but there's a ton more like this, and it got very noticeable after a while.
He's smiling, or if he's more like...
So almost like their demeanor, their countenance?
Yeah, and like it's just the way they act in general.
He definitely has a habit of mansplaining a woman's view, not only back to her, but to the audience. Like, not in a way that says, hey, I'm listening and understanding what you're saying, but more like, hey, I can explain this better than you. It's very annoying. Also, sorry if you can hear Koopy snoring in the background. She's over there by the lighting having a good sleep. And finally, they ended this video with a little bit of body shaming.
I don't think that I really cared if my guy had a six-pack.
Wow.
I wanted him to, like, be, like, fit, and, like, when he flexed, I wanted to be able to see his arm muscles. I don't think I personally didn't want, like, pudge. I'm just not attracted to that. But I know plenty of girls that are like, give me that pudgy man.
My future guy, whatever, doesn't have to have like turtle shell, shredded, like that, you know what I'm saying? I think I agree with Morgan. Like,
he doesn't have
to be shredded, but I would prefer that he's not overindulging in food.
Doesn't have a big belly.
And I have to hold the same standard for myself. Like, I'm thinking about that. Like,
you better believe that we're saying these things thinking like we're not going to allow that to happen either to us.
Boom. Raw and honest. Raw and honest.
It is really sad, but it's easy to see why Morgan was so unnecessarily harsh on herself post-pregnancy later on. It doesn't feel like either of them have ever had the most healthy approach to body image, you know? And speaking of unhealthy, I wouldn't necessarily call this an era, but the next section of videos that I want to talk about, while making this video, I grouped them into a folder called Morgan Starts to Look Miserable. Because from around the end of 2019 throughout 2020, Morgan seemed to become more and more unhappy. We touched on this a little in the last section, but it was clear over time that she wasn't really enjoying being on camera anymore. There were fewer moments of genuine happiness between her and Paul, and she seemed angrier towards the topics she was talking about. I'm pretty sure viewers noticed this as well, because from what I remember at the time, people were very concerned for her, and she even admitted herself that she'd been struggling.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Morgan, and this is the Paul and Morgan Show. I'm making this video because I want to check in on you guys, and I just want to be real, raw, and honest with you all, because that's how I am. So during this time, I have been struggling pretty intensely. It's just been super weird for me to like figure out like how to live during this time. In this past year, I have actually like been totally off of antidepressants now and not struggled with any of that stuff for like almost 3 years now. It's weird because I feel like the enemy has just thrown that all back in my face and like been just really like tempting me to believe lies and fears of like, oh no, if I'm struggling right now, that means that I didn't really overcome it, and that means that I haven't been a good daughter of the Lord's, and that means I'm not trusting him enough, or blah blah blah, just all these lies that are totally from the enemy. And basically I hit a really, really low, really dark place, and I was in denial about it. And it was bad, and basically it got to a point where I couldn't keep it in any longer. Like, I was having meltdowns about the most ridiculous things, and I was being really just like intolerable. I don't even know if that's the right word, towards Paul and Michael even, and just like my attitude was just crap. And like I know that it was because I was just like keeping all of the stuff that I was struggling with in, and I was not communicating with Paul or just anyone in general. My family still like didn't know. It got to a really dark place a little bit ago, like several days ago, and it had to come out. And I knew that, and I also knew that like if I don't bring this out now, if I don't bring this darkness to the light, like I don't know how much darker it could really have gotten, but it could have been really, really bad.
But of course, let's not forget that a big chunk of this was happening during lockdown, during the worldwide pandemic. So a lot of people were struggling with mental health issues at this point, and it's completely understandable that she would be too. It's really hard not to feel for her when you see videos like this. Morgan also started to express how she didn't always want to be super upbeat and high energy in videos, which is one, completely understandable, and two, sort of the start of her seeming like she doesn't want to be on camera at all. Going forward, you'll notice slow speech, big sighs, eye rolls, and just pure boredom from her whenever she has to be on camera. It feels like she was kind of made to do it because it was her job, not because she wanted to anymore.
Guys, do we have to be filled with a crap ton of energy every time we film a video? Like, if we don't have energy, go ahead, Budweiser truck, drive along.
A Budweiser truck would do that to us.
We don't have a ton of energy in this video, but it's still gonna be a good video.
But it's still gonna be a good video, even though it's starting out a little lower energy.
I think it's a myth that like we have to have a ton of energy in every video that we film. We should just be able to chill out with you guys. So that's what we're doing. So a lot of you guys don't know, Paul and I were working part-time jobs at some different places. He was working somewhere, I was working somewhere. And we lost those jobs, obviously, like a lot of people did.
And that probably is a surprise to many of you. For a period of time, we were full-time on YouTube, just grinding and trying to make it. And we realized that at least for this season, we need to bring in a little bit more income.
Paul and Morgan were also starting to struggle financially at this point, which likely added to a lot of the strain too. This isn't me speculating, they spoke about it in videos. They'd lost the other jobs they had because of the pandemic, and YouTube was their only income, and they were struggling. You might notice as well, this was the time period when they moved away from singing their cringy little intro song every time and started to use a little pre-recorded intro instead.
Hey you guys, what's up? It's Morgan.
You know when I said when they stopped singing, it was kind of like videos became a chore? This was the start of that. Morgan also spoke a lot at this time about her experience with taking and coming off antidepressants and a little on her infertility problems, but we'll talk about that in more detail later. There's a whole section on Morgan's first pregnancy.
Alright, so if you guys don't know my journey, I've posted several videos on here talking about getting off of antidepressants, etc. And basically I'll just give a short rundown. I was on antidepressants for almost 7 years. The one that ended up working for me was Zoloft. I took the generic Zoloft, and I was on that 50 milligrams for several years, and then 100, and then 150 milligrams, and then back down to 100, back down to 50, and then that I was like at 50 milligrams for a whole year, and then we started tapering it off. Also, Paul and I were trying to get pregnant, are still trying to get pregnant, and I know that antidepressants kind of lower your chances of getting pregnant.
I really did feel for Morgan so much while making this part of the video. She's super relatable. I've experienced so much of the same stuff as her, and sometimes I would literally, like, watching this, I would forget how hateful she can be. And it was this like really weird conflicting experience for me, because I'd be watching this woman, I'd be like, oh God, I relate to her so much. Like, we have so much in common. I really feel for her. And then like in her little moments of happiness, I was like, oh God, it's so nice to see her like that. And I felt myself like really relating to her and enjoying watching some of these videos and really liking who she was. And then she'd go and say something really hateful. I'd be like, whoa, it's like emotional whiplash. I'd be like, oh God, she just had to throw that in there, didn't she? And you remember who she is and what she's really like. So it was an odd experience. Like I say, she wasn't always miserable though. She did have some happy, cheery moments too. In regards to Paul and Morgan's regular content, this was also the time they started making a lot of car-based vlogs, so let's look at a few clips from them. Here's one where, again, they bring up how many arguments they have, how lonely they sometimes feel within the marriage, and perhaps most concerning, Paul says that if a partner is abusive to you, you may need to separate for a while, but divorce is not an option, which is absolutely horrifying. No one should ever have to stay with an abusive partner. I will always keep saying that. They're going to say that divorce is only allowed if someone cheats. Abuse is not grounds for divorce. That's absolutely horrifying.
Do you think you have to be 100% sure about the person you marry? That's a question that I think, especially for Christians, they struggle with.
I think that if there are two people walking solidly with the Lord, they want to get married, they want to have a godly marriage, then you can make that marriage a beautiful, godly thing. All marriages take hard stinking work. No matter who you're married to, it's gonna be an interesting time.
Yeah.
Yes, there are some people you can marry, and because of their personalities, your marriage is gonna be a lot easier, a lot chiller. And then there are other personalities where you're gonna have to work a lot harder, but it still can be a beautiful marriage.
And Morgan and I get into our very, and I'm just gonna say it because it's being real, like, we have had some strong arguments, some strong fights that leave us feeling it's a crappy feeling when you get into a big fight with your spouse.
Yeah.
Like a really crappy feeling. Don't think we've had one of those of that magnitude, earthquake magnitude, in a while. But especially first couple years, there were some big ones. And in that moment, you do feel kind of alone. Like, I am not on the same page with my spouse.
Although we have mentors and stuff in our life, like, you know, you don't always want to run to them immediately. And so it's just kind of like, I'm just alone in this. Like, I don't know how to fix this. I'm just so alone.
This kind of marriage gets very difficult. Things come up that they weren't expecting, and suddenly they're like, okay, this is an awful situation. I did not know this about the person. They're much more selfish than I ever thought. So this is not healthy. We're getting a divorce. And it's like, you know, I mean, biblically, there's not grounds for that. If there's abuse, you know, then separation might be in order. I'm separating from that person. As far as like what Jesus said, he said, except for marital unfaithfulness. So if that person has an affair, that gives you grounds for divorce.
I found this clip from Morgan quite surprising. This is one that I'd never seen before, and it seemed so, compared to what we'd normally seen of her, it seemed so mature and respectful. And I was really quite impressed until I remembered that she doesn't actually stick to this at all. This is not the person she continues to be going forward. So I was like, oh, well, that was short-lived.
As Christians, as God-fearing, Jesus-loving people, have to be the ones who come from a very, like, just kind, chill heart. I'm not saying you can't be passionate about stuff. I'm not saying you can't, like, lay it out there. But I am saying that, like, when you're talking to someone who doesn't believe in what you believe, you should probably just go ahead and understand that, like, they're probably already have, like, walls and, like, maybe even anger built up towards you, and it's not necessarily you.
Another thing I'd never seen before, but that didn't really surprise me at all, was here's a clip of Paul and Morgan admitting to being anti-evolution creationists, which is a topic I haven't covered in years, and it's giving me major flashbacks.
Evolution and the age of the Earth. Should I not have gone there? We're going there!
Just be careful in, thinking, like, okay, well, if that wasn't literal, then Noah's Ark isn't literal, and Moses in the Red Sea wasn't literal, and everything else wasn't literal. Like, just be careful, because that could be a slippery slope.
Morgan and I both hold to the belief that God created the heavens and the earth, all the animals, the people, in 6 days, I guess, and then 7th day he rested. That's what I believe.
Yep, I believe that. I would encourage any of you all doing research and whatnot to take a trip to the Creation Museum here in Kentucky.
It's a good place. They really break
cool.
it down. They go to the Bible,
They bring in astrologists, scientists.
Yeah.
Like, they're not afraid of science. They're not afraid of scientists.
Don't believe that humans evolved from apes. And I've seen some comments when we touched on this last time saying so much science points to that we did evolve. You know, Charles Darwin even started having significant doubts before the end of his life that evolution was true because they didn't find any of the fossils, any of the skeletons of the hybrid species going from one species to another. So I'm not buying it.
They mentioned going to the Creation Museum, and that is something that I've spoken about in my videos before. I have covered books and writing by Ken Ham and Kent Hovind and picked them apart and fact-check everything. There's some really old videos, but I think they were quite good for the time. I don't know. Old videos, we'll see. We kind of knew they were anti-science because they're anti-vaxxers, and they've made some questionable choices in regards to medical decisions before, but I didn't quite know they went this far, so it surprised me. After a while of making this style of content...
Guys, are there some good things about feminism or all these different forms of activism? I believe so, but... But are there some concerns we have? Yes. And when we start seeing these women's marches where they're,
shouting their abortions, how is that okay?
And yeah, I mean, feminism, there's other things that they're standing on and promoting that I don't feel at peace about. And then you go to the Word of God and it doesn't seem like it's lining up. And unfortunately, that seems like a decent amount of the activism that we have, at least in America and across the world. It's activism in the name of good, in the name of fairness, in the name of me. I'm entitled, and it ends up looking not biblical. Yeah.
Do you ever not like the way we look in the morning?
Not a fair question. I forgot that this could actually get pretty...
Yeah, I can. Intense. Okay, I'll go ahead and answer this question for the guys, even though I'm not a guy. When Paul wakes up, he looks a little crazy sometimes, and it's cute to me though. But it's like, oh, he's so fluffy headed. Yeah. But sometimes I am like, wow, he is looking rough.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be surprised because there are times when I wake up and look in the mirror and think, whoa, I am looking rough. Girl.
All right, so we got in trouble last time.
So loud.
Whoa.
Right in my ear.
If you guys haven't seen it, I think our second biggest video to date with like over 400,000 views is when we got all the guys together and said like the first thing guys notice about girls. And we got in trouble with some that were like, love this video, but you guys were definitely too modest when you answered that question. Because you were talking about eyes and smile and whatnot. And those are things that we notice very quickly. But they were like, if you were being honest, here's what I'll say to go a little deeper. When it comes to certain attributes, let's just call them curves. Okay, for the sake of, the curves are something that
a guy will notice. But this is a tough one because for you girls watching this, you think, okay, so guys,
show off my boobies.
Guys do notice curves, so that means I need to accentuate those more. No.
If a guy is a godly man, he might notice them, but he is not going to focus on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might be like, okay, this is a blessing. But I'm not going to allow my eyes to focus on these things all the time. And honestly, it would help me as a dude for my girlfriend to make sure that she's not flaunting them a ton so that it doesn't tempt me.
Yeah, it can be right. It can be something that I can look forward to when we get married. But if she's flaunting them every time we go out, every time I see her, it is going to be difficult for a godly guy. And you might notice him putting some distance between you guys if you're doing that. Definitely have deep conversations, ladies. We're not airheads that only talk about sports. Okay, some do. Some only talk about sports.
Some do.
Including these car vlogs, they had 2 big announcements. Number 1, they were becoming certified facilitators to help and advise other people with their marriages, which is wild.
We have an announcement to make, so this is the video we're making for it. Now we want to go even deeper with you guys. We have become certified facilitators for an awesome premarital counseling program. And we want to walk you and your person one-on-one with the 2 of us. I guess that's 2-on-2.
Yep.
2-on-2 through your premarital counseling to help you all have a healthier, godlier marriage.
We want to walk you through a course. It's typically 6 weeks, but that can be customized. Helping you and your future spouse learn as much as you can, be as prepared as you can going into marriage.
And something which I'm pretty sure was immediately forgotten about, they don't use to this day, and I've never heard them promoting it outside of this short-lived little era. And 2, they announced just 2 days later that they were planning to take another new direction with their content, stepping away from relationship advice and talking more about pop culture stuff. They really do love these big announcements and eras.
We're talking about the end of the Paul and Morgan Christian relationship channel.
Oh no!
Why me? Oh brother, where art thou?
Where do we even begin? They're gonna be like, why aren't they crying?
Well, here's the reason why we aren't crying. Because as 99% of these videos go, the
really dramatic titles,
thumbnail or the title,
it's not always as it seems.
Talking about the ending of the channel, it's not exactly as it seems. Is there some truth to them, to ours? Yes.
Yes.
We are about to make the biggest direction change, biggest change in general to our channel that we've ever done. But is the channel ending, Morgan? No! No! New horizons, baby! Is going to look different. And this doesn't come, it's not like an overnight thing. Like, let's just change up our channel. For the past probably 6 months, longer, Morgan and I have had an increased passion for what we see going on in culture, in life, in faith, in politics. You know, like 3.5 years of making relationship videos. Not to say we won't make any more relationship videos, especially if they tie into culture. You know, we're bringing relationships, we're bringing faith, we're combining all of this stuff to what's going on right now. 3.5 years of doing relationship videos, it's just like we've covered everything.
Everything 5,000 different times.
Looking back now, was like, this seems like a very, very silly business decision. Because, I mean, yeah, change up your content and topics all you want, right? I mean, I know I do all the time. I go through stages of things that I'm more interested in than others. I'll go through like a poetry phase or a literature phase or a Fundie phase or a sciencey phase or like whatever. I go through my stages. This is fine. This is normal. People have different interests. You want to mix up your topics all the time. All good. Nothing wrong with that. However, if you want to be giving people one-to-one relationship advice and counseling them, and you're trying to use your platform to find clients for that, maybe don't just stop your relationship content altogether and say, we're not doing this anymore, we're just doing pop culture stuff. That seems like a silly choice. And so began their shift into pop culture content. I think one of the things that prompted them to do this was that at the time they were starting to see a big drop in their views and their channel was just not growing at this point. So they thought maybe covering more trending topics will get them new viewers. Sadly, it didn't really work out for them. As much as they tried to talk about politics and TV and celebrities and all that stuff, it still didn't bring in any new viewers for them, and it didn't really increase their views at all. I think at this point people were sort of over their hatefulness, but the only way they ever get attention was from being, in their words, controversial. So they doubled down and got more controversial, which to them just means being hateful. Does that make sense? It was during this time period that we started to see them produce a lot more homophobic content, a lot more transphobic content. Paul was openly racist a few times, and they just seemed to get angrier and angrier at the rest of the world outside of their little home and their little bubble of friends. And if that wasn't bad enough, they also mixed some anti-vax nonsense, some body shaming, and started attacking other Christian content creators for not being Christian enough in their eyes. It was less about, ooh, look, we're a silly couple with some extreme beliefs, but we're having fun on camera, and more, well, this is super serious, look at how bad the world is because different people exist, grumble, grumble, grumble. I'm gonna petition to take away your basic human rights. It got more serious and more harmful, is what I'm saying.
We have an LGBTQ Christian artist who was able to grab the #1 Christian album on iTunes, making some waves. I think it's worth talking about. So her name is Grace Baldridge.
This woman is claiming to be a Christian. She's on the Christian album genre.
She specifically said in one of her TikToks,
This is a Christian album.
She called it a Christian album.
I submit it to streaming services as a Christian record because it is a Christian record. I'm just not the type of artist that industry likes to promote.
There are other Christians that are looking at what she's doing, the content that she's putting out, the music she's creating, the stuff she's saying on her social media, and they are very concerned. And I think Morgan and I, and we're going to talk more about this obviously, but we share.
Alright, so here's just a small snippet. She says, "My dad's never cursed in his life. I asked if he smoked. He said twice. Well, by that standard, I'm a GD failure. I passed blunts the day I married my wife. But I'm a child of God, just in case you forgot. And you cast me out every single chance that you got." I feel like the line of, you know, she says all these things. She smoked pot, she married a woman, she curses, whatever. And then, but I'm a child of God, just in case you forgot. I feel like this line is just like I can do whatever the heck I want and don't you dare call me out. Don't you hold me accountable. I'm still a child of God. I'll still be in heaven one day. Well, so you might have forgotten that. Well, let me just remind you.
So the obvious question is there any moral standard to live by?
Where is the Bible in any of her songs? That's my question. Where is the Bible in any of her songs? Well, her song Chicken, it is all about a secret romance that she had, I'm assuming in high school or middle school, with another girl. So why is that on a Christian album? I'm not sure, but okay.
Today's video, Demi Lovato has changed her pronouns. I'm assuming that she was okay with being called a she up until recently. This is going to be interesting. It's tough. The world we live in, 2021 America and worldwide, is confusing. Is it not? I mean, can we agree that...
My brain just begins to melt if I really think about it.
Still, so many Americans like hold these people on such a high pedestal and like aspiring to be like them. And what did they say? They came out saying this. Oh, that's so good. Like, I'm gonna take that as advice and wisdom for my life. I say it again. Watch who you're taking just like political advice from, spiritual faith advice from,
life advice from.
Through this work, I've had the revelation that I identify as non-binary. With that said, I'll officially be changing my pronouns to they, them.
So much self-reflection, so much self-improvement, self-work, all about me, and now here's where I've arrived, or here's where I'm arriving. I'm non-binary.
I'm sorry, but how is this gonna help you? I feel like it's just gonna be that much more confusing for you as a person. Literally, you don't know who you are. You are literally trying to say that I'm both male and female. I lean on both sides. I feel like a man in this way and a woman in this way, so I'm both. That is so confusing.
And it's like, wow. So saying I'm non-binary, they, them, literally like I'm not a he, a she, a male or female. I'm all and both, that's gonna help you
Yeah.
in your quest for inner peace and inner healing and identity.
I just feel like we are seeing more and more and more. I mean, it's so common now to literally see the pronouns of a person in their bio, their Instagram feed.
Oh yeah.
He, him, she, her, whatever.
They, them.
Yeah, and it's just that to me is like so clear to me how lost people really are, because they are trying to fulfill.
Well, you're stepping on some toes here, because I've seen, you know, the labels Christian and then she,
Yeah.
her.
And that's just disturbing to
he,
me.
him
I'm gonna
underneath.
just say it. That's just disturbing to me. I don't know what you guys are doing and why, but you need to knock it off. You are exactly who God made you to be. There is nothing you need to change. There is nothing that needs to be shifted. That's just where I stand.
Assuming you have a friend like Demi Lovato saying my pronouns are they, them, are you able to do that? Because I'm just thinking about it and I'm like, I'm sorry guys, the confusion is just too much. The trying to get me, and Demi wasn't saying it in like a, you guys call me this, but it's just the reality of it. Like, how far are we going to take this? How far are we going to let it go in the name of being loving or being, you know, trying to meet them where they're at? Are you going to call someone a they? Which is grammatically incorrect. It just is.
Right. I think personally I would just avoid any type of gender specific nouns, pronouns when it comes to someone who wants to be called they, them.
It's just confusion to a new level. And the idea of just...
You can't be a they, them people. You can't. I'm sorry. Pick one or the other at least.
So you can probably see already they're not being as diplomatic as they used to be. They genuinely seem angry that queer people exist, and they aren't afraid to shout about it. They seem more miserable, they seem more aggressive, more patronizing, and ultimately more hateful. Again, I just want to remind you of Morgan at the start of this video when she was on You Idol, talking about why bullying was wrong and how we need to be kinder to people. Compare that to this Morgan, who is literally screeching and shouting just because a person says they're non-binary, which is something that doesn't even affect Morgan in any way. How can she have gone from this like, hey, anti-bullying is bad and we should all have compassion for people and blah, 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 to like, you can't be who you are. Like, it's such a big change in such a short space of time. But it's not even just the change in their mood over the years. It feels like it was a big change in their mood over just the last few months. But I do think there was an explanation for this. This was also the time that Morgan was starting to get really concerned about her fertility, and she started vlogging her infertility journey, as she called it, over on her vlogging channel. We're going to look at this in the next section, so bear with me here. However, I just wanted to point out that while I don't think there's any excuse for Paul and Morgan being this hateful, and there's no excuse for Morgan talking about other people the way she is, I do think a lot of the anger towards other people was coming from anger and upset at herself because she felt frustrated she couldn't get pregnant. I think that's what ramped up the emotions so much for her. Not excusing it, but I do think it explains it. They were under a hell of a lot of stress at this time as a couple, struggling with infertility, struggling financially, their channel wasn't growing, their views were dropping, and they were still, as always, having marriage issues and arguments.
All right.
All right.
Oh, she did this last time.
Did I?
She put her hand over my mouth. I think
that was in the vlog.
I think it's a little disrespectful. But I love you very much, so I will allow it.
I love you too. I think you speaking over me is a little disrespectful.
When did I do that sometimes? I'm sorry.
Or cutting me off.
I don't mean to do that. I don't mean to do that. My thought is going to be slipping away if I don't. But yes.
That is going to make anyone miserable. I know when I'm going through a bad patch in life, I have way less patience for dealing with people like misogynists and abusers and awful people and, you know, the terrible people doing terrible things that I talk about in my videos. I have no patience for it. Like, you know, recently I've been dealing with this constant pain and it's affected my mood, my life, my energy. And because of that, I just have no patience for bad people anymore. And it's like I had people in my last video defending like rape against children and rape of women and violence and all this sort of stuff and being like, oh, well, you know, this child sexual assault material isn't really child sexual assault material because blah, 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 and excuses. And I'm like, well, no, and I just don't have patience for it. So I ended up just blocking a bunch of people because I'm not going to give a platform to hateful views like that. I'm not going to give a platform to people wanting to defend abuse of children, you know, or art or fiction or books or any media that glorifies the abuse of children. I'm not going to give that a platform. And, you know, maybe at one point I would have been like, oh, well, you know, let them argue it out. This is fine. But I'm like, no. Like, this sort of stuff is really affecting me. Like, I'm already completely drained. I have, like, no energy, no patience. My mood is in the toilet constantly. I'm not going to sit here and watch people defending people hurting children. Like, no. I actually got called a right-wing, puritanical, Christian, fascist, Nazi, racist who hates gay people because I said I didn't agree with raping children. Make it make sense. Like, I don't have time for that nonsense. No, shut up. Anyway, see what I mean? I'm sorry. Anyway, the point is, I understand why they had less patience and were more irritable at the time. I still critique their views. Went off on a tangent then, sorry. I have no patience when it comes to sexual violence against anyone, especially children. Anyway. So, Paul and Morgan, we can understand where they're coming from, but it doesn't excuse it at all, and it doesn't erase the harm they're causing. That's the summary. Between 2021 and now, and it is still absolutely ongoing, America in particular has become such a dangerous place for women and people assigned female at birth. It's become a dangerous place for queer people, for trans people, for immigrants, for people of colour, for disabled people. It is scary, and Paul and Morgan are playing a huge part in cultivating a culture which hates these people for merely existing, and they are, by the people they vote for and the views that they share online, they are petitioning for the basic human rights of these people to be taken away, and that is completely dangerous and can never be excused. I don't care if you're struggling with infertility, you don't try and get people's human rights taken away. It is that simple. I also think it's important to note that most of their hate is targeted towards women. Not all, of course. Paul's racism affects everyone. Well, like all people of colour, you know what I mean, all genders. Words. But on the whole, a lot of it is primarily aimed at women, which is an interesting pattern.
Justin's wife, Haley, got a YouTube channel, posted a video talking about faith, relationship with God, being in the Hollywood scene.
So, as I was watching, my expectations were like here.
Okay.
And then the reality went...
Yeah, I don't like when they lump like anyone that's in opposition to their lifestyle as these hater jerks. Billie Eilish, what has her kind of persona, her public persona been up to this point? It's been baggy clothes, kind of the rebellious, baggy, crazy colored hair, and kind of dark, even some would say demonic. I would probably say that to some extent, but I don't want to go too much into that right now and offend you guys so quickly. But a very dark, almost
heavy, depressing music. And like
image.
Way she carries herself, image.
The dudes on here, I would not encourage you to go look at the images. They're very sensual. I would say they're sensual. The February issue of Cosmopolitan magazine, I'll pop the cover up here. 3 different women on there, and then it appears that these are 2 pages in the magazine, and it's written here describing the issue, I suppose. 11 women, 11 different bodies. Healthy can be a loaded word, as unique to the person that uses it as a fingerprint. We asked these women to open up about their personal journeys to reclaiming healthy as their own. I'm sorry, but just being real, like anyone that's done any research with common sense knows that an obese person, that obesity is not as healthy by a long shot as someone who is in shape. And so for them trying to feed us this in the midst of a pandemic where they're all up in arms about one side of health, and then trying to promote obesity as being healthy, I was thinking to myself, Cosmopolitans should be ashamed of themselves.
It is shameful in my opinion. It's like, this is what we have come to. This is what we're pushing as healthy.
How do I say this? So the Grammys rolled around, I believe it was on Sunday. Morgan and I did not watch much of it at all.
I literally didn't watch any of it.
So. There was one particular performance, I'm just going to say it was grotesque and explicit, involving Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B.
And then, of course, we can't forget all the content they made specifically around the pandemic, like this one, which asks whether Christians should get the COVID vaccine. And they have this guest on, who I think seems to be a family friend. Her name's Mandy. Her qualifications are that she is a mother, so of course she knows everything about vaccines, apparently.
Mom of 7 kids, and she just has a lot of knowledge about vaccines, these type of things.
As a mother, you want to do what's best for your kids, and this is something that over time just became part of our journey based upon things that we saw transpire over the years with our kids and their health. So this is just what moms do.
It's what moms do. Mandy, Morgan, and I, none of us are doctors. We are simply giving our opinion. Granted, some of us may have studied quite a bit, but none of us are doctors, and we are leaving this to you to make your own decisions, but we are allowed to share where we're at with this, are we not?
But as I became a mom and as I began to see things that maybe didn't quite add up, for example, when my second son was born and he was born a month early, and he had this there was discussion that, you know, your baby has this underdeveloped immune system. Let's inject him for a sexually transmitted disease on the first day of his life, when I've already been told that his immune system is underdeveloped. As I grew to learn more about vaccines, there's a lot of ingredients in those vaccines that little kidneys and little babies aren't able to eliminate from their body. I saw a very cookie cutter, one size fits all approach to vaccination. Sure. And you know, there's often this misconception that doctor moms just follow, you know, Jenny McCarthy and Google, but really all of my research out there has come from PubMed.
I am surprised that this video is still online, because YouTube for a while really clamped down on vaccine misinformation and that sort of thing. So I made a video back during the pandemic where I joined an anti-vax Facebook group and spoke about some of the things people... Actually, this may have been pre-pandemic. Yes, I remember now. I joined an anti-vax Facebook group before the pandemic and spoke about some of the misinformation on there and corrected it. And then during the pandemic, I joined an anti-mask Facebook group. That's the one I'm thinking of. And again, talked about a lot of the misinformation, corrected it, and encouraged people to obviously wear masks. And then about a year and a half later, that video got completely blocked and banned on YouTube because they were like, this is spreading misinformation. And I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm correcting the misinformation. And it was a whole thing. And I kicked a bit of a fuss and got it re-reviewed. And the video is back and reinstated and everything like that. And YouTube admitted that they'd made a mistake and it was all good. But my point is, if my video can be false flagged in that way and taken down and then reinstated, why hasn't this one, which is spreading misinformation about vaccines, why is this still up? Seems odd. Anyway.
I never really thought about vaccines or maybe we shouldn't get them. That thought never crossed my mind until meeting Paul and hearing that his whole family had not been vaccinated except for the tetanus shot.
We had very minimal, and some of you guys are going to hear that and gasp. Paul's only had tetanus vaccine. He hasn't had all of the others.
And we're sitting next to him.
And they're not afraid of me.
It?
Morgan married me. Very limited vaccines in my family. My mom didn't feel good about them.
What I think you'll find interesting here is that this is another case of Morgan saying, I didn't believe this thing until meeting Paul, which again is interesting and worth remembering. They were also, I feel like I should add, selling a 21-day weight loss program for a massive $65 to their subscribers, which is definitely a choice. I think, if I'm remembering this correctly, this was run by Paul's dad, and they were getting a cut of money for promoting it. So another side hustle, if you can call it, I guess. Another project that they abandoned. I don't know. Anyway. As they got harsher and more extreme and more harmful with their content, they also started, I think, thankfully, getting quite a lot of pushback. Not only were other YouTubers calling them out, but their own audience was too, and it seems like in every video they were opening with a, hey, please don't come for us, disclaimer. And they were making, oh my god, we got criticized for this thing, response videos more and more often. Not only did they just refuse to listen to anyone and just double down, but they also started to be more racist too. And this is something we'll come back to in a future segment. Don't worry.
If you're on here and you already know no matter what Paul and Morgan say, I just know I'm going to hate their perspective. And I'm going to comment and blah, blah. Like, just, if you know you're not going to like it, why even watch it?
Peace
Just
out.
go ahead and just hop off. If you don't want a Christian perspective, which it's fine, hop off. Hop off, 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 hop it off, hop it off, hop it off, hop it. So, yeah.
Is that a real song?
We're always going to be raw. We're going to be bold. And we desire for you guys, for all of us, to live in more and more freedom. And oftentimes that's going to push against what the culture is trying to feed us. We know that no matter what, this topic is going to get some of you all riled up. It's just the nature of this topic. We know that people are going to be watching that have very strong opinions on this. And we want to say, guys, can we just lower the intensity of those watching that may already be on edge? Can we lower that?
And some of you guys might comment and be like, wow, you're talking about this and you haven't even watched it. Well, from the 23-second GIF thing that we saw, that is all we needed to see. And from the few images that we saw as we were doing some research, again, all we needed to see to know this was disgusting.
And Morgan and I responded to the J-Lo Shakira halftime Super Bowl show. That video has gotten a ton of heat, a ton of backlash.
We're coming back at you even harder.
That's right. We made our video, and we'll post it below if you guys want to go watch that or rewatch it. The comments on that video, and I'm just gonna like read you a few real quick, whether it's people saying they're Christians and then they're bashing us, or people that are just bashing us. We got hit hard. And now here we are, Grammys, and
we have some questions for you people.
let's just look at the comments. One of the top comments says, "That's a lot of words for I'm sexist and racist."
Oh.
Okay, calling us sexist and racist. Whoops. Here's one that says, "This is just so pathetic. Honestly, I almost feel sorry for you, Paul and Morgan. Y'all are so close-minded and bigoted. You can't possibly love others the way you claim to." And just to remind you guys, we said, man, this halftime show with Shakira and J-Lo flaunting their bodies, pole dancing, shaking it all over the place.
Bringing kids onto the stage while wearing promiscuous clothes and shaking their bodies around like crazy nuts.
And so let me keep going. "You, my friend, have lost a subscriber. As a proud Hispanic/Latino and follower of God, I am extremely disappointed in the bigotry and hypocrisy in this video." And the comment goes on.
Wow, that's crazy.
"Unsubscribed. Shielding your eyes from things that can be tempting for you. I respect that, but in regards to other cultures, your ignorance shows."
With these comments and stuff, we also got several comments from other people saying, I'm Latino. This is not right. This is not part of our culture. This is not like, no.
Well, and maybe...
So like pushing back on those types of comments, we did have that.
They were on a bed together. They're dancing together. It was like, to me, lesbian, sexual, pornographic acts. Soft porn, whatever you want to call it. It was very disturbing. So my question would be, is this representative of black culture? And are we not allowed to push back on this? Don't touch this because this is...
This is a cultural thing.
They still made a little bit of relationship content in this time, just not as much as before. Starting in April 2021, Paul and Morgan made Questions I've Never Asked My Husband and Questions I've Never Asked My Wife videos, and honestly they're just very uncomfortable to watch. It feels like Paul in particular is very critical of Morgan, even going as far as to have a say over what clothes she wears, and in a lot of these questions and answers, I feel like these are conversations they should have been having in private, not on camera and posting to the public.
What is your least favorite piece of clothing that I own?
Now there is something that I can answer.
Oh, wow!
Wait, do I have to be honest here? Like, because
yes,
it might be offensive.
I want to know if it's something that I wear all the time, then this is awkward.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to have to narrow it down because a couple come to mind.
Oh!
Are we wanting to be real or not?
You are going down!
Are we wanting to be real or not? I don't love your shirt that says family on it.
Oh, that says we are family?
We are family. I just don't really love that shirt, and it is big, and I don't really like your white hoodie that you were wearing earlier today. All right, next question.
That is a cool hoodie. It says good news, and on the back of it is like this big newspaper, and it says Jesus is King.
It's not the design that's on it. That's pretty cool.
You don't like hoodies at all, though, because you're annoying.
Okay, is this how the whole video is gonna go? Can we get this out there? Is this how the whole video is gonna go? You ask me a question, I answer honestly.
I just have to clarify, he doesn't like hoodies at all. There's not a single hoodie I could find to wear that he'd be like, I love that so much.
And you might be right.
I am right.
But there's also a sweater you have that I don't really love either.
Oh, what? Which one? My dirt bike one?
Actually, I'm coming around to that one. I'm coming around to the dirt bike sweater. All right, next question. But listen,
Trust
you guys.
me, there are plenty of clothes I don't like in Paul's.
And I want to hear.
And we'll get to that in our next video.
I want to hear and make adjustments where necessary. I really do. But you guys, like, I love Morgan so much. She is mindful that, like, clothing and stuff is something I have preferences to. She's mindful and is sweet most of the time.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how well do I kiss? I'm the only woman he's ever kissed.
It's funny because, like, when we were early in marriage, I feel like, and you tell me if you see it differently, but kissing was like a little bit, and maybe this is not good, but kissing like was just like a little bit of a bigger deal. And now, like, we still kiss, but it's not quite the same significance. Is that on me?
It is for me, not for you, you big butthead. It is a little bit on you, I feel like. You don't kiss me as much as you used to.
Wow. These videos really bring out...
And we need to be careful with that, because we're only 5 years into marriage, so what's it going to look like in 15?
This is good. This is good combo. This is real, guys. Like, this is real. But no, that's good. Like, because I'm just articulating where I'm at. Because the question was like, is Morgan, on a scale of 1 to 10, where is she kissing-wise? I probably need... But that's the thing also is like, when it comes to intimacy, I am wanting to take time and go slow. It's not like I'm just trying to like move on from that.
But sometimes you don't even start out with that.
I will intentionally try to pay more attention to kissing.
There we go. Guys, I'll let you know in a few weeks how he's done.
Well, okay. I mean, I'll just be honest with the first thing that came to my mind.
Okay.
And as you said earlier, part of this might be because it's that time of month. But Morgan is quite emotional and feels stuff. And the way that she feels, the emotions, plays a pretty big part in how that day is going to go for her. And so if she wakes up and she has significant emotions about life, it's probably going to make your day harder. And earlier I was just encouraging her, all of us that are emotional, like emotions aren't bad, but let's make sure that we don't give them too much power over how our day's going to go. And I just want to like preach the word and say, look, Morgan, like, be joyful always.
And we all know that's really helpful.
Give thanks in all circumstances, it says in Thessalonians. And Morgan, what's one way you feel misunderstood online?
I feel like the most common misconception about me is that I'm like this really hyped up, fiery, like, bah, bah, bah person. And like, I don't know how to chill and just have a fun time. That's just like the furthest thing from the truth. I'm fiery for sure. And anyone in my personal life knows that.
I know that.
But like, I know how to have a good time.
You're also really relaxed as well.
Yeah. I just feel like anyone that I've met from online in person, they're just like, that didn't like me online, but then met me in person, they're like, wow, like, I really had the wrong idea about you.
Oh.
Which I don't know what that says. Like, do I need to act different online? Like, I feel like I'm myself online and offline, but I think those people that think that are people who set out to not really want to like me.
Because you're pretty goofy.
Yeah.
Online as well. All right, I wasn't sure about asking this question, but I do think it needs to be asked because of the direction that it went in our last video. Let's go ahead and swing it your way.
Okay.
What's your least favorite piece of clothing? What's your least favorite piece of clothing that I wear?
Oh, you weren't going to ask this, huh?
Well, I wasn't
Are
sure
you
about
scared?
it. Just answer the question. All right, next question.
It's not that, like, yeah, you probably have stuff in your wardrobe that I'm just like, don't love that. But I think it's more actually that you wear certain pieces so much that I'm just like, do you have anything else in your drawers or your closet? Like, please change it up.
It's like what I said at the very start of this video. I think they've spent so much of their marriage on camera that they don't necessarily know who they are as a couple off camera. So they use these types of very public videos to air out a lot of their issues and talk about things that they should be talking about in private. But of course, the public are watching these and can criticize them for it, and that can't be helpful at all. In any relationship, you have to have often difficult conversations and be like, hey, like, what are our boundaries here? How do we feel about this? I feel like this, you feel this, how do we compromise? They're normal parts of a relationship, but it feels like Paul and Morgan only or primarily do that stuff on camera with tens of thousands of people watching and weighing in and judging, and that can't be healthy. And I'm not saying people shouldn't comment on or critique the public videos they put out. Of course people are going to, because it's public. Like, we see stuff, we consume it, we have an opinion, we feel the need to say something. And especially when we think people are being hurt by it, of course we want to talk about it, right? So I'm not saying people shouldn't talk about this stuff, but I'm saying maybe they shouldn't be posting it. We don't need to see these intimate parts of your marriage. And I don't want this to be victim blaming, and, you know, because I don't want this to be like, oh, well, you know, you shouldn't be wearing this skirt, you shouldn't have posted the video. But I do feel like this is a little bit different because, like, maybe you shouldn't be posting the videos. The next clip I want to show you is gross and serves no purpose other than to show Paul and Morgan's views on bodily functions are very different to what they were a few years ago. Remember Michael and his women shouldn't have bodily functions argument, and Paul being like, yeah, bro, you're right, bro, yeah. Then we get this. Paul is also a bit of a hypocrite, and Morgan is... I don't even know what to say about this clip. I'm sorry, it's gross. I just want to prove a point that they keep changing their mind about things.
Literally 2 years into marriage, still hadn't farted in front of him.
2 years. She went 2 years. Bless you. Bless you.
I just personally, like, that's just my, like, I don't want to fart in front of my husband. That's weird to me. So 2 years go by, hadn't done it. We go on this camping trip with Paul and his parents, his brother. Him and his brother were literally farting the entire week, non-stop.
Hey.
Non-stop.
Okay. Oh.
In this tiny RV.
I'm sorry.
It's not tiny, but it's tiny when
I'm
all of us
sorry.
are in it.
S'mores, baked beans, hot dogs, cream soda. You know, it's moving from a healthy diet to who knows what you even call that.
So, we're literally in the outdoors. They couldn't have literally stepped less than 12 inches out to the door of the RV, farted out there, okay. Let it air out,
I'm
and then
owning
came
it.
in.
It was my bad.
No.
But go back to the original question.
So, I am, like, getting sick of it because they're disgusting smelly.
Okay, this is too much detail.
Like, I can't sleep. They're so smelly. So one night, we're all about to go to bed. Me and Paul in this pull-out couch thing of his brother and his 2 kids up in this other area. They decide, all 4 of them decide to, like, let them rip right before we go to sleep.
This is way too many details.
So... I decide I'm over it. I've gone 2 years. I have not allowed my husband to witness this. I'm done. I literally jump on him. I sit on his face and I fart in his face.
That is way too many details.
They needed to know why I decided to do that.
Guys,
because
the
that's
question
vulgar. That I sat on his face and I farted, but I needed you guys to understand why I was led to do this.
This question should really be, Paul, how are you doing since this happened? Like, how's the PTSD? Has there been long-term trauma? And the answer is, it caught me off guard. It was scary. It was scary.
He goes,
It was traumatizing for the whole RV that witnessed it.
And that taught him, because he stopped after that, at least for that night.
Last video I made on Paul and Morgan on this very channel was about how we all need to know less about each other and the problems with oversharing online. Clearly oversharing is not a new phenomenon for them. We didn't all need to hear this, but I did hear it, so now so do all of you. Suffer with me. A few months later they did another Q&A where they opened by admitting this.
To the unfiltered Q&A part. Morgan, are there going to be any questions? I haven't seen very many of the questions. Am I going to feel awkward answering these?
Probably, honestly. There are some pretty juicy questions that we're going to answer because why not? What else do we have going for us?
Well, our reputations, our channel.
I don't think any of this will hurt that.
There's nothing we've done that's crazy. You know what?
Let's go.
There's a few other interesting bits in this video too. Here's Morgan talking about how biblical submission as a wife doesn't come naturally to her, even though I thought that was what God was supposed to make us do. Just make us submit naturally. We're just all women naturally. And come on.
Was it hard for Morgan to practice submission ever? Or is it hard for Morgan to submit to Paul? It's stinking hard. Are you kidding me?
Oh, there we go.
It is hard, you guys. It's hard for someone like me who, it's gonna be hard for anyone probably, but no, there are some women out there that it's just easy to go with the flow and do whatever. But for me, I am a very strong-willed, independent, sassy leader.
She's a firecracker. She has leader tendencies.
Yeah, and so for me to, you know, just sometimes Paul and I go head to head in a decision or in a thing, whatever, and I don't maybe see eye to eye with him, like, it's hard for me to be like, you know, I'm gonna submit to this even though I don't agree. But I am learning. I've come a long way. I still have a long way to go, and Paul still is learning what it looks like to lead me, and he's got a long way to go in that as well, but he does a very good job.
There's some bits I'm not sure I believe. Here's Paul talking about how their sex life is the best it's ever been and they still have a spark and it all sounds great.
Next question, do you still have the spark?
Oh, the spark.
Okay, candid. What's the word we're using in the... Unfiltered. I would say that our, just being real, sex now is definitely the best it's ever been. So when you talk about do you still have the spark, if we're talking within sexual intimacy, I would say very much so. Like the spark is growing into a full-on vibrant flame.
Except here's a clip of Morgan a couple of years later talking about what this period was really like when she featured on Bethany Beal's Sex Course for Married Women. She says that they were still trying to make it fun, but she also talks about how sometimes it felt like a burden and it was something that they just had to schedule and get on with. She describes it as trying but good, and I'm not sure how much I believe that latter half, but I think their feelings around it all are a lot more complex than they let on, and that's completely understandable. I feel like Morgan years later saying trying but good, we just had to get on with it, we had to schedule it, and Paul being like, oh, we still have a spark, it's better than ever. Maybe they just had very different experiences during this time.
But I want to know, for you, someone who struggled with infertility for 5 years, what did your intimacy look like during that time? Were there low moments where it felt like, okay, I'm just going through the motions because I want to have a baby? Can you give us some insight? Like, what does that look like?
Oh, it's so hard. It's so hard because, yeah, it's like, you know when you have to have sex to create life within you. Yeah. And so, and if you have been struggling to get pregnant, you've been tracking your cycles, you know the days. And yeah, like it can become an obsession and it can become dangerous, but so it's like, how though? Because I know I have to be aware of this stuff. Yes. And also, how do I not let it become so like obsessive? And yeah, I think for me, it took me a while to get to this point. Like, I don't even know, maybe a year, 2 years, I don't know. The last 2-ish years of us trying to get pregnant. Yeah. I really had to look at this journey of trying to get pregnant as a fun one, as an exciting one. And yes, disappointment came through the months and months of seeing the negative pregnancy tests, but being able to balance that out with, but this is fun and I'm making memories with my husband and like, you know, this is good. Like, it's good in growing me, it's growing Paul, it's growing us as a married couple, as separate individuals, and yeah, having that mindset of like, this is trying, but it's good. Yeah. I think like when we start having intentional sex to try and get pregnant, and like it doesn't happen immediately and we go months or even years, we immediately get the mindset of, I'm having sex to get pregnant. And it's like, well, like, yes, you are, but also you're not. Like, sex is so much more than just trying to get pregnant. And like, you know, we got to the point where we were like, I was taking injections, trigger shots with hormones. And so it was like, yeah, you had to have sex like right after you did the shot, and then like 6 hours later, and like something insane, like 2 times a day, 3 times a day, and it was like, oh my goodness, this is insane. And so like for me, I had to really intentionally with my own mind, whether Paul knew or not, like know that, okay, yes, we're having sex for a specific reason and because the doctor said we have to have it here and now, but then tomorrow or the next day, like I'm gonna make sure that we have sex, and it's for no other reason than to just be with my husband in that way.
Do you think it's okay to have some times where you're like, okay, there is a schedule, we do have to follow it, so this might just be a little bit more practical, medical, like is it okay to have that separation, like, hey, we don't have all day, like you've got to get to work, or we're exhausted, like we've just got to kind of like make this happen? Is that part of it?
I think so, yeah. And I think honestly you have to talk about it with your husband of like, yeah, there are just gonna be some times where we just get it done to get it done. It becomes so draining and exhausting and sad because you're not connecting with your spouse as you should be, you know?
So overall, this is where they were in their marriage pre-pregnancy, and for all I've said, this was probably the healthiest spot they'd been in so far, but it was not without its problems. That said, I think this was their peak. I think this is when they were happiest, healthiest, everything was good, and then it wasn't. So let's take a look next at Morgan's solo vlogs, because as I mentioned earlier, Morgan, as miserable as she seemed in a lot of the main channel videos, was also solo vlogging at this time, and one of the big series she had was following her problems with infertility. However, not everything on this channel was about infertility, so she started trying to make some cute coupley videos and just showing off her day-to-day life a bit. She was also trying to be an interior designer at this point, and she had one client, her sister, and then she never did it again. They really do try out a lot of careers, but nothing much ever really sticks. It's interesting.
What's up, y'all? Welcome to my vlog channel. Morgan's Vlogs, Morgan's Mind. I don't really know what to call it quite yet, so hopefully by the time this video is up, I'll have figured that out. But just bring you all along in my life journey of being of being a wife, of learning what it means to be a homemaker.
You hoping to get some treats?
Squishy sit. Pop.
Good girl.
Yeah, so cute.
Hey you guys, this is a little bit of a different style video if you haven't already gotten that vibe. But I wanted to welcome you guys into our night in with Paul and Morgan.
Welcome everybody to Chef Paulo's kitchen. As you could probably tell, but maybe you couldn't tell at all, and it's a mystery, I am making my signature fried rice. If I decided, Paul, it's time to pursue being a chef, I would be a good chef.
He would.
But I just have too much other stuff.
Right. If you wanted this to be one of your hobbies, like you would become really good at it.
I'd be a good chef.
I have my first design client, you guys. It's exciting. Get ready to find out who it is. It's my sister. I've helped my older sister Megan in the past with some design stuff, but today I am going to be showing her some design plans. We've already talked about what she wants to do a little bit, but we're going to be redoing her master bedroom. Her and her husband just moved into a beautiful house, but they want to redo their master bedroom. And so, of course, I was like, yes, I want to help you.
There There was also an idea at this point of her making a series called Coziest Couch Conversations, but she only ever made one episode where Paul was her guest. She had all these big ideas to get other guests on and do all this stuff, and then again, that never happened. Yeah. This episode, though, with Paul was a roller coaster. This took place after the collab with Jaclyn Glenn, which we're going to be talking about in the next segment, because it's a big chunky one and there's a lot to say about it. And it started off quite nicely. They were being silly with each other. It seemed calmer than their main channel videos. It felt like they were quieter, more real, less performative. Paul just kind of sat back and let Morgan lead the conversation without interrupting her or talking over her constantly. It was actually really nice to see and really nice to watch. It felt real. It felt like a real couple who actually liked each other. It was nice.
We're going to be bringing on guests from all over the universe and having just cozy conversations with them. I want them to be cozy, comfortable, so that I can ask them very uncomfortable questions.
Wait. What did I sign up for? Ask me very uncomfortable questions?
Yeah, but don't worry, you're going to be comfortable, so it's fine. Here we go. Who are you?
Who am I? My name is Paul Abraham Olli. I'm 31 years old, a white Caucasian male from Kentucky.
How tall are you?
6'1.5".
What made you decide YouTube was the route that you wanted to go?
I don't know. I looked at YouTube as a place where I could put out content and it had potential of reaching a lot of people. That is a good feeling to me.
He was also really self-aware for a while about how people perceive him and how he responds to critics and commenters.
Yeah. With the platform that you've created and the videos that we've put out, we and you have received backlash a good amount of times for videos that we put out, and we get comments, a good amount, and messages of just people kind of like going ahead and perceiving like you as a person just from what they've taken from certain videos. And these are people who maybe are not actually willing to try to get to know you, really know you, or try to get to know me, but maybe some of them are and they still feel this way. So
Sure.
One of the popular ideas about who Paul is that he is this conceited, cocky man. And I want to know, why do you think people think that about you?
When I think of the negative comments and hate comments that we've gotten specifically against me, is that a trend? Do you feel like that's a trend?
That's the messages that I get from people that are like, why would you ever marry such a selfish, conceitful man or conceited man? And I'm just like, what? Yeah, probably.
But ever since the Jaclyn Glenn video, that created a lot more of people saying, Morgan, you need to get out of that relationship because Paul is emotionally abusive, all that stuff. So I guess that now has kind of given people a stigma of Paul is controlling and Paul is abusive
and selfish. And
so I guess that probably could tie into like that he's proud and conceited. All right, I just don't give much time to it.
Yeah.
If I see it, whatever, move on. So yeah, the like attacks against me, they really don't get to me.
They really don't. I can speak as his wife and a woman who lives with him every single day of his life. I don't think I've ever seen that get to you.
There have been a few times, like say in the last 2 months, a couple times maybe, where I'll read a comment and it will hit me a little bit. But that it hasn't necessarily, I don't think any of them have been attacks against me. They've been more like challenging our perspective, challenging our stance on something. And that, when you have a person or a decent amount of people comment on a video and saying you guys are wrong, or like, you guys should be ashamed of this view, that can become a little heavy. And I'll tend to think about our stance, why we believe that. And so that's more of what'll get to me than just an attack on me. And probably because like I'm just confident in who I am, and I'm confident that I have people that I trust that will call me out.
It's funny because I can see why people would think that in some of our videos. Like he said, like him kissing his biceps or like saying something goofy or whatever, like purposefully acting kind of cocky. And it's just like, I know that he's like 1,000% joking, but people that are watching and don't know Paul are like, my goodness, this guy.
I personally feel, and I could be wrong, but I feel like if someone watches our channel and already maybe dislikes our conservative Christian perspectives, we say stuff that's kind of hard to hear sometimes. And I'm not saying it's like always right, but we go there. So if you're already coming in disliking what we're saying, then it'll be easier to find things you don't like about our personality or our character or the way we're coming across.
But then he goes and ruins it by saying he just has no emotions when his wife is upset, and this is just concerning and odd. It feels like every time I feel myself feeling empathy for either of them or enjoying their content, they go and do something to immediately ruin it.
Well, how does it make you feel when you see your wife, me, crying or hurt from videos or things people have said?
How does that feel?
Yeah, how does it make you feel?
I think with my ADHD and learning disabilities, I don't really feel. So that helps. That helps quite a bit.
That's true, guys. That's honestly so true.
I think my feeling radar, and that was kind of a joke, you guys. That was kind of a joke. But my feeling emotion radar, like I definitely have emotions, but I think it's not maybe normal.
It's not. It's not.
The best word I have, or the best description I have for my experience making this video series and researching it, was emotional whiplash. Because I kept feeling like I was being pulled all over and all my emotions going... It was a lot. In July 2021, Paul and Morgan well, it wasn't really celebrated, it's the wrong word. Paul and Morgan had their 5th wedding anniversary, and Morgan marked this occasion by vlogging the day and talking about the ups and downs of their marriage. It's a lot of like, we used to be in this awful place, but now we're in a better place. Honest.
So, I won't, this won't be all lovey-dovey and butterflies. It'll be a little bit of that and a little bit of like, here's the hardships that we've had to go through. So our first year of marriage was incredibly hard, not gonna lie. I think Paul and I just two very, very different people, and we didn't realize how different we were. We didn't realize how much communication we actually needed in our marriage because we didn't realize how different we were and how like we thought a lot differently than one another. So that was a huge challenge, and just trying to figure out how to love one another because we both, like, our love languages are very different. So yeah, that was an interesting time to try and work through. Also, I was struggling still with depression and anxiety. There's a different kind of pain that you experience in marriage because it's like, it's heartbreak. It's when like your spouse or you just don't understand something, and so like you get into an argument, you get into a disagreement, and like there's just this like confusion and anger and hurt and frustration that is just so painful. But it's like, it's almost like heartbreak, but it's like, that you're gonna heal and recover from this, but having to go through the heartbreak and the pain, it's like, it's just something that you don't experience until you're in marriage. Then you get through it and it's like that pain doesn't even matter anymore. Like, I look back at the stuff that happened and like I'm totally healed and recovered from that. Yeah, my patience still has a long way to go, but it's definitely grown. In like, because I remember when Paul...
It has. Oh man, it has.
Paul would get into his head and it would drive me insane. Like, I would kind of be mean. Like, I would just be like, get over it! Like, what is wrong with you? Why can't you move past this? And like, I just had no patience. And luckily, 1, you're not upping your head as much as you used to be when we first got married, but 2, I have, like, for the most part, gotten better at being like, it's okay, babe.
Yeah, it has. And I mean, just one thing that comes to my mind, early on in our marriage when we used to be driving and I would like not get in the right lane, like the lane to turn, the turning lane as quick as Morgan would like, or maybe I would like miss a turn or go away that she wasn't thinking. she would like snap at me, and it would like not be fun driving. And she has gotten a lot more patient about just letting me drive. I don't know.
I do believe them. I do believe they were in a better place here and this was their high point, but I also kind of feel like it went downhill after this. The final content I want to touch on in this section is Morgan's infertility experience, and she made a lot of videos about this on her vlog channel. Now, obviously this is a difficult subject, and as much as we can critique Morgan for many of her views and actions, I think when it comes to her infertility struggles, this is something we have to be sensitive and non-judgmental about. It was really brave of her to share her experiences here, and I think it's important that we cover it at least briefly because it shows us how much she was struggling at this time, and maybe explains why she got meaner and grumpier on their main channel in general. Maybe kind of, I don't know. She even admits at several points in these vlogs that she just hasn't wanted to get on camera, and that got even worse when she found out that the holistic specialist she'd been seeing to help her with her fertility issues had actually been making things worse. She did include shots in these vlogs of her taking pregnancy tests and just sobbing when they were negative, and I don't understand how anyone could watch these and not feel sorry for her. You really do, like, just, you want to give her a big hug. You do. Ultimately, though, this did end in Morgan finding out she was pregnant, and again, the joy in this video is genuinely lovely. You can dislike Morgan as much as you want, and I do, but I think there's real joy here, and it's lovely to see, and you do genuinely feel so happy for her.
I feel like something I'm coming to realize is that I need to be careful with not taking this time in my life of being married without children for granted. Like, I can't forget that this is a really beautiful stage in life that, like, Paul and I will not get back until after our kids are grown and gone, and it'll be much different then. And also just, like, yeah, trying not to get so wrapped up in getting pregnant that I forget to enjoy being not pregnant and not having kids, and being okay with, like, it just being me and Paul and Squishy. Like, it's a beautiful thing. Not in my normal cheery mood, really. And it's been like this for a little while now. This past month and a half has just been like a really challenging month and a half. I don't really, like, love being in front of the camera right now. It's been hard for me to film, like, the Paul and Morgan videos and go live because I just feel like it's kind of fake because I just don't have a whole lot of energy or motivation, or I don't want to say joy because I have the joy of the Lord with me always, but sometimes that joy is a little harder to hold on to than other times. As you guys know, I have been on a fertility journey for 4.5 years. Paul and I have had unprotected sex. We have just left that totally up to the Lord. And over the past, I'd say 2.5, 3 years, we've been, like, actively trying to have a child, and nothing has happened. So for the past year, I have been seeing a doctor who is not a fertility specialist, is more like a holistic, naturopath, whole body, gut health, brain health, whatever type doctor. And after a year of nothing happening or changing, I decided, okay, I'm gonna go see a fertility specialist. So I've been seeing a fertility specialist, and she told me basically that the past year I have kind of made things worse. She didn't say I made things worse. She said my doctor made things worse. She was like, whatever this doctor was having you do, it was not what needed to be done for you to get in the perfect health to have a child. She was like, actually, whatever she was having you do, all the stuff she was having you do, the medications that she put me on, she was like, it kind of made things worse. And almost, like, the best way I can describe it is I basically was on birth control for the past year. Without being on birth control. Well, right now, I just feel like I'm just, like, in a state of grief. I don't know what state. I've felt the anger, the denial, the sadness, the whatever. I don't know, all the stages of grief. And this was like literally yesterday for me. So I haven't quite totally processed it, if you can't tell. But I'm just really sad. And like if I think about it for more than a few minutes, I start to cry. I never thought that I would struggle with fertility. I never even knew that that really was a thing, honestly. I never thought that I would pee on a stick over and over and over again for 5 years and consistently see not pregnant every single time. Except for that one time I did get a false positive. That was really fun. Not. Because month after month of being told you're not pregnant is incredibly draining, exhausting, and heartbreaking. Literally having to take injections to try and get pregnant. I'm shaking right now. It's been a week since I've taken a pregnancy test. And I still haven't started my period. Hey guys. They're gonna sit there for 3 minutes? Yeah. Oh god. I don't ever like leave the whole 3 minutes then. Oh boy. So does it just pop up then? Negative or positive? Is it pregnant or not pregnant? It says those words. Oh, I used to wait till it looks like. No way.
Sadly, again, I feel like this is one of their high points, and after this, it all seemed to go downhill again. Morgan did vlog her whole pregnancy, and we will cover that in a later section. But first, I want to cover something else big that happened during this era, and that was the collaboration with atheist YouTuber Jaclyn Glenn. Over the years, Jaclyn Glenn had made a number of response videos to Paul and Morgan, as had many of us. However, I do think Jaclyn, as much as I like her as a person, and I think she's very lovely in person, you have to admit her videos were some of the harshest ones out there. She was very mocking, she was scathing, she was snarky. You can't deny that.
Because I'm starting to think maybe you're full of shit.
It looks like they're happy. Good for them. Super annoying, but good for them. I feel for them. I kind of feel bad for them because, like I said, I myself was very similar and I know how unhappy I was. It's incredibly stressful to live life the way that they're living life.
However, at some point, Jaclyn and her husband David went for dinner with Paul and Morgan, and then a few months later, Jaclyn made a video about Jesse Lee Peterson titled "Should Women Be Educated?" and Paul and Morgan decided to respond back to her. This was in August 2021, so they weren't even responding to a response video about them, but another video of hers.
Paul and Morgan, I saw a picture with you and Jaclyn Glenn and her husband David. What is going on?
So a month or two ago, we got dinner with Jaclyn and her husband David in Nashville. We reached out to them, said, hey, want to get some dinner? We'll be in Nashville. She said yes. So we got dinner. We hung out for several hours. It was a really good time. We just got to know each other, chat about life.
Yeah, it was just really blessed. And I think we all four of us left, I think, feeling like friends. That said, there are still some very significant differences, obviously, in
fine.
the Paul and Morgan Show being a conservative Christian channel and Jaclyn's channel, which is, I mean, she's very outspoken about being an atheist. Major differences. In today's video, Paul and Morgan, Jaclyn Glenn's 2 favorite conservative Christians.
Oh my, wow.
Is that, okay.
I'm sorry, Jaclyn.
We are up there. I think we are. This was mainly Morgan's idea, but I feel good about it, I think. No, I feel good about it. What are we doing, Morgan?
Okay, Jaclyn Glenn made a video on Jesse Lee Peterson and a conversation that he had with a group of guys talking about, should we have educated women?
Was it a big mistake to educate women?
Now, this video was a pretty huge deal because I think this was the first time, or at least one of the first times, that I'd seen them push back against a conservative Christian creator for being too conservative.
So why was it a big mistake to educate women?
Because look at them. They're already like conceited and think that they know better without that stuff. And then when they get the education, and by the way, education is like geared towards girls now.
Yeah.
It's like, I
It's a
don't know
girl-
if it's meant to be like that.
It's a girl education,
and
it's weak.
I mean, just look at them.
Because look at him.
Jesse talks with a little bit. Sometimes it's kind of hard to understand him. First he asks, was it a mistake to educate women? And then he says, why was it a big mistake?
Because look at him.
Jesse Lee Peterson's got a YouTube channel with 319,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
I'm listening to this and I'm like, wow, all 4 guys are in agreement pretty much talking about should women be educated, and we're going to get to some more clips, but
In just getting ready for this video, I did watch a few other of his videos, and yeah, I mean, this is very, very normal of
so
him.
he's just this bold, this in your face, triggering.
Stir the pot, infuriate people.
I do kind of wonder how much of it is he's purposefully trying to be inflammatory, or if it's just truly deeply held beliefs by him. Pretty much that clip was one of his co-hosts, I guess. Anything stand out to you there?
Look at them. They're so conceited already before education. I just think that's so, like, what the heck? And Jaclyn mentioned this as well. You're literally saying women are conceited, yet you're sitting here, like, on your high and mighty horse. Who the heck are you? Like,
Well,
you
so
sound
Morgan,
so conceited.
You're getting already pretty fired up. Yes, I feel like right out of the gate, the start was not
It
great.
was terrible. It was terrible.
Unless their goal, the 4 of theirs goal, is to just completely trigger.
They actually most agreed with Jaclyn and said that yes, Jesse Lee Peterson was going too far, and they started asking if he was purposely being controversial, and I see the irony there. And Morgan was genuinely getting mad about some of the things he said, and they were both agreeing with Jaclyn. So do you see, Morgan can get angry about important things, and I just feel like if she directed her anger towards helping people instead of being a bigot, the world would be a much better place. So it seemed like Paul and Morgan were making steps in the right direction, right? Maybe not, no. A few months later, in December 2021, Paul and Morgan and Jaclyn and David collabed, which resulted in 2 big videos being posted on each of, well, 1 big video on each of their channels, 2 videos total. This all seemed really positive and great. And, you know, I've met Jaclyn and David when they were in London a few years back, and they are lovely people. They're very nice. So I can understand, like, that they would be very welcoming to Paul and Morgan. They'd make them feel comfortable. They'd be nice to them, because that's just who Jaclyn and David are, right?
What's up, everybody, and welcome to another video on my channel. In this video, we're going to be talking about Paul and Morgan because, whew, I got some stuff to say about them.
Yeah.
Be nice.
A few months back, Morgan reached out, and I totally didn't even know that she messaged me. And sorry.
It's okay.
And David actually got a message and let me know that you wanted to hang out because you were going to be in Nashville.
Yep.
So we all got dinner and posted a picture, and that was received.
Interestingly?
I'll say it was received. Some people were happy, some people were less than thrilled. Since our last meeting, things have kind of changed in an interesting way. You guys got to have a conversation with the one, the only, Jesse Lee Peterson.
Amazing!
It does feel a lot like maybe they bonded over having a common not necessarily enemy, but like, that's the best word, like a common enemy in Jesse Lee Peterson, and having interesting experiences with him. I feel like they did kind of bond over that and they had something in common there. Morgan even says something very interesting here, because it's like she experienced religious misogyny overtly for the first time in her life and she was shocked by it. And it's a genuine shame to see that after seeing this misogyny and being like, whoa, 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 this isn't right, she did go straight back to anti-feminist content after this, because I feel like it could have been a great learning moment for her.
I remember just the week after the interview, I literally, like, I struggled with just, like, my view towards men in general.
Aww,
like,
Jessie.
I was just so hurt by how they treated me. It was weird. And, like, I don't know,
Oh, double hug.
I like had never been treated like that by a group of men.
It was
and
pretty shocking.
In that way. Like, that was just a whole new experience, and I was just like, wow.
Did it feel that he was like able to speak to you in that way because of his beliefs, because of like his Bible element of it?
Yeah, I mean, just all of his views on women. I mean, like, and it just, when I even said, I think I said in our video, and I said to him, like, I feel like you hate women, and he was like, I don't hate women, I love women.
It's pretty good impression.
Before we look at any more of that video between Jaclyn and Paul and Morgan, I just want to take a moment to go back in time to look at the Jesse Lee Peterson video where Paul and Morgan debated him for a moment, because I think it provides good context. So this was posted on Jesse's YouTube channel.
A couple weeks ago, my experts and I had a discussion about women who vote. And we said that one of the worst mistakes that America made is to allow women to vote. I mean, to be educated. And that an educated woman would never make for a good wife or mother. And that a man should never marry an educated woman for that reason, my experts and I.
So what do you respond when someone watches your show and says, man, it just feels like you're leaning really heavily more on the negative hate stuff?
I understand that it's a blind person who cannot see. And so it's not personal, they just can't see.
Sometimes we're just like, our jaws are on the floor. So you do have people in our camp that aren't like this guy that called in, but that are just like, this guy is such an extremist. So I don't know. I know you know this, but
I don't know that.
You do.
Give me an example of an inflammatory or extremist.
We can do it.
Something like that you said?
Yes. Yes.
Everything a woman touches turns to hell.
Right.
And I quote.
Can you give me and I'm sticking to that because it's so true. If you notice, when men are not there to guide women in how to raise their children, the children end up becoming drug addicts and angry, immoral, emotional, depressed. They have no peace. Because women don't know how to raise children. They need the light of the father to guide them. Of their husband to guide them in raising children.
But like, everything a woman touches turns to hell.
Yeah.
Can we like at least narrow that and clarify that a little bit?
Oh, okay. All things that women touches turn to dust.
Do you think that...
Do you disagree with that?
In a lot of what you said, yes, but do you think that...
Yes, you
do
disagree.
Agree with him? You agree with him in a lot of what he said, or you...
Disagree. I disagree.
What have I said that you disagree with about in those statements?
I think to say that all things women touch turns to hell, I just feel like is a very drastic statement. I definitely see what you're saying in that, yes, there's a lot of crap in schools, and that's why Paul and I have made the personal decision to homeschool our children when we have kids.
Yeah.
I think whether women or men were in charge, because we live in a fallen world, schools are gonna become further and further away from God, in my opinion, the further we get away from God as a country as a whole.
But it wouldn't do that if men were in charge. And the reason for that is that God above is the man's God, and the God below is the woman's God. Morgan, let me ask, is Paul the head of you?
Yes, he is.
And do you obey him?
I do my best. I'm not perfect.
Do you obey him?
Yes, I try.
Do you obey him?
Hey, real quick, Jesse.
Hold
if
on,
nothing
Paul.
else,
Hold on, Paul. Don't
no,
save
if
her.
nothing else, you
Hold
can
on,
be
Paul. Don't
you can be
save her.
funny. You can be enjoyable to listen to. I'm going to admit that.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Do you obey him, Morgan?
Yes, I do.
You do? And
Yep.
how does he deal with the hell in you when it comes out? How does Paul handle that?
When the hell comes out of me.
Yes.
You say when the hell comes out, how does Paul handle it?
Right.
What about, I mean, so you would also say that goes both ways. What about when the hell comes out of the man, the Christian man? How does she put up with that,
I didn't think that you said you were born with, you believed in Jesus, right?
Yes.
So I didn't think you had hell coming out of you. You still have hell coming out of you?
But
I said I believe
she
in
believes
Jesus.
in Jesus.
Right.
Where's the difference?
But I'll get to that in a minute. Make sure
I want to hear it.
Right.
Don't you skirt around this.
I won't at all, but I want to get this. Are you saying that even though you believe in Jesus, you still have hell coming out of you?
Hell is a strong word that you used, and we're just coasting on that one.
Have you forgiven your mother?
For what?
For imposing her will upon you.
For raising me the way she wanted to raise me.
Right.
My mom is an amazing woman of God, and
oh Lord, those are the worst ones.
She was not perfect growing up, but she loved me deeply and laid her life down for her children.
Her mom was a good woman.
No such thing.
Yes,
there is, buddy.
And
so have you forgiven her, Morgan?
So one of my biggest concerns is seeing the way you guys, the four of you, all the experts, were talking among yourselves, and you were focusing so heavily on here's what's the issues with the women. It's obviously everything they touch turns to hell. Like, okay, why aren't you bringing the men into the equation? Because one of your statements on your videos is kind of like helping the household by helping the men.
Rebuilding the family by rebuilding the man.
Yeah, so why...
We deal with men issues all the time.
Don't you think it would be profitable, though, to really just go after the men and say, men, let's rise up to be all God wants us to be the leaders God wants us to be? At least put like half of that or some of that on the men, but it seems like you guys focus so heavily on why the women are all the problem.
We deal with both because when men turn away from their mothers and back to the fathers, they're going to bring the women under control. They're going to bring the women to order.
At least the video we watched, it was all about the women.
No, watch
and how
more.
Bad they are.
On that video, it was about, because a lot of men are catching hell from educated women, and we're telling them, don't marry these women. They think that they're equal to men.
I do have to give credit where it's due, and I think it was nice to see Paul and Morgan push back a bit here. I really do commend Paul for stepping in and standing up for both Morgan and his mother-in-law and being like, whoa, no, this is not okay. I do find it interesting that there was more pushback here than Jaclyn ever gave them in their collab, which is interesting. But I guess you could say the videos fulfill different purposes. Like I say, I think Paul and Morgan have been exposed to subtle, covert misogyny through their churches, family, and friends for their whole life, and they often perpetuate that message and ideology in their own content. However, I think this was the first time they ever came face to face with such overt misogyny, and they've noticed that it affected them, or Morgan at least, and realized, hey, this isn't a nice feeling, is it? I just find it confusing and a little frustrating that Morgan can be so opposed to this and then still go on to say, yes, but I'm an anti-feminist, and promote anti-feminist messaging on her channels. Feminism is what stops all men from being like this. Feminism is what allows Morgan to have a YouTube channel and a voice and her own income and be able to choose her own husband. Unless you're okay with all men speaking to you like Jessie Lee Peterson was here, then you need feminism and are to some extent a feminist. But back to the Jaclyn and Paul and Morgan collab, and yeah, I think one of the things was a little frustrating to watch is there was a lot of them like agreeing with each other on things and then being like, oh, we disagree on this, but then there was never any pushback. They never looked at why they disagreed or dived deeper into it. And I feel like this is the same pattern we saw with the Bethany Beal Zelf collab too. A lot of people hyped it up, and the people involved were like, we're such good friends. And people thought it was going to get these Fundies to change their mind and be better people, or at least see them challenged on some of their more harmful ideas. But ultimately, it was all just a bit performative and didn't really do much. The friendships didn't continue long term. The Fundies went back to being crappy people just as before, and that was it. They weren't challenged. They didn't come away with any different ideas. It gave them a little bit of a positive image boost for a while, but didn't do any long-term change. But I don't know, maybe I'm just being cynical of YouTube friendships in general. Paul did point out that he found their conversation more challenging than the conversations he has with his Christian friends, but I don't really think it had any long-term consequences, since he said it felt like it just solidified his own bigoted position. He didn't use the word bigoted, I did, but you get the idea.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Jaclyn, because I was thinking about it. Some of our conversations perhaps are more challenging than if we were just hanging out with our Christian friends. But it is, and it might sound kind of weird, but I think it's just the reality, and maybe it's the same with you guys. Like, you all could be hanging out with friends that are very like-minded, and it just feels so like fluid and easy. But with us, like, there are some significant differences, but it is a cool way to challenge ourselves to almost, you know, hear another side that has a different perspective, but also solidify what we believe, why we believe it. I think that's a good thing.
And when you're around certain people and like your mind is open to a lot of different just thoughts and ways people think. And so I think that it is really cool to have friends who don't see eye to eye with you, who think differently on things, who respond in different ways. I think it's really beneficial to you to just grow as a human being.
There was also a second video on Paul and Morgan's channel with both of them talking about marriages. It was Christian versus atheist marriages. This one was interesting, but in a different way, because it starts off with them both giving definitions of what they think a healthy marriage is, and then Paul comes in with the "wives, submit to your husbands" line. And this is what I mean about there being no pushback.
Christians versus atheists.
Oh man.
And kind of a Jew.
Yeah.
Marriage Q&A. This is going to be awesome. Kingdom work together. Yeah. Husbands loving your wives as Christ loved the church. Wives submitting to your husbands.
Oh, here we go.
I'm quoting.
This is all right.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Let's go.
No, that's okay.
I'm all about this
scripture. But I think we're in total agreement with what Jaclyn and David said. Was that too soon?
No, it's okay. I totally was ready for you guys to say that. I was like, how long until they say this? And it was...
It rolled off my tongue. It rolled off my tongue. All right, next question.
Jaclyn made a joke about it, but ultimately didn't challenge it, and that's why I think this collab just sort of fell flat and didn't change anything and didn't really help anyone. If she'd actually sat down with him and said like, well, actually, hang on, why do you think that? Let's talk about it. Let's think about why your reasoning may be wrong or right, or, you know, what this means and what the consequences are. What does this look like in practice? Why do you feel this way? It may have done a bit more good. Sorry, I was checking on Coops. It was nice to see the similarities between them come out, but neither side was ever going to learn anything or grow unless the other challenged them, and clearly there was no challenging going on. There were a few judgmental comments from Paul about Jaclyn's lifestyle, but nothing really in return. I do get it though, and I found that even while making this video, not even having spent time with Paul and Morgan directly, I did find myself at times going a little bit easier on them, finding moments where I really liked them as people, and then being jerked back to reality when they said something awful, as I've said a few times already. And I do feel like this is kind of one of the scariest and most potentially dangerous things out there in regards to this, and it's something I've spoken about on my channel before, but not for a while. I think while it's good to interact with and be friends with and have empathy for people you disagree with, and I'm not saying we shouldn't have empathy for Paul and Morgan, of course we should, I think sometimes a friendship can cloud your judgment a bit, and you can let people get away with doing bad stuff that you wouldn't let them get away with if they were just strangers. And I've fallen into that trap plenty of times. I also think when you have public figures who are like Paul and Morgan, and, you know, they used to be young and attractive and charismatic and give off this friendly air. They don't now, but they used to. I think when you have people like that, it's easy to see why the public fall into these parasocial relationships with them and begin to trust them. And then when they start spewing hateful beliefs or bad science or misinformation or whatever it is amongst their like friendly, cheery, attractive personas, I think it's more likely that people are going to fall for the harmful stuff. And that's why I think it's dangerous and scary. I don't know if I'm explaining myself right. My head's getting a bit foggy. Pain's coming back. Okay, also I think it's difficult to find the right balance between not just demonizing people for the sake of it, but still criticizing them fairly. That's what I'm trying to do with this video, find that balance. But it's a fine line to walk, it's hard. Also very quickly, here's a clip because the topic of divorce is brought up and Paul says this.
Biblically, there's not a lot of grounds for divorce.
I won't say anything now, but remember this for later in the video because Paul is a massive hypocrite. And I think the final thing I want to say about this is that for a while, so many people were like, oh, look, Paul and Morgan might be changing. Look how good this is. This is progress. They're becoming better people. Only for them to almost immediately afterwards come out and say, yeah, mate, that's not going to happen. We are just doubling down on everything harmful we say, and then they became more harmful.
But yeah, so these non-Christians, these atheists, these people are hoping and saying, I think Paul and Morgan are changing, evolving, yay. So we want to address that. Mm-hmm. So some of you guys, and I'm saying this in gentleness and love, some of you guys are not going to like our answer and the way that we break it down. We realize that our biases, and this starts, I feel like I'm starting to sound kind of social justice-y and progressive. Stop me if I'm becoming too much that way.
Oh.
Is it fair to say that everyone has biases? Just everyone.
Everyone. It just really your perspective, your bias, whatever, just in how you were raised, who you were surrounded by, even the sin patterns in your younger years, like shape everything that we grow up around, shapes and molds us. And so the community that you're in, the people you're around, yeah.
So our biases are going to sometimes come out in our videos, just like anyone with a YouTube channel, their biases are going to come out. And the fact is, guys, non-believers that are watching, then we hope that you guys will stick with us, but we're not going to make our content in hopes that you're going to stick with us. We're not going to water down our content. We're not going to look and read all these comments saying, oh, Paul and Morgan are changing, they're evolving, yay. Hopefully they go all the way and renounce the harmful. We're not going to coddle. We're not going to change. We're not going to water down the gospel, which is our firm foundation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sorry, not sorry. like we're not going to apologize for that.
I just kind of like Girl Defined did. People were like, oh, look, progress, this is so good. And they're like, ha, tricked you. Here's more transphobia. Paul and Morgan basically did that. So, anyway, that's all I want to talk about for this section. Let's move on to Morgan gets pregnant. But first, I am going to go take some painkillers and have some food because my brain is getting foggy. Okay, so we got Kyra joining us for this section. So she may be a little snuffly and snorty, but it's just who she is. Okay, so Morgan gets pregnant. We saw at the start of the last section that a few months after this Jaclyn Glenn collab, Morgan got pregnant at the start of 2022. We are going to look at a mix of Morgan's pregnancy vlogs that were posted on her second channel and some of the main content on the Paul and Morgan channel where the pregnancy was spoken about. So first up, let's take a look at their main channel pregnancy announcement. They really do seem genuinely happy in this. Paul is his usual smug self, but I think you can forgive it here because if there's ever a time to allow a person to be smug, it's probably this, you know?
What's up, guys? How you doing? I'm Paul.
I'm Morgan.
And today's video is a special one that is close to Morgan and I's heart. It is a video that is a long time coming.
I mean, yeah. This feels surreal that we're about to say this. 5 years!
of our YouTube channel is
Let's go. Let's go.
Ooh. Should we say it?
I'm trying to think of something sarcastic to say to
No.
throw you off the scent, you guys. But the reality is, we're pregnant. Woo!
Can you guys believe it?
Let's go.
There's a baby in my belly. There's a baby in my belly.
Oh, man.
Overall, yeah, they're quite sweet. You don't have to agree, but you don't need to be rude. Now, while a lot of people were very happy for Morgan, there were also a few people who were quite concerned. Sadly, early miscarriage is very, very common, even amongst women who don't have a history of fertility problems like Morgan does, which is why most people wait until 12 weeks to announce their pregnancy, because at that point, the risk of losing the baby is dramatically reduced. However, Paul and Morgan decided to just let it all out there from the very first pregnancy test and announce it as early as possible.
And so I want to explain a little bit of, why Paul and I decided to announce that we were pregnant so early on. So, as you guys know, I've been very open about my fertility journey, really for the past 5 years, but definitely within, I'd say, the past year and a half. And so, being so open with trying to get pregnant, I am like, well, am I really gonna wait until the 12-week mark, which is usually when people are like, okay, we're in the clear, because it's a lot more rare to have a miscarriage after 12 weeks. So I was like, am I really gonna wait that long? And I just was like, I don't know. We've been so open about all of this, it's gonna feel really just insincere to all of the sudden just like close you guys off from this part of the journey.
I personally found it a little concerning that she didn't value her health and privacy enough to say like, hey, I want this moment to be private for a little while until I know me and my baby are safe. And I say that not in a way that's like judging her, but in a way that was like genuinely concerned for her well-being. This isn't something they're doing that harms anyone else, so I'm not being judgmental for that reason. But I feel like it's something that could, if it had gone wrong, have really harmed themselves, and that makes me sad and concerned for them. But it's like I keep saying, she spent so much of her adult life online and on camera with YouTube as this like third person in her relationship, and like I feel like she kind of doesn't exactly know how to have a private life, which again is concerning. Do you want to go outside on the balcony for a bit? Yeah, like do a little sunbathe. Because you're anxious that I'm talking, aren't you? Bless her, I love her, but she gets anxious when I record because she feels all my emotions, and then she pants and makes a lot of noise, and she grunts and snorts a lot anyway, and then sometimes people get mad at me because she's making noise in the background of my videos and they shout at me for it. And then that makes me anxious to film because I know she's going to be making noise, and I know that means people are going to shout at me again, but because I'm anxious that makes her more like loud and make more noise, and it's just a big bad cycle. I don't really know how to break it. Okay, so this is where things get a little complicated and difficult to sort through on my end, because Morgan was making pregnancy vlogs on her channel, and over on the main channel they stopped making so many edited videos and just started live streaming a lot, and so putting all this together in chronological order has been an absolute nightmare. I've tried to do the best I can, but please bear with me if some parts are imperfect. So early on, there was this beautifully awkward gender reveal party where Paul very nearly messed up. It's quite funny.
Everyone, or almost everyone, is going to get a cake pop. Share if you don't have one, but nobody take a bite.
Oh,
Jack.
Jack.
Take a bite.
Then one of them.
When I count to 3,
Listen up, guys. Voices are off, please. You're going to take a bite of your cake pop.
when I count to 3.
It's going to either have white, or one of you will have blue or pink. Oh. So let's go ahead and do
Take a
this.
bite. Nice job.
What is 3, 2, 1. Take a bite. Take a bite. What? Why?
That's blue.
And then this was also when they announced their child's name to much criticism from both their viewers and the people who didn't like them very much. They called their first kid Luca Grace. Here's the clip.
We're in the hotel in Savannah, Georgia, and you get the text message saying, here's the gender of your baby.
Yep.
When we turned over the phone and you saw that, so you were saying, and I'm not putting you on the spot.
It's fine. No, you can say it.
I'm not laying into you, but you were saying up to that moment that you were 99.9% sure
I was.
that our baby was going to be a girl.
All right, so when we found out it was a boy, Paul and I were like, oh no, we don't have any boy names.
We had our girl names ready to go.
All girl names is all we had, and they were all so cute.
I mean, we had it ready. We had the first name without a doubt.
Definitely. So we decided to like just Google like top names, baby boy names, and so
right there on the spot in the hotel room.
Yeah, like right 10 minutes after we found out. So we looked through this list of like 100 names and like picked out a few that we liked, and I think we had like 4 or 5, and then narrowed those down to like 3, and then but out of those 3, one really stuck out to us the most, which was Luca.
Luca.
The actual meaning of Luca is bearer of light or bringer of light.
It makes me think of purity. It makes me think of water, blue. I just love it. Yeah. And then we combined it. So
then I had a name that I've been holding on to for years. Grace, like first name for a girl, Grace, like that's a common whatever. And I loved it, and I told Paul, and I was like, we're having a girl's gonna be first, like the Lord told me, which he didn't necessarily tell me that. He just said, this is your child's name. And so I was like, well, like, what do we do? Like, Grace, we're not going to name our son Grace, the first name. Like, that's just a little much.
So I'm thinking to myself, I think Grace could be a really cool middle name. And some of you guys, I get it. You're going to hear this, and we got Morgan was getting there was some person commenting saying that they really did not like that as a middle name for a boy. It was a girl's name and stuff. But I'm just like once we announced yesterday.
Yeah.
And even I think someone in the live chat before we went on was saying something similar. To me, think of the word love. That is kind of another one maybe that like, oh, feminine. The Bible literally says God is love. Why would love have to be associated with a feminine thing? Grace, mercy, peace, like all these things are very special and should be embodied by both males and females.
And there's a real irony here because this couple have been nothing but openly transphobic. They have pushed this outdated idea that gender is binary and that men must stick to their man roles and women must stick to their woman roles, and there's no wiggle room, there's no nothing. For them to suddenly be giving their son a traditionally feminine name like Grace, well, people on the left were laughing at their hypocrisy, while people on the right and other Fundies were angry and mad that it wasn't manly enough. It's absolutely wild. Personally, not that anyone cares about my opinion, I think it's quite a cute name. I have no issues with it. But yeah, I do see that they're kind of major hypocrites. There was also a period around this time where they made a baby registry and shared it online, and apparently people got mad about it. I'm personally not really sure why. I don't really see an issue with it compared to a lot of things they've done, so I won't dwell on it. Although there is something that happened that I'm on their side for. Apparently people were like kind of trolling them over their list and marking things as purchased that weren't actually purchased, and it was causing them a lot of stress. And this is one of the few times that like I do feel sorry for them, and I don't think they deserved that pushback that they got there. So I was on their side with this one. Just something you will not hear me say very often, but there you go. On other counts, I felt less sorry for them. Like at this time, they also complained that a brand they were going to work with pulled out of working with them because, and I quote, their values did not align, which I personally think is fine.
This company I've followed for years. I love them. I have supported them for years. And they sent me a baby carrier, and I was gonna like make a reel for them and shout them out, whatever. I hadn't done any of that yet. I just posted that like I got this baby carrier, posted it on my stories. Well, a day later, I get a message from this company, and they're like, "Hey,"
Right. I mean, just read the message. Like, it's always, you want to be wise about how to do this. We don't hate this company, but it's like, just read the message that they sent you. And I mean, I would even feel fine like if you said the name of the company. I
don't want to say the name of this company specifically. I have another company that I'll share, but
okay.
They said, "Hello, we have received several complaints about our partnership and been hearing rumors which is not compatible with the value that our brand is aiming for. We are sorry to tell you that we cannot proceed with our collaboration." So
if I was a brand or anything, I also wouldn't want to be working with them because I wouldn't want people thinking that my brand was transphobic and homophobic and racist and sharing all those values that they have. So, you know, that's fine. I don't have sympathy for them for the brand pulling out of that because that's down to their beliefs and actions, no one else's. So that's on them. Kyra's having a drink. Annoyingly as well, Morgan was also using her pregnancy to clickbait hate-filled videos at this time. For example, this case where she used the title, "Expecting Mother Reacts to What is a Woman Documentary." She used her pregnancy to make a whole video about their transphobia. They were pushing a lot of transphobia on their channel at this time, but that's something we're going to talk about in the next section. Don't worry. But I will just say this particular video was really hard to watch because they call trans people and those of us who fully support the rights of all trans people, they call our beliefs lunacy. They say we're depraved. It's horrible. It's a really disgusting video. Let's take a look at a very small selection of clips from it now. I just find it very hard to hear them talk about depravity when they're the ones trying to deny people of basic human rights. It's ridiculous.
What is a woman? Am I a woman? Are you a woman? How do we know? Well, Matt Walsh made this. He spent some time. It feels like he made this documentary relatively quick because there's like so many current events and stuff. It feels like that, but at the same time, like it was a quality. I'm just saying, like, it was a quality documentary.
Very good. Of just seeing the minds of people and how far gone they are, in my opinion. Like, it's insane.
And I'm going to choose to say God can redeem. God can open eyes. He can completely transform lives. But it is, some of these people, you look at the stuff they're saying and the way that they're saying it, the way their mind works, and it is like, it's hard to comprehend, and that's kind of what Morgan is saying.
I was watching that through all of these interviews, or most of these interviews that Matt had with these doctors and these professors and these people, these advocates.
These are the professionals of our society, so to speak.
And to me, it was like, holy moly. These people have lost all common sense, and this to me was like the perfect image of what it looks like to be handed over to your depravity, and it's heartbreaking. It is so sad, and I just have a very heavy heart right now. All of their arguments are just like so weak and built on so much emotion. That's what I just noticed throughout every one of these like advocates for transitioning and anyone can be a woman, yada yada, was most of their arguments were built off of emotion, not scientific facts and truth, which they can't even explain what truth is because they're not living in reality.
It's like they're living in a completely other world.
Complete other world.
And they hate the idea of there being truth. And I'm fine if you want to debate what the truth is, but they hate the idea of there being any truth.
I just wonder, like, what happened to these people for them to become like this? And again, my thought is God has literally just handed them over to their delusions. And, like, it's just like, okay, you guys have refused me for so long. Here you go. Go ahead, live in your delusions. So it's just like wild to me that so many people, specifically young people, are falling for this crap.
I thought that gender and biological sex was a Western construct.
Yeah.
Seems pretty stinking black and white, and the Western construct, if you will, has smeared everything and turned it into a complete chaotic gender confusion.
We have,
and it's tragic.
It's tragic.
Morgan, anything else you got to say?
I'm a woman carrying a child, and
that is beautiful.
No one is going to take that away from me.
But anyway, let's get back to Morgan's personal experiences though, because after the initial joy of finding out she was pregnant had worn off, Morgan was facing reality and was beginning to struggle with the experience, like the physical experience of being pregnant. Completely understandable. Pregnancy sounds horrific. The whole pregnancy seemed to be really taking its toll on her physically and therefore emotionally as well. It was kind of shocking for me that we can feel so sorry for Morgan and see her struggling so much, and we start to feel so much sympathy for her, but at the same time she still found enough energy to be hateful and cruel and, you know, increasingly transphobic, for example. It was just really disappointing to see. This was followed by even more vlogs and videos of Morgan struggling with her health, both physical and mental, I'll say that again. I don't think I need to show you every detail, but just know that it was still ongoing. Morning sickness was a big issue for her. She was completely tired and exhausted all the time. It does sound absolutely awful.
Now I'm just gibbering on. I haven't talked to anyone in a while, other than Paul and my friend Caroline, which they're great. But like, I just have not been in the public eye for a little bit. So let's talk, guys, about the realities of the first trimester and how hard it is. I don't know if like I've just been naive my whole life, but honestly, no. It's not that I've been naive. It's that literally no one talks about how hard the first trimester is. I am struggling. Right now, as I film this, I'm 8 weeks and 5 days. So I know that I've like barely even dipped my toes into the first trimester. Man, it was really that bad. I feel like for 2.5 months, I basically just laid on the couch or laid in the bed. And there's nothing that can prepare you for it. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it'll just happen. And, you know, for me, I never threw up. I just was so, like, just nauseous. And he took very good care of me.
I was always like, Morgan, have you taken a bite of ginger? And she's like, no, I didn't think about that. Morgan, that's been helping.
You can't process things. You don't think about anything except for the pain that you're in.
Morgan, have you had some of your tea?
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Well, it's been helping for weeks and weeks and weeks. No, I mean, that kind of did happen, but you're right. Like, it's tough. It's tough to keep up with everything. About a half hour ago, and I apologize for being about 10 minutes late to our start time. We said we were going to be here at 4:30, but about a half hour ago, we sat on the couch getting ready, kind of setting stuff up, and just kind of the weight of life and some of the just things, just life, things going on, things right now, and looking to the future, like they just kind of hit Morgan in particular, and so she's just feeling it. And I was like, Morgan, do you want to just postpone this video for a little while? And I just,
I figured I didn't know how long I'd be like this, so we might be postponing it for days.
But after our Thursday video that we filmed with our friend Caroline talking about the Hillsong documentary, I would say pretty much right after that, we got off filming and Morgan and I got into a fight. And then we ended up going to eat because we had a plan of going to eat with Caroline and then going to a movie. It was going to be kind of like, we've kind of had some trials in the last couple weeks, and I'm going to share more on that, but it was like going to be a fun day, fun night. And Morgan and I got into it with each other right after the video ended. And then we went to eat, And at the restaurant, like on the drive there, like we didn't talk to each other because there was just a lot of pent up emotion. And I remember thinking, I almost feel guilty of being on the YouTube with our audience and it being like really good energy, even though you could see Morgan at the end of it. Like,
yeah, I didn't have the greatest energy.
yeah, she was just feeling, she just, you know, by the end of it, she was ready to get off. But anyway, I remember thinking like, still, we are fun and having a good time on the YouTube, and now we're in a fight. And I almost wanted to be like, YouTube audience, I want you guys to see this too.
Yeah, and not play it
down. Yeah.
Or
Anyway.
act like everything's always okay.
Myself of that. I also just have these, you know, and I think probably every pregnant woman does have these thoughts of, you feel pain in your stomach and you're like, oh my gosh, am I okay? Is the baby okay? What is wrong? What's happening? Is this normal? I find myself, you know, wanting to rush to these very negative thoughts of something's wrong with the baby. Something's wrong. My body couldn't handle this. Blah, 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 whatever. And that's just not beneficial.
Morgan also announced she was planning to have a home birth, with her video caption reading, "I know this can be a kind of sensitive topic, but please know that this is my opinion for myself. However you deliver your baby, it is beautiful. You're bringing life into this world. There's never really a wrong way to do that. But it's also never wrong to do some research and make sure you understand all of your options," which is ironic because she admits later she did not understand all of her options, and that's what caused a bit of trouble. A lot of people had some major concerns with her choosing this home birth and choosing to forego a lot of medical treatment. Like, I don't think she even had a scan on her baby. I don't think she had a baby scan, she said at some point. I don't know if that's true, but again, yeah, they made a lot of concerning choices. So people were worried about her, and that sadly proved to be completely warranted.
Home birth seems so normal to me. And like, I have so many like good friends who have had beautiful home birth, but I'm surprised that when I post something about like having a home birth, I still get people that are like, what? That's so dangerous. Why are you doing that? Like, are you insane? You know, stuff like that. And I get it, but it always catches me off guard a little bit because I'm like, wait, what? I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you that if you comment and are like, no, do not do this, and like try to give me this big spiel, like I'll probably just either ignore or maybe even delete it because not like out of spite or anger, but just like, you all have to understand this is my decision, it's my birth, and I know myself, my body, my mind, my spirit way more than you do. I think the world and hospitals specifically, like, let's be real, they're businesses and they have kind of put it in our minds of like, oh no, your bodies actually weren't made to do this and you need all these medications to make sure that it happens correctly, and if it doesn't happen correctly, we've got to cut you open and take your baby out this way because it's not happening on our timeline. And to me, I'm just like, no, my body was made to do this, and I'm gonna fully embrace that and embrace everything that comes along with that, if that means some painful moments.
Now, we do need to be sensitive while covering this next part, but to put it very bluntly, Morgan nearly died during childbirth, and they still decided to vlog the whole thing and post the video afterwards, which is a choice. The video on Morgan's channel is definitely interesting because in it they seem to admit to having made a lot of choices without fully knowing the consequences of what they were agreeing to. They admit to having not done research on what complications could have gone wrong, and Morgan changes her stance on pain relief during birth once she's been through it herself, which is a pattern for Paul and Morgan. It's, hey, this thing is bad. Oh wait, but we need to do it. I guess it's okay if we're doing it, but it's still bad for everyone else. There was the issue with the antibiotics where she turned them down despite not really knowing what they were supposed to be for, and that put her health at risk. She didn't research the potential of needing a C-section, and then she needed a C-section, so she went in completely blind and scared and not really knowing what was going to happen. And it just seems like there was a lot of stuff she didn't fully understand it just seems there's a lot of stuff she didn't fully understand, and she made choices without being fully informed, and that led to her being more at risk than she maybe needed to be. And then when unforeseen complications did happen, they weren't really prepared. So overall, it's a very sad story, and it's very understandable by why Morgan would feel pretty traumatized by the whole experience. And it's really impossible to not see and hear this stuff without really, really feeling sorry for her.
It seems like it's happening. I mean, it's obviously happening.
Definitely happening within the next 24 hours. We will have a baby here.
Morgan, when you called me, your voice was crazy. Like, it was like a mixture, I feel like, of fear and excitement.
Yeah.
I mean, it was, I could tell, like, I could sense some...
Scary.
Like, it was weird hearing you when you said my water broke. She said, get as much rest as you can, because tonight could be... It almost feels like that calm before the storm.
Yes.
Of, like, something... I mean, obviously something big's about to happen, like the war is coming, you know, and it's like... I'm not totally sure if filming right now is a good idea, but I want to be able to give the details of this. I want it to be educational and helpful. Guys, I don't know about Morgan's goal, but one of my goals in filming this and creating this vlog is to give a realistic expectation of what a home birth is like. Not make it look easy and fun and glamorous. Everyone should do a home birth. If that's what it is, we'll present it that way, but we're going to give what actually happens, what Morgan goes through, and make it as realistic as we can. Not make it look worse and harder, not make it look easier or better. If things don't pick up and the labor doesn't become active by about 9 p.m., that's when we gotta potentially start looking at the hospital, but we're very, very hopeful that before then things are gonna be in tip-top shape. Morgan, do you feel like you could give people an update with how you're feeling? Can you like kind of describe it? No, like describe how frequent the contractions are, how they feel.
They're very often, and they don't feel good.
So guys, we've hit a bit of a snag, and Morgan was fighting a fever. So we consulted, talked to the midwife, talked through it, checked the temperature several times, and as much as we really didn't want to have to do this, and it's very emotional for Morgan, we are going to the hospital. Our midwife called them, they're ready, they know our situation, and our hope is we get in, we pick up where we left off, and we have this baby. The vaginal birth. We were pumped about the home birth, but what we want more than anything is a healthy baby and a healthy Morgan. Guys, it's almost 3 a.m. I'll be honest, it's just hard to see Morgan in such discomfort for such a long period of time. It's tough, and you just feel so helpless. I'm not very good at holding baby.
I bet you will. I'm going to put him in the nook of your elbow. Bring that around. And you're just going to hold his bottom.
Hey, buddy.
Turn that way. Show off your son.
What's interesting is we had a conversation on Monday with my midwife, and she had suggested that I start taking antibiotics because my water had broken and I still wasn't in labor at that point. And it's weird, like I've talked about this with my mom. I really very vaguely remember that conversation, and I remember being very confused in that conversation. I didn't know what she was telling me I needed to take antibiotics for. I didn't know she was saying like, which I mean, she didn't verbally say this, but what she meant was, you know, we're doing this as a precaution to help like you not get an infection, to help you not get a fever. I didn't know that at all.
So it was already on her radar,
Yeah.
and it just didn't compute or resonate. So then it's just like, wait, you just checked her temperature and she's got a fever, and probably because of an infection, and we're just like, wait, what? But it kind of makes sense. The water breaks early. It's been X amount of time.
Yeah. So I had said no to taking the antibiotics because I thought she was talking about something totally different.
So if you had been taking antibiotics, it may have
kept me from getting a fever, which is like insane.
which, you know, a lot of other things happen. But, like, yeah, it could have prevented me from getting an infection at all and being able to have home birth. I don't know. But it's just, so that's, like, super...
Dang, that's crazy.
I know.
I wish that, yeah, that would have just been, like...
really clear. She's like, okay. And then we just moved on. Before we go any further, I just want to say on our other video, there's a lot of experts saying you should have done this.
So many experts.
You shouldn't have taken that. Your midwife should have done this. Blah, 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 blah. And in my comment section, I'm just gonna ignore those comments because, yeah.
You may or may not have a point. You know, you may actually know a lot. There's a lot of experts that say they know a lot that don't, that are very opinionated. This is not the video for that.
It's not beneficial to my healing either.
Suddenly, the nurse comes in and says, in 45 minutes, it's going to be 3 a.m. and the head doctor...
midwife, the head midwife.
Dr. Midwife that worked at the hospital is going to assess if you're dilated enough to have a vaginal birth or if you're going to need a C-section. And so that was, again, like, just for two people that Morgan purposefully avoided that section in her book.
In all my books that I read.
My mind, like, it's just not going to happen yet. We're doing a home birth, no C-section. And suddenly that's, like, a very realistic possibility. And I was like, oof. Oh, man, Lord. Please, like, when the main doctor comes in, please let Morgan be dilated to the point where she can... It's kind of like, Lord, at least give us this.
Yeah. Sweetie, you haven't dilated at all in the past 7.5 hours.
It was horrible.
And, like, everything in me was just, I was done. Like, I could not fight anymore. Like, I had fought so hard. And to hear that, like, literally all of what I just did was for nothing was so defeating and just, like... whoa. I don't even know, like, I don't have a lot of words for it. Just defeating and just heartbreaking and terrible.
And God, like, really? Seriously, God, this is my thought. You couldn't have intervened a little bit and just caused this to be a little more smooth. Right?
But man, once it hit, woo, I was feeling good.
All right, there you go.
I mean, I was just praying, like, God, please take this pain away. Please take this pain away. I'm dying. Like, I'm dying. I can't do this. And then it was gone.
You see why...
Yeah, I see why women get the epidural.
Delivering mothers just say, shoot me up.
Literally.
Take away this pain.
Yeah, it all makes sense now. But no, I mean, I got a bit of a different epidural because I did the C-section, but anywho, they lay me down and they hooked me up to all kinds of things.
And real quick, not saying we're advocates for that, we just are more understanding where women, you know, just give me all so I don't have to feel this or feel the pain.
Yeah.
You know, that's a whole other conversation and one that we maybe will have again in the future, but nevertheless, the tone of the nurses and doctors, it's like becomes a little more frantic, if you will.
Before or after he was born?
This was before Luca, yeah.
Oh, really? And
they start moving around more quickly. Well, okay, it's hard to remember exactly.
I think they got him out and, like, lowered the curtain and showed us. And we were both like, ah, and I was like, ah, and like.
I feel like I could be wrong, but I feel like I had heard that there were some complications happening before he came out. But I could be wrong. It may have been like
maybe
they lift him out. But I just remember not being emotionally in a place where I could celebrate him coming out. Yeah. So that makes me think that I had realized something wasn't totally right before he came out. Ultimately, my midwife turns to me and she says something along the lines of Morgan's hemorrhaging and she's bleeding, and they're trying to stop the bleeding. And so I'm just like, wait, what? And so my mind is completely focused on Morgan at that point. Sorry, Luca, but Morgan took priority. And so then Luca comes out, and of course I'm so excited, but it's like, what is happening to my wife? And then my midwife turns to me and says, Paul, now would be a good time to pray. And so at that point, I just kind of lost it. One, because it's like the reality of could my wife die from blood loss that they're not able to stop the bleeding. And then also the
intensity of, I've been praying. I've prayed multiple times, some of the most intense prayers of my life. Lord, help intervene. And it's like he didn't answer, or he didn't come through.
I remember hearing like one of the doctors yell something like, "Where's the blood? We need more blood." And I just closed my eyes, and I just remember thinking to God, I was like, "God, are you taking me right now?" And I just remember like having this moment of like, okay, God, you're gonna take me in. Like, Paul's gonna raise Luca. It's just, man, woo, intense. And I just remember, like, even in that moment, though, like, being at peace, but feeling, like, really sad for Paul that he was gonna be, like, a widowed guy. And I just, like, remember thinking, well, my mom can help him, and, like, he'll be okay.
But thankfully Morgan was okay. Thankfully Luca was okay, which is of course absolutely wonderful. Now let's move on to the live streaming era. During both Morgan's pregnancy and afterwards, they'd both continued to make content as it was their job, and you can't just stop doing your job because you feel like it. However, they moved away from filmed and edited videos and started live streaming more frequently. There were 3 kinds of content they were posting regularly at this point. 1 was social commentary and talking about pop culture topics still. 2 was relationship and family Q&As, and 3 were responses to online criticism. That section, that exploded during this time period. Paul and Morgan have always got a lot of online criticism, but I feel like they started to push back against it a lot more during this era. I do feel like their content genuinely got more intentionally shocking and mean during this time, so it felt like they were trying to create more controversy to get more attention. So yeah, that's what they were doing. Let's start by looking at a few of their response videos, and then later in this section we'll take a look at the other regular content they were posting at this time.
Hardest moment, like single moment or single day for you having to do with YouTube since we started the channel?
Oh my goodness, my stomach just dropped. We've had some pretty rough moments. I think the hardest day or like moment was I was walking out of Kroger and I got in my car and someone Instagrammed me the video that Jaclyn Glenn made about me, and I was alone. I was not in like probably the best mindset to watch that video, but I decided to watch it, and like afterwards I was just so infuriated and so just angry about like the fact that someone had the audacity to say such lies about me and my husband. Like, I was more like protective over Paul because I was just so scared of like what might come out of this, of like the accusations that she made about us and Paul and our marriage, like what people will now begin to like send us, and we're still dealing with that. It's so annoying, but it's a lot less, so whatever. But I would say that day, that video, and like obviously I made a like follow-up video because I just could not let that video sit and not be answered. So I was like, So yeah, that one.
Yeah, I figured that was probably going to be it. I mean, it's, you know, it's one of the potential risks of having...
I look like I'm crying. I'm not. My eyes are starting to water from my allergies.
Okay. It's one of the risks of having a platform is people may make videos about you or say stuff about you or post stuff about you. You know, God knows us.
Here's a question. In marriage, is oral sex okay? Like, I mean, if you're married, why would it be wrong?
So this question, you guys, I feel like this is kind of, there's like 2 parts to this.
You're really like...
Animated? I'm animated.
No, you're just like thinking deeply about this.
Well, so get this.
Okay.
I read the Songs of Solomon, and it's juicy and descriptive. And, you know, it's taking hold of the pomegranates or the clusters of grapes, I guess. You're drinking from the, just all this stuff, and it's like, it sounds like they're doing a lot. But then I had a Christian brother in the Lord not too long ago message me because I guess we had mentioned kind of...
Really? You never told me this.
Yep, oral. We had mentioned oral maybe in one of our videos or something. And he was like, I just do not think that oral is okay for Christians. So you obviously, yeah, he's unmarried.
Wow.
Ultimately, I guess I acknowledge both sides. Just the freedom that you can have just with your wife, with your husband. But then, I don't think that's good for me. And perhaps there are certain things that it's just like Christians, even in marriage, just stay away from.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
When it comes to oral, wouldn't that be something that you got to kind of leave up to a Christian's conscience?
Yeah, I think that's a total conviction thing. I think that if your husband or wife is not comfortable with that, obviously you don't want to force that. That's just not the way to go about things. And two, if one of you just has this strong conviction of like, I feel like I'm sinning if I do this, like, yeah, you need to respect that and not push that. I think that's kind of where it's at.
So that and there's a pretty big hate group that just bullies Christian creators on Reddit. Mm-hmm. They're just online bullies, and I would say maybe some of them in the group think that they are like, we're doing a good thing bullying these Christian creators because they are, they justify it in their head, and that shouldn't be a surprise to Christians. When people think that, I'm pushing back because these people are Bible thumpers that believe all this harmful stuff that the Bible preaches. We do believe in what the Bible preaches.
I think what's interesting in some of these earlier clips is that they were clearly getting pushback from both Christians and non-Christians, but they seemed like they were more upset and angry and willing to be a bit snarky back to non-Christians. Whereas with Christian criticism, their response is more like, okay, you know what, we disagree, but that's fine. Each to their own. Whereas if an atheist criticized them, it was all like, you're stupid and ugly, And that's not an exaggeration. We'll get there. One of the biggest things is that they were shocked that being known for being controversial was starting to affect their career negatively. I don't know why that's surprising, but to them it was. Here's a live stream where they talk about a friend of theirs getting backlash for having them on his Christian podcast, mostly because of one particular video they made 5 years ago. I've cut these two videos together so you can watch it in context. So, here you go.
Controversy. Here's what went down and has kind of caused this to resurface. We are going to be joining a friend of ours who has a social media platform on his upcoming show. And he texted Morgan and I a voice memo and he said, guys, how did he word it? He said
He's like, I don't usually get like a ton of people that comment when I say like what guests I'm gonna have, but when I posted that you guys were gonna be on the show, I got a ton of comments that were like, why are you having them on the show? Are you kidding me? Do you know what they stand for?
Right, just kind of like, these are not... Don't have Paul and Morgan on, or even just like these guys are not, they've made stances that are not good, and we're about to get into some more of that. Mm-hmm. So he was surprised, and Morgan and I were surprised because, and in particular, this is a Christian page. Yeah. This is a Christian account, a Christian audience.
Yeah.
And apparently like the crux of the pushback of him having us on the show was in regards to our dating and relationship advice. Mm-hmm. And someone very specifically said Paul and Morgan hold toxic views in regards to, they mentioned the video, it's only hugging, and their words, this person's words, and I'm just summarizing, but it was something along the lines of, they have these radical views of purity culture, and they said that hugging leads to sex. Perspectives on love and dating. We wanted to address specifically this video and then just kind of our past advice in general.
Yeah. So the video they were specifically talking about was the It's Only Hugging video. Well, let's start off with saying that when Paul and I first met, Paul was very like conservative, and I was like, hug me, hug me.
I went in for the high five. It was high fives and side hugs. We get to look back on it now and we have a clear picture of you know, what was...
And I have a better understanding of where he was coming from, and I am more on his side now than I was. But I still am more laid back, I think, maybe. I don't know. Guys, I know that it sounds crazy to talk about hugging. Like, what? It's just such an innocent thing. And it is. A hug is so innocent, but it leads to other things.
It can.
So, you know, Paul was very, very set on saving sex before marriage. For marriage! And he was not going to cross any boundaries that could possibly even give him the thought, would put sexual thoughts inside his brain. And hugging, like, come on, your chest is pressed up against the guy. His hands are on your lower back, getting close to the booty. And ladies, those are precious things in the front and the back.
And guys,
okay?
they should be precious to you as well for later on. I think there is a place for physical intimacy as you move towards marriage. But, man, I think so many of us have it wrong, and it should be way later on down the line. Earlier today, we were like, let's go back, let's rewatch our It's Only Hugging video, see if maybe we've had perspective changes. Did we come across too harsh? Do we believe that hugging leads to sex, as people have said we do?
Oh, do we ever?
Oh no, guys.
No.
We might see the feisty Morgan come out here.
Guys, we do not believe. We are not so naive and ridiculous to think that literally a hug could lead all of a sudden to you having sex. And I think that's like, I haven't watched, I don't think, any of the hate videos or response videos that have been made about that video, so I don't really know what they're saying. But from the comments that we've gotten from that video and beyond, and just reading through the comments of, you know, this guy's show's post about having us on, it seems like people literally think we're saying if you hug, you're gonna be having sex. And like, that's not what we're saying at all. I think that we rewatched our 6-minute and 55-second video and we were like, yeah, we still stand with this.
On the one hand, I want to commend them for even being able to go back and watch their older content with a critical eye and ask, like, hey, what did we get wrong here? How have we changed? I think that's a really good thing to do, and it's something that I do with my own content as well quite a lot. I just think it's a shame to see them double down on the harmful purity culture ideology. However, surprisingly, Paul did seem a little more open to other Christians with slightly different opinions in some areas, so there was some improvement, I guess.
And, you know, all these people who are making response videos to us, and as far as I know, were people who are not believers, you know, think that we're absolutely ridiculous for our Christian morals and standards, whatever. But it's interesting that the pushback that we were getting from this guy's show were from people who are, I mean, like, I think maybe would consider themselves Christian. I have no idea. Or maybe they just follow this page. But, yeah, so that we were getting pushback from Christians is kind of just annoying to me, because as believers, we should be encouraging one another to be pure. And I get it. Purity culture and churches in the past have done this in wrong ways. That doesn't all of a sudden mean that we just wipe purity out of the picture and you don't have to ever worry about what you do in a relationship and what you do with your boyfriend or your girlfriend. Like, that's just goofy. And the fact that there are Christians out there who literally are against purity, it's just like, what? So you're against God's intention. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. And so it was just kind of goofy to me that we were getting pushback from Christians.
So we can give our insight while still giving some room for people with different perspectives on those gray areas, things that are not black and white. We're not going to back off and ease up on things that are just totally clear in scripture, but the stuff kind of around that is not a black and white issue, there should be grace for dialogue.
Here's another example from some months later where he got criticism for a reel he made on Instagram, and his response was, let's see what I've learned from this. Oh wait, it's nothing.
Yesterday, I'm making this reel. You guys know how the Instagram reels go, where you find a sound bite. At least this is how I roll. And then I will record the sound bite, and then I will put text to it. Right. I ended up using text that turned out to get quite the reaction.
Stir the pot.
It got quite the reaction. So much so, like I hop on after it's been up for 45 minutes and the comments are just coming in and not all pretty.
Definitely not.
Should I have made this real? It caused me to do some inner reflection.
Funny. Yes, but not funny, haha. Funny weird.
That's it.
6-ish seconds. I knew going in, this is going to get somewhat of a reaction. But in my mind initially, am I still here? We'll decide. But in my mind initially it was, you know what? I feel good about this. I stand by it. I stand by it as of right now. If you voted, if you say you're a Christian and you voted Democrat, haha, not in the funny way, but in the weird way. And I did want to say, Morgan, I noticed that I lost followers because of it. My thing jumped. I don't know if it was like 100 followers, but it jumped from whatever it was down to the 100 below that. So abortion would be my biggest hang up. That's huge. And I don't see how Christians can skim past that. But there are many others. And I just thought about like maybe what are 3 or 4 of the biggest ones. As a whole, I see the Democrats as the party pushing critical race theory and racial division, LGBTQ and gender confusion, moral deconstruction, which by that I just mean like they're just saying that everything is subjective. There's no moral truth. Yeah. There's no biblical truth. It's all just relative. Moral deconstruction and socialistic ideology, meaning let's invite more and more of these socialist ideologies.
The next example was just about Morgan and a sex-related post she made and got pushback for. They decided to address this one while holding a baby, which is a definite choice. I mean, what is it with Fundies talking explicitly about sex while holding babies? Morgan isn't as bad as Bethany Beal for doing this, but they're both guilty of it. Just put the baby down for a bit if you're going to talk about sex. This video I found interesting because Morgan asked a very open-ended question and then proceeded to act annoyed and disgusted and like she didn't have time for anyone who gave her an answer that wasn't in alignment with her beliefs. Very odd. Notice all her sighing and eye-rolling and the faces she keeps pulling. She just doesn't want to be here. She doesn't want to hear any of it. It's crazy.
We're reacting to some shocking responses from the post. When did you make this post on Instagram?
Like a week ago?
And you, like, I remember seeing you drop this post, and I even told you, I said, this is the most intrigued. It was the most intrigued I've been about something you've dropped on Instagram in quite a while.
Wow. Well, sometimes when my brain is not total mush,
okay,
because of motherhood, I have these random thoughts of just like genuine curiosities of like, I wonder what people think about this or that. And one thing I have noticed in our generation, younger generation, is this kind of like lackadaisical.
Yeah, that's a good word.
Approach to God's word.
Ooh. I agree with you. I think that we're seeing a lot, and we have been guilty of it, I'm sure, but we are seeing a lot of lackadaisicalness to God's word. It shows, guys. Yeah. It shows in disobedience. Yeah. Is there any stipulation for who should be coming to church? Should there be should there be any occasion for calling people out and even kicking them out of the church? Come on now. We might have to talk about that.
Okay, well, calm it down.
Good amount of people ultimately defending and justifying their current situation, which is, I'm sleeping with my boyfriend and girlfriend, and many of them are saying I'm a Christian. We're going to share some of those, and we're going to talk about it simply. I do, and I couldn't care less. God forgives your sin, doesn't he? So he forgives me. Should we read like a few of them first to kind of get things going?
Sure.
It's between me and my boyfriend and God. Ooh. Bringing God into your sinful relationship and acting like that's fine?
Yeah, he don't want nothing to do with that.
I don't believe it's sexually immoral to have consensual, people love the word consensual, which fine. Don't believe it's sexually immoral to have consensual premarital sex, so I don't believe this is what the Bible is addressing as sinful or an issue. Heck, there are sexual things in marriage I would deem sexually immoral before consensual.
Vanilla premarital sex.
What's vanilla?
Just like standard.
Oh.
Boring.
So,
whatever.
I think God would agree. I love that. I think God would agree.
Wouldn't we love to think God would agree?
I'm doing this. I think God would agree. I've really embraced this for my life. I think God would agree. Here we go. As long as it's consensual, then God is for it. As long as it's consensual, me and my boyfriend, we're consensual. So it is so great. I think God would agree. It's consensual. They love the social justice warriors. That word like overshadows God's word. Yeah. The word consensual. They love that word.
He doesn't love her in this area. Like, he's in sin.
Wow.
If he's withholding sex from her, he's in sin.
What about consensual? He's not feeling it. If she's not feeling it, if she's if she wants to withhold, if he wants to, because we got this on if you want to withhold sex, do it. It's got to be consensual. And it's like, okay, like obviously you don't want to force yourself on your
right.
But like, should there not be any of this? Like, if that woman is desiring intimacy from her husband maybe a little more frequently, and he's like, oh, my sex drive, I'm just good for once every 6 months, and she's desiring it more often, there should be some sacrifice. Oh no, not consensual. Once every 6 months, that's consensual.
His voice.
Just like any. Sorry, guys.
It also really, really bothers me that Paul was making so many homophobic jokes here and undermining the importance of consent. That's just really sickening. How anyone can joke about the need to have consent in a relationship is just beyond me. We were also at this time getting responses to other atheist channels' videos about them, probably most notably the responses to Taylor and Drew, Fundie Fridays, and Mickey Atkins. We'll start with the Taylor and Drew response. And one of the things I want you to take note of going forward is how they treat different people differently based on their identities. We saw how nice they were to Jaclyn Glenn, despite Jaclyn being quite snarky towards them. And you'll notice a pattern here, where they are nicer towards certain kinds of people. So we'll start with the Taylor and Drew response, where, I'll just say it, Paul was incredibly cocky and arrogant.
I'm ready to dive right in. I'm ready to get right into these clips and take the boxing gloves off, get a few rib shots.
No, there will be none of that. We will not be punching anyone.
No. It's totally figurative.
I've heard some of the clips that Paul pulled in to play this. And from what I've heard, they sound like nice people.
They sound like nice people.
The nicest people who have made response videos to us.
But they still, they're pushing back.
But at least they're nice to Taylor and Drew. They acknowledge that Taylor and Drew seem lovely because they are. They're very genuinely kind people. I've met them. They're very nice. One thing I did appreciate about this video was that on the whole, I thought they came across as really respectful to Taylor and Drew, and they seemed to have like a genuine back and forth about ideas instead of diving into personal insults. Or, Paul and Morgan didn't personally insult Taylor and Drew, which was really nice to see. And I point this out for two reasons. One, because it's commendable, and two, because they don't show the same respect to everyone else, and I want to keep reiterating it so you notice it.
They're responding to where we talk about sex before marriage. Mm-hmm. And I thought this one was quite interesting.
Okay.
Sex before marriage. Go.
That's not going to affect anything.
Yeah.
So I agree with her when she's saying having sexual partners before your spouse does affect things, because it will affect things, but I don't agree that it'll affect things negatively.
Yeah, or at least it doesn't have to.
She's not saying that, but she's kind of implying that when she says affect things, that it's negatively affecting things.
Yeah.
And it can. There is baggage you can definitely take from previous sexual experiences that you could be taking into your current partner. but it doesn't have to.
Yeah.
It can be like a positive thing a lot of the time.
Right. Again, it's not black and white. I mean, yeah, like you
I
said.
really miss nuance.
That's what we're here to provide, I hope. You can really sense just how serious this is and how much, maybe not for them, like they're saying, but for other people, how much pain and shame comes from this subject. And I mean, before we got married, you had done some things and I hadn't. And like, that did affect some things. But after we left Christianity,
It didn't.
it like all of that completely evaporated.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't really cause a real problem, but it was a somewhat sensitive
So it was
subject
more
at
like the
times.
shame of it.
Right. The shame of it, yeah, was really the thing that weighed on us, not
Anything actually bad.
Not the
Nothing
effects.
bad happened.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is that when you stop feeling ashamed about it, nothing bad happens. It's
Yeah.
all good. The
Yeah.
only reason that they experience, or other people might be experiencing, negative consequences a lot of the time is because it's like the shame they're
Yeah.
experiencing, like the shame that they're feeling.
Right.
It's not because anything bad's actually happening.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to feel bad if we do this, and it's going to affect our marriage. And so they do things, and then they feel horrible about it, and then it
Exactly.
affects their marriage because they feel so bad about it.
So it's interesting hearing them talk about like the ashamed feeling, like you shouldn't feel ashamed, and we only feel ashamed because we kind of like self-prophesy over ourselves of this is bad, so I'm gonna feel bad about it. I will say, I do feel like as Christians and as the church and just as a whole, we can like shame or condemnation / conviction. It's a very small line that we can fall over into shame rather than just being convicted. And personally, I'm not ashamed of my past at all. I'm not living in shame. When I met Paul, I wasn't ashamed when I told him that I was not a virgin. I felt convicted that I had done those things, and I knew that there were going to be possible consequences from living in that sin for a while, but I didn't feel shameful about it because I repented, and I knew that my Heavenly Father forgave me. And I tell this to you guys all the time when you reach out, like, how can I forgive myself from the past stuff that I've done? I'm like, you are a measly little human being. Little bean. If God, the creator of the universe, can choose to forgive you, why the heck can't you forgive yourself?
It's good.
You know, like if God, my Heavenly Father, creator of the universe, has chosen to forgive me, I can then make a choice to forgive myself. And so like, I understand what they're saying, but I also believe that there are Christians out there who are not ashamed of their past at all, and they understand that like there is conviction, but they're not condemned. They're not walking around living in shame for the rest of their lives. And I hope that in our videos and in me sharing my past, like it can bring you all to a place of walking in true freedom with Christ.
Christians, I love the simplicity of this. Are we going to be obedient to what the Bible says or not? That really, I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we can almost just like all this other stuff. That stuff is fine. Are we going to be obedient?
I think some of their points here, like the differences between shame and conviction, could genuinely be useful and interesting discussions, but it feels a little undermined by what Paul says next.
The Apostle Paul, over and over again, he's talking about keeping the marriage bed holy. I already said that. Fleeing sexual immorality. Get away from the adulterous woman. Don't go down those streets. Is your life really going to be reduced down to a loaf of bread? Her house leads to death. Death, death, death. Why are we... And I know that, I guess this is more fornication, sex before marriage, but like, man, don't make light of this stuff, Christians.
All that said, on the whole, this video seemed to be made in pretty good faith. I'm not sure the same can be said for the response they made to Jen from Fundie Fridays a month before. Jen is also a very lovely person. I've not met her, but we've chatted a bit online. She's very, very kind. She's lovely. I can understand them being upset about response videos to some extent, but I do think they were way harsher in their responses to Jen than they were to Taylor and Drew. But still, not as harsh as... But still, that's nothing compared to how they treated Mickey Atkins a little later, but we'll get to that.
Right. This particular video, Morgan, I found...
Yes.
I just found something interesting about this one. We're going to be responding to Fundie Friday's video that she made, I want to say it was 12 days ago. And there's a particular aspect of that video that we're really going to be honing in on, that I hope some really valuable conversation, even if it's disagreements, they produce. You guys, I mean, they cause you guys to think through some of this stuff, and maybe some minds are open, some hearts are open. I ended up watching a chunk of it. I got to a place, though, just being real, and I will say, like, it was not the worst, what would you call this, hate video made or response video made. It wasn't, like, there's been worse ones.
It's more like a docu-series.
This one,
the vibe that I was getting.
Yeah, right. This one felt more.
Our own docu-series, you guys. Go check it out.
That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, she spent a lot of time producing this video, but it was a lot of just clips of us, and then she would respond briefly. But it wasn't like she was ripping into us too bad. But at the same time, there was a video that I decided not to air, a clip of this. We're going to show some clips, but it wasn't really relevant to this topic. But it was where she said that I was like a Zoolander because I was conceited and full of myself. And so she didn't hold back, so to speak. It wasn't like she was positive and encouraging towards our channel, but she wasn't the worst. But anyway, Morgan, that said, would I encourage the P&M fam to go watch her video in its entirety? I started feeling a heaviness as I continued watching it, to the point where I turned it off. It was heavy. Not everything she was saying was accurate. To watch her video, no, it's very negative towards us in a kind of passive aggressive way. You can if you want, but there's cursing. She's very much anti-Christianity.
Right.
Fundie Christianity, if you will.
About Morgan is that she struggles with a lot of different mental illnesses. She has specifically mentioned borderline personality disorder a few times, as well as some severe anxiety. In one video I watched, she said that she used to have a service dog because her anxiety would get so bad. So that's pretty fucking rough, Morgan. And I'm glad you're feeling better, but it is highly troubling and problematic when you say stuff like mental illness is caused by sexual sin.
It's interesting because so many people who, maybe identify as a Christian and who identify as not will say sex before marriage is fine. It's amazing. It's great. It's absolutely necessary to find your spouse. And to that I say, do you struggle with depression? Do you struggle with anxiety? Do you struggle with blah, blah, blah? And people aren't going to like this, but
No,
I don't
they
care.
will not.
And if the answer is yes, then I'm just going to say, I don't want to hear from you. Because
Whoa.
when you are struggling with these really heavy things, these mental illnesses, these very heavy things, and you're living in sin, but yet you're saying it's totally fine and it doesn't affect me in any way, shape, or form, I just don't believe that. I don't believe that. I believe that if you stopped having sex outside of marriage, that your depression might lessen. And I know you guys are gonna go off on me. It's fine. You can. But I, from personal experience, living in sexual sin, was literally being eaten alive and destroyed by depression, by anxiety, by panic attacks. I was throwing up for 18 to 20 hours a day sometimes, literally multiple times a month, because I was so sick mentally and physically because of the crap that I was living in. And as soon, literally you guys, the day that I said I'm done with this and I walked away from that, my depression did not totally go away yet, but it lifted a weight off of me. It was gone. And so I just don't really want to hear from people who are like, it doesn't do anything to you, but then they're living in darkness all the time. It's like, why would you ever take advice from a person who is living in such darkness?
Well, people like to use the word problematic. And I think that's one thing that she said, that she finds it problematic for me to blame sexual sin for depression or anxiety or whatever. Which I want to say, her comments, from what I saw, these comments about just my struggles with mental illness and overcoming those things. Like, she wasn't like insanely harsh or anything, or like ripping me apart, at least from what I saw.
That's what I'm saying. It could have been worse.
Yeah. And so I appreciate that, I guess. But yeah, I stand by what I said. I think that there's absolute validity to that. And I think that anyone who is going to doubt that before like giving it a try of like, stop sinning, stop living in sin, whatever type of sin it is, can't really speak because they don't have experience from that, you know?
It's interesting when we'll just call it a hate video or a response video made from someone like an obvious, I'm assuming she's an atheist, or someone who's obviously not a Christian, we'll just say. Mm-hmm. And they take all of this stuff that we're saying and they're just appalled by it. They're shocked by it. Mm-hmm. Guys, is that a surprise to anyone that an atheist is going to be shocked by Christians who stand on a biblical worldview? Like, it should be shocking if atheists are making videos praising you.
I think the problem with this video response is that Paul and Morgan just seemed absolutely unable to hear what Jen was actually saying and would just instantly dismiss anything she said, which is infuriating to watch. It was like, well, she's saying this, but she's an atheist, so it doesn't count, you know? I was also... They kept bringing up this kind of like divide between atheists and Christians and like saying things like, oh, it's so shocking to see an atheist praising a Christian. Like, no, it's really not. Like, I know plenty of amazing Christian people who I praise constantly because they're good people and I respect them and love them to bits. You know what I mean? And Jen is the same. Like, you don't just judge someone because they have a different religious belief to you. You listen to what they're saying and see how they're acting and look at what they're doing, and then you make a judgment, you know? Like, as long as a person's been a good person, I don't care what their religious belief is, I'm going to praise them for it. I and Jen and others like us don't criticize Paul and Morgan because they're Christians. We criticize them because they are hateful and cruel and use religion as an excuse and a weapon to fuel that cruelty. That's what we have a problem with. And then we get to the back and forth with Mickey Atkins. Unlike Taylor and Drew, I've not met her, and unlike Jen, I don't think we've spoken. I might be wrong. So I don't really know what Mickey is like outside of her content. But she seems lovely, and I really enjoy her videos, I can say that. Mickey has also made a number of videos on Paul and Morgan before, including calling out their victim-blaming statements, amongst other topics. But the main back and forth happened when Paul and Morgan decided to revisit a topic we've already heard from them on once. What TV and film should Christians be watching? This time they made the video without Hannah Williamson. Mickey made a response to this titled, Paul and Morgan want you to develop anxiety? Therapist talks religious trauma, to which Paul responded with one of his own, titled, Therapist calls out P&M for inflicting suffering on people. This entire response from Paul was so damn disrespectful. It was awful to watch. Like, I was getting genuinely angry for Mickey watching this. He repeatedly pronounced Mickey's name wrong and made jokes about it. He repeatedly shamed Mickey's appearance, which is just entirely inappropriate and unnecessary. I know this is just Paul's misogyny showing, but he didn't have to say it. In terms of the actual response, unlike, for example, in his response to Taylor and Drew, Paul was less focused on refuting her actual points here and more focused on just attacking her personally and mocking her on a personal level. And he was very defensive and trying to like claim that he's not a Fundie, he's not a Fundie. And I'm like, but you are. Very odd. He just genuinely seemed so much meaner in this video than he was to Jaclyn Glenn or than he was to Taylor and Drew. And I think there's a reason for that.
Mickey Atkins is her name, and she's actually made videos on us before. Atkins. Certified Professional U.S. Mental Health. A question that I ask, and I genuinely say this, are these what mental health professionals look like these days? Is Missy Atkins, and again, we're about to really get into it and rip off the Band-Aid and go into her video, but is she indicative of a large amount of what mental health professionals look like these days? You can see in her background, she's got all these signs up to kind of give you an idea of her belief systems and stuff. It's just, okay, it's just a question I have. Is she indicative of the masses of mental health professionals these days.
I'm like, man, this looks like a fun show. So I go to Parents Guide, and it has like sex and nudity section, and it said severe. I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it. I'm not.
Okay, wow. There is so much that's being said here without being said explicitly. I wanted to address this first of all because there's been a lot of discussion about people like Paul and Morgan and Girl Defined and people in this evangelical Christian fundamentalist niche in regards to how childlike they appear. And I feel like this is a great opportunity for us to discuss the ways that that manifests in people's everyday behavior. And this to me is very much that. Feeling the need to have approval by some kind of like review body or like outside source in order to feel allowed to do things as an adult is very much a function of these very repressive and very authoritarian religious groups generally. Honestly, this is a red flag, to be super clear.
All right, so you can start getting the tone of her pushback on us. I'm about to play kind of a part 2 to this clip, but I find it interesting that she's so casually and confidently lumping Paul and Morgan in with the fundamentalists. It's kind of ironic, we just had the whole shiny happy people dealio, and here she goes lumping us in. Paul and Morgan are fundamentalists, are the old fundies. Fundy Christians. All right, first off, I'm going to forgive you, Missy, for your little comment there. Lots of things that are hard for Paul to comprehend. You're forgiven by me. So she talks about a difference between regular Christian or, regular religious person and Paul and Morgan type Christian and Girl Defined type Christian. The regular Christians, you guys are good, but not the Paul and Morgan radical fundies.
I think for me watching, one of the most disgusting parts was where Mickey made some really amazing points comparing our attitudes to food and sex and how we can have healthy or unhealthy relationships with them. And it was a really, really well-made point on Mickey's part. And Paul just turned around and decided to ignore everything she said and just body shame her. It was absolutely disgusting, and it is clear to me that Paul was only resorting to personal attacks because he isn't intelligent enough to formulate a proper response to what she was saying.
But, how has the casual approach been working? How's it been working? Let's stick with the food for a second. And I'm not trying to sound mean, but how is the casual approach to, she said, it creates just this dysfunction and obsession when you completely remove the food out of your house. The junk food, I can't even have that food in my house, or it becomes too much of an issue and I end up just eating all of it, so I don't even bring it in the house. No, don't do that. Don't make a certain food or certain sexual content forbidden. Learn how to have it around and moderate it. Okay, again, I see what she's saying, and sometimes there can be wisdom there in certain things, but how's the casual approach been working for her? She's a heavy woman. Hate me if you want, I'm just stating facts. She's a heavy woman, and she is coaching us on the correct way to approach food, the correct relationships with food. It is kind of ironic, is it not, to have a heavy woman coaching us on how to approach food. You gonna get angry with me for saying that? It's just the truth. It's kind of ironic. And for so many others, how has the casual approach been working for you? When it comes to food, for instance, something that's not inherently sinful, like cookies, how's the casual approach been working for you? And if it hasn't been working too well, go ahead and become more drastic, would be my counsel.
You can't just go around making rude comments about people's bodies, and you absolutely shouldn't be telling people to restrict their food or making assumptions about their eating habits. It's unhealthy and it's cruel. And the only times he does try to address her points, he just goes into full hyperbole, like in this clip.
But on the other end, is there anything that we should completely avoid? Mickey, I'll ask you this. Is there anything? What about crack? What about a desire to punch someone that you're angry at because they're annoying you? A desire to punch them in the face?
Thankfully, Mickey responded to this with a really excellent video titled Paul and Morgan Finally Responded, and it was not what I expected. I'll play you a few clips for context, but I recommend just going and watching that video in full for yourself because it's great.
Also, the other thing that's so funny to me, like as a clinician, is that I am fairly aware of the ways that people try to manipulate others,
Oh, of course.
This becomes a thing that, like, to me, it's very elementary because I talk about it all the time.
You've gone to school for it.
Yes. Yeah, it's the false reality thing where you, like, create a little bubble for yourself.
Oh, yes.
Where I'm like, everybody knows about common manipulation tactics. And, like,
that can be a hell of a drug, but also.
Yes. But, like, this is such a, like, page 1, paragraph 1 tactic from the like I'm trying to manipulate or like bully people thing is the like using your name incorrectly or pronouncing things incorrectly or like doing the air quotes like supposedly thing. Like all of that is such a transparent attempt to create this feeling of like smallness or otherness, you know?
It feels like trying to like get down on the same level and like I'm just like, are you doing okay?
No, yeah.
But
yes.
It's like the same thing with the fat like
I know.
Hello, I am thin, Mickey is fat.
Correct.
They are words.
Yes. I know, just
fat
say that.
Just say, don't say heavy, just like put your full ass in the street. If you're gonna do it, just call Mickey fat.
Also, like I literally have a thing on the wall that says fat queer. Granted, you couldn't see it in that
but
video.
But also like you made that, like we're like
yes,
and
I
also,
have merch that says fat queer.
And again,
like I'm not ashamed of that. Paul is so blatantly, obviously attempting to rage farm. Well, and that's what I was going to say that's like a little bit embarrassing is that like naively, I think I was almost hopeful for there to be some kind of intelligent discourse. I was like, maybe like if they're going to open this conversation, we can have like a real
like this might
talk.
be kind of
you know, like I don't know. I don't expect them like again. I don't ever expect Paul or Morgan to deconstruct in any meaningful way. But I was like, maybe they're willing to validate that like we will recognize the validity of other people practicing Christianity, even if they don't do it the way that we're doing it, right? Like we're still going to speak to our followers who are doing it this way. But like maybe we'll stop calling people who are not Christians like us not real Christians. And then as it turns out, the whole video is just Paul trying to dunk on me for being fat.
And it's just, it's giving like elementary.
Paul then felt the need to respond to this one too in his video titled My Second Response to Therapist Mickey Atkins. And I think the craziest thing about watching these videos back to back was that I'd literally just watched clips of Mickey talking about how harmful Paul's comments were about her body, like harmful both for her and for other people watching who have the same body type. Or who have problems with disordered eating. She was saying, hey, these statements will cause harm. And she was pointing out how they cause harm and why they cause harm. And then Paul immediately opened this video with like, oh, I enjoy this back and forth so much. And I think as long as you enjoy something and it's not hurting someone, why shouldn't you do it? And I'm like, you've literally just been told you're hurting people. And he's like, but I'm not. And I'm like, you don't listen to anything they're saying, do you? It's very frustrating. Let's look at some clips.
You guys know, I'm not too great with names. I'm just not too great with names. I've butchered a few of your all's names. But, so she there accused me. She was saying this is page 1 of manipulation and belittling someone. I want to say I apologize if you guys watched my response video from maybe a week and a half ago to Mickey. I started out the video calling her the correct name, and somehow in my brain, it went from Mickey to Missy, and I probably 4 or 5 times called her Missy. I apologize. Okay, I didn't realize it was going to be that big of a thing. Mickey and Missy is pretty close, but I did it. It was my bad. Okay, I really did not have any ill will or manipulation or trying to belittle you. It was an accident. All right, I didn't realize it was going to become this big of a thing.
As it turns out, the whole video is just Paul trying to dunk on me for being fat.
And it's just, it's giving like elementary.
The whole video, my video was 18 minutes long, roughly. And I mean, I'm sorry, Mickey, you're a is there not like, you know how like there's a doctor's code of conduct that says, as a doctor, I will never do blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Is there not that for therapists where as a therapist, I'm not allowed to bold-faced lie? Am I being mean here to say that? Like that was a bold-faced lie. She said her whole video was dunking on her for being fat. Your whole video. Thank you. There, as in Morgan and I's video. Well, it's technically my video. Yeah, that's just not true. Video was 18 minutes long, and dunking on her for being fat. I'm actually towards the end of today's video. I'm gonna play where I discussed it. But if you remove the chunk that she's referring to. If you remove the part that she's referring to, the video goes from 18 minutes to probably 17 minutes and 15 seconds.
It's just another video that is, again, so infuriating to watch. I was infuriated at this stage because the one apology he gives is so damn insincere and the rest is just condescending. He gets bogged down in the He gets so bogged down in the technicalities of like, well, it wasn't the whole video I was being fatphobic, only this one part of it, so blah, 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 blah. Like, he just refuses to acknowledge any of his meanness, even though we all saw it, we all watched it. How can you deny? It's wild. But hey, I'm not giving him money on Patreon, so I guess my opinion just doesn't matter, does it?
Whose team am I playing for because my video was so hateful and mean? So I watched my video back shortly after posting it. I'm just going to be completely honest. I will receive, not from her audience, not that I dislike you guys, not that I think you guys are awful people. I'll receive from our patrons. I think that's fair. Patrons that are in the live chat right now that have watched my video, just be honest. Was my video mean and hateful? Morgan, was my video mean and hateful? And I'll hear what you guys have to say. I watched it back and I genuinely do not believe that it was.
He even went on to fault Mickey for internalizing some of the things he said, which I don't think they did, but even if they did, I wouldn't blame them because he made cruel personal comments, which he then went on to double down on in this video. If someone's going to internalize that and be hurt by it, I'm not going to blame them. Is it nice out there? Is it nice? Hi, come here. Come on, you want to come sit on my knee for a bit? Do this? Go on, you got this. Well done, Angel. Hi. Oh, you're so toasty. Mwah. You're so toasty. I think when we compare his attitudes towards Jaclyn Glenn, towards Taylor and Drew, towards Jen from Fundie Fridays, and Mickey Atkins, we can see something incredibly revealing about Paul. He can be so kind and reasonable to people like Jaclyn and Taylor and Drew, but he won't be to people like Mickey and Jen. And let's be honest, Jaclyn has been far harsher to Paul and Morgan than any of the other people. So it's not about how they're being treated, it's about how Paul views these people. I think his behaviour shows us a hell of a lot about his own prejudices and biases. Jaclyn is a thin, straight woman doing the whole traditional married with kids thing, and he was kind to her. Taylor and Drew are thin and straight passing, and he was kind to them. Mickey is not thin. Mickey is openly queer and unapologetic about it, and just look how he treated her. It's very clear to me that his actions towards her and his treatment of her were based on his bigoted judgments, and I'm not here for it. He can't just go around treating thin, straight people better than larger queer people because he feels like it. Like, that's not how the world, well, maybe it is how the world works, but it's not how the world should work. I've seen it from him in other areas too, like, but to a less serious extent. Okay. I've seen it from him in other areas too, but to a less serious extent. Like, he's spoken about me, not by name, but like he's spoken of me a few times, and every time he does, he refers to me as a girl. I'm just some girl, this little girl. I'm like, it's infantilizing. And I think it's because he sees that I'm like an unmarried woman, and he just thinks like, oh, are you okay? Yeah. He just thinks like, oh, let's infantilize her and put her down and like talk down to her, you know? Doesn't matter that I'm older than his wife. I'm still just some little girl to him, you know? And I mean, that's not as serious as his fat phobia and his homophobia and transphobia and everything. But yeah, I just find it interesting. I think we also need to bring his racism into this, because Paul has been openly racist quite a few times. And I don't know if you've noticed, but he's never made a respectful response to any person of colour at all. He tends to avoid... I think the only person I've seen him talk about who is black is Jesse Lee Peterson. And obviously Jesse Lee Peterson is insane and his views deserve criticising, which is absolutely fine. But there were some moments where it felt like Paul was like mocking his accent and his voice, and I was like, that feels a little bit racist, you know? So I think this is a pattern from him, and I just want to point it out. I did. You okay, my little butt? How are you doing? You got a lot of big feelings today. Now, let's talk about their pop culture live streams, because speaking of biases and bigotry, they seem to get harsher than ever in their live streams, especially when it came to talking about LGBTQ plus issues. They also pushed being anti-choice more than ever as well. It's interesting because they spoke at this time a lot about, you know, learning to speak with love more and be less harsh, but if anything, they got more harsh and more judgmental in this period. It's crazy. Let's take a look at a selection of clips from a range of videos as examples.
Should a Christian go to a gay wedding? And then the next step would be, should a Christian host a gay wedding at their farm? The word welcome comes up frequently when talking to Grant. In recent years, she has voiced support for the LGBTQ community, where she has had a large fan base for decades.
Which is very interesting.
I
didn't know that was a thing.
I didn't either. Grant recalls her reaction when she learned her niece had come out. What a gift to our whole family to just widen the experience of our whole family.
Yeah, I mean, obviously what she said sounds nice to the ears and sounds like almost like oh, okay, if Amy Grant is saying this, then I'm fine to support this type of lifestyle. I'm good. But that's just not really the way it is in reality.
Are you going to believe but then live a life that's contrary to what Jesus calls us to?
Mm-hmm.
Is it love to go ahead and say, wow, you know, this is my niece. She's wanting to get married to this woman.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to support that. Is that love?
No. Yeah, I just think Christians need to stinking wake up and read the word and stop looking at the world for their descriptions of what love is.
I've, for instance, back when I was doing more modeling, there was a gay friend I had that modeled with me, and I invited him to my high school graduation. I appreciated that relationship, but had he said, Paul, I want you to come to my marriage, you know, my wedding, I'm marrying a man,
Mm-hmm.
that would have been where I would have explained to him in a gentle, loving way, speaking the truth in love, bro, I love you. I love you as a man. I want what's best for you, but I'm not going to condone and support this. And guys, let's be real. You know, maybe you see this differently, but what are you doing when you go to a wedding? And then the pastor says, if anyone, is there anyone that has any objections to the union of this couple? Like, you're really going to sit there
right
with your mouth shut?
Mm-hmm.
To me, it is another step to say we're actually hosting it on our, did you say on our farm? It'll be our first, same-sex wedding on the farm, or bride and bride, and it's like, man, that's getting pretty in your face, just blatant.
It is, like, as believers, in this time, day and age that we're living in, it's like we do sadly have to think about the most innocent little thing, like your daughter's painting your fingernails. Like, maybe some people are still like, no, you don't. That's so stupid. That's a societal norm, a social construct. Well, it's also we see where you know, maybe not addressing these things has gotten us, or letting your little boy play in dresses for years and now he's thinking he's a female because you didn't make it clear what the gender roles are. And so, I'm sorry, but yeah, some social constructs are there for good reason, in my opinion. And also this idea of, like, it's okay for men to be feminine and men are allowed to wear makeup or do feminine things. It's not a big deal. I'm sorry, but I think it is a big deal at this day and age. Like, I'm not saying there can't be more feminine-ish men out there that have some more feminine characteristics or personality traits. You don't have to be this macho man that's out cutting down trees and drinking beers and has a giant thick mustache. Like, I don't think that's necessary or needed. But also this push, that our culture, that our society has put on men of it's not okay to be a manly man. Like, it's not okay to be a manly man
toxic
anymore.
masculinity is.
Yeah, toxic masculinity. Act more like a woman. Stop being a disgusting man. Blah, blah, blah. And we're like literally pushing out the man, and God made a man and a woman, and there are two very drastic different traits in them, and like, or there are very drastic different traits in each of them. And so like this idea of like, no, it's totally fine, they're allowed to do this, they're allowed to do that. Look where that's gotten us. I'm sorry, but we live in a stinking weak society, and we got a bunch of weenie men out there that want to get rid of their weenies.
Oh no. Oh no.
And it's just pathetic.
Oh, she did not. She did not just
And
say
I think
that.
a lot of it has to do with the fact that we've allowed or pushed that men need to be
This is what happens
more feminine.
when you get the bonus video from Paul and Morgan. You know, this big time pastor, Chris Valentin posted, let me see if I can read this. He posted a picture of Leah Thomas winning the NCAA championship, and then put a quote by Morgan. Can you make sure she doesn't? Yeah.
Calm down.
Calm her down.
Calm it down.
Can you read, Morgan? Are you able to see it well enough?
This man won the women's swimming championship.
So that was what Chris Valentin said. You can see here, Morgan, read what Chris.
However you feel, Chris, not Chris Valentin, the Chris from Rend.
Yes.
However you feel about the implications for sports, a wider conversation for sure. Calling a trans woman a man is hateful, unkind. Don't participate in this kind of speech. History won't be kind to you.
Ooh, history won't be kind to you.
Yeah, so I thought that was goofy. I am fine with the post that Chris Valentin posted. I'm sure most of you all aren't surprised by that.
The Chris Valentin saying this is a man.
Yeah, this man won the women's championship. That's the case. That's what it is. This Leah Thomas went through male puberty up until he was, I don't know when he transitioned.
I mean, you can see the pictures of side by side.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like that long ago.
No, it does not look it's been very long. Like, he recently made this decision to transition. If we continue to accept this in our world as normal, as right, then like women, biological women, are going to have no place in this world, which is crazy to me because there are so many like intense feminists out there.
There's kind of a picture you can see. I guess that's probably right before.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like that long ago. I mean, he's wearing a pin shirt.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just feel like we do need to be speaking out against this.
There's just so much intolerance and hate and needlessly misgendering people here. It's absolutely awful. It's interesting though, because unexpectedly, I think Morgan is the one who is more hateful here and more intolerant and more cruel. Paul at least mostly respects people's use of like preferred pronouns, and he'll use people's actual names instead of dead naming them. Morgan has a habit of purposely using the wrong pronouns and dead naming people. Elise asked me last night, she was like, so Paul and Morgan, which one of them's worse? And I was like, oof, well, that is a question, isn't it? And I gave her a long, complicated answer, which, you know, I think you're seeing a lot of my thoughts for in this video. Okay, is that good ear scratch? Is that a good ear scratch? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Oh, good ear scratch. There was also a huge amount of irony when they said this about the transformed wife, because they could have so easily have just been talking about themselves.
I'll be honest, you guys, like, I actually appreciate a good amount of what she posts. Hate it or love it. What are you going to do, haters? I do. I appreciate a good amount of what she posts because what she stands for. I believe the world, in particular feminism, creeping in to church, you know, the church culture has gotten so rampant that her voice is actually refreshing at times. However, I get a little concerned when I see posts that she makes that she comes across so confident of Here's what I'm saying. I'm so confident. This is so black and white. And if you're not subscribing to this way of thinking, like what I'm posting here, you're in sin. That's kind of how it feels. Or you're not following the Bible, when in reality, is that truly what the Bible says? Or are you maybe, again, you see something that's going bad in the culture and even in the church, so you're pushing back so far that it becomes too extreme to one side?
Morgan also made a really odd point here where she said there's no use fighting back against women voting because even though it's not biblical, it's legal, so why fight it? But abortion is something which Morgan is against because of the Bible and was legal for a long time, so why is she fighting that? There's just no consistency here. Again, she wants to support the things that... I was going to say she wants to support the things that she believes in, but I mean, that's people, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to say. My head hurts. There's just no consistency in her views, is what I'm trying to say.
Morgan, I hear you saying, or I thought I heard you say, she does perhaps have a biblical argument.
There might be a biblical argument
of women maybe
not voting.
But because women already can vote, now she's just kind of poking a bear that she doesn't need to?
Yes. That's what I said.
No, that is super interesting.
And it doesn't even matter because we live in a day and age where women can vote, and that's not going to be taken away.
Morgan, I like
hopefully.
Yeah.
My question is, does she vote? Because if she doesn't, that's super lame because she could be a vote for something better, something more Christ-like. But if she's over here refusing to vote because she's a woman, I think that's ridiculous. It's like we have to look at where we're at right now in our world, and it's not Bible times, and women do have a right to vote. And so let's teach women and encourage women what is biblical and what our vote can go towards.
And I'd just like to remind Morgan that she literally only has her vote thanks to feminism. So unless she's ready to give that up, she should stop making anti-feminist content and being like, ooh, well, feminism's bad. Me. No, it's not. Feminism's the reason you're allowed to speak right now. Feminism's the reason you're allowed to vote. Feminism's the reason you're allowed to be on a YouTube channel and pick your own husband and, not be bought and sold like cattle. Anyway, speaking of anti-choice content, I don't think we were, but okay. Oh no, we were a little bit. Okay, ignore me. I'm all over the place. Let's take a look at one of their live streams where they're responding to the anti-choice documentary made by the LeBrant family. Now, I actually made my own response to this documentary at the time and pointed out how much dangerous misinformation was in it, but Paul and Morgan really liked the documentary and decided to defend it.
It is genocide in my eyes, in Paul's eyes.
Just like you are saying, you're seeing these people that are pro-choice being so outraged. How dare you? Well, I hope that these accounts that make these criticism videos of Colin Sav would be able to, it shouldn't surprise you that pro-lifers would,
right?
You know what I mean? Not be, I lost my train of thought. Finish it.
Would not be so upset.
So upset at the fact that, finish my train of thought.
Babe, you can't do this to a pregnant woman.
Finish my train of thought. I keep starting it and then it's like, boop.
No.
At the idea of, look at the numbers of babies in the womb, fetuses, babies, new life apart from the mother in the womb, being killed, being murdered. So you guys shouldn't get on us for that.
Oh, and let's not forget at the time he was also being subtly racist and making weird statements about slavery and abortion, so that's fun.
Ultimately, what she just said there was, she said, it's not a, what you call an ethical conversation. It's
moral.
She said, let's pull back, not a moral conversation. This is a practical conversation about women's rights. Women's rights are human rights. And let's just think about that for a minute. You could watch that and be like, wow, Anne and these other 4 or 5 women panel of The View, and I think one of them is kind of a Republican. She didn't look like she was pushing back at all there. But you look at that and you're like, that comes across as compassionate and justice, and standing for compassion and justice and mercy. Okay, let's get out of our feels a little bit, liberals, Is that compassionate? She's saying it is. And I would just ask, where did she says, this is a practical conversation about women's rights. Women's rights are humans' rights. Is it not fair to ask or to bring up someone saying, let's go back to slavery? And I know like, oh, don't make comparisons. I'm just asking, okay? Morgan, tell me if I'm crazy.
Okay.
Could we not have said that about slave owners? Could we not have said, as she said, it's a practical conversation about women's rights? Could we not have said, hey, no, slavery is actually the people that are against slavery, cut that out. This is about slave owners' rights. They have farms, they have plantations to take care of. And if we suddenly abolish slavery, think about them. Their lives are going to be greatly, they're going to be in distress to keep up with the demands. Yeah. Is that not fair? It's going to be a big inconvenience to their lives and to their life goals, because there are a lot of these young plantation owners that have big dreams and big goals. And you're going to strip their slaves away? Am I not allowed to say this stuff? Because I think it's relevant. Because slave owners' rights are humans' rights.
Oh.
Am I not allowed to say that? What do you guys think? I think that there's definitely overlap there.
Yeah. That is very interesting.
And I see someone in the comments, this is so disingenuous, Paul. Hey, I'm not being disingenuous. I think it's an absolutely, I'm not saying like they're the exact same, obviously, but I think that's a very healthy comparison. Why is it so ridiculous for someone like Anne Hathaway and all these liberals and all these liberal elites and celebrities? Oh no, let this woman chase her career and abort her baby because of it's getting in the way of her dreams of becoming a fashionista. Why can't we take it back to slavery? And I will say, yeah, sure, like you go back to the original trilogy, elves were white, the dwarves were white. Granted, they were very short. The hobbits were very short, but they were white. So
yeah,
white, then you different races. I don't really care that much. Yes, I did feel like you quickly see like a black elf in the new Rings of Power series, and then you see like several interracial couples, and I'm fine with that. Like, you know what? Unless it feels just ridiculously pushed on us, I'm fine with that. But I feel like there is a lot of people that are just over the wokeness. They are over the wokeness being force-fed to us in Netflix shows and all of these new shows. And so they're kind of like already on edge. And so they go into this show and then they see, okay, well, there's an interracial couple from I don't know what the official name was, but they're ultimately like hobbits. Fine. Oh, and then there's another interracial couple. Fine. And then there's another interracial couple. And it's kind of like, okay, it's getting a little exhausting. The interracial, dwarf couple. And it's like, it's starting to feel a little excessive. And I'm not saying that in any way racist. It's just like, how many are you going to put? Like, I don't care at all, but I could see where some of the pushback maybe is coming from.
Right. They're obviously doing it on purpose, but personally, to me, I went in with zero expectations and I had no idea that they were like intentionally like trying to push this or whatever.
Really? So you didn't even like chuckle the third interracial couple that popped up?
I did not think about it at all. I just don't care. I don't know. I just enjoyed the show. I didn't like.
To me, if anything, it just made it like I almost had to take this show less seriously because like how many. At some point, it just gets kind of goofy.
I think one of my biggest issues with their content, especially at this time, I think it's the thing that like scares me most about it really, is just how often they kept saying, we're saying this with love, we're being as kind as possible, we're saying this because we care, while being as cruel and hateful as possible. It's one thing for a bigot to know they're targeting people and just not care about the harm they're causing. It's another to genuinely believe you're being a good person and you're helping people, all while trying to tell people they shouldn't exist or they don't deserve basic human rights just because of who they are. It's wild. Also, to no one's surprise at all, they continued to give out controversial relationship advice during this time and speak about their own relationship, which was starting to show signs of struggling again. Let's take a look at some clips from their popular Advice We Reject series first. These just get progressively worse until they are essentially advocating for marital rape, so this is fun.
This is a cultural one, but sadly I feel like it's becoming, even in the Christian world, which is just beyond me, of the...
I think I... Oh, okay, that's not the one I was thinking of. Go ahead.
Oh, try before you buy. / I'll just make these one. You should live together before you get married. I reject that.
We reject it. We reject it with the John Cena, don't we?
We reject it with that. Yes, you know, I feel like any believer with common sense, sorry if that's offensive, knows that that's just like ridiculous.
This whole sexual compatibility that is swept over our cultural, dating and stuff, I think it's bull.
It's bull, and
it almost reminds me of, well, I was gonna say,
go ahead.
it's kind of like just have a lot of sex. It's kind of just giving a thumbs up. And I'm sure they would justify it in different, say, well, here's why. Sure, we get it. First off, it's not biblical, and really it can just end with that. Hope to see those in the comment section. Healthy discussions if you are in another camp, but...
We can discuss, but you'll never convince me that try before you buy is a biblical thing.
Some of these we're just not going to back down on. It's so clear in scripture.
You know, I hear these 29-year-olds, 35-year-olds dating for a year, 2 years, and it's like, what are you doing? You should know yourself well enough, and you should know this person well enough after a few months to be like, yes, I see myself marrying them. No, I don't. So let's end this relationship and I'll keep looking. Yes, we love giving content for our haters. You know, we love to make a good video that our sex therapists can make and try and destroy. It's a good time. So, you guys are welcome.
We say sex therapist. Yeah.
Sex therapist.
Well, there's... I reject that. And I saw people advising this. You even brought this one up. Self-discovery. We'll just call it self-discovery, pleasing yourself. The popular advice is we should become experts at pleasing ourselves by practicing on ourselves, learning how we operate, what feels good by ourselves.
So that we can be better lovers and know what we like to tell our partners.
Yes, and we reject that.
It can cause a lot of damage in marriage if you are just sleeping around and then you get married and you just think that that's not going to affect anything.
Yeah.
So be careful. We reject the piece of advice of you don't owe your spouse anything when it comes to sex. So if you don't want to have sex, you don't have to have sex. And your husband can deal with that, or your wife can get over it. But I have a feeling most of y'all are saying your husband can get over it.
It's mostly aimed at the husband.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
So I think that's ridiculous.
Morgan, for sure.
So, this really makes the worldly people, the heathens, I'm just going to use that word, I'm sorry.
Whoa.
Mad because they don't understand what selfless love is. It's not about it's not about pushing against someone's consent. It's about being selfless from time to time. If you are keeping sex from your husband for weeks on end, even days, like days and days and days, whatever, or months or years, that's incredibly selfish, and that's not a marriage. Like, I don't know what you're doing to do that to your spouse. Husband, too. Like, husbands, if you're keeping sex from your wife, you are sinning, okay? You are going against the entire, image of what God has designed marriage to be.
And this leads on nicely to another very similar video they made, which you may have seen clips from before, because I think I might have discussed some of them in previous videos. But this video was called what we wish we knew about sex, and the video opens with a very different account of their wedding night and honeymoon than we've heard before.
First thing I knew about, I wish I had known about sex, was this. Okay. Don't expect your sex, once you get married, don't expect the sexiness and the adventuresome, crazy, awesome stuff to go from 0 to 100 right out of the gate. Realize that is going to take some time. And if I had realized that before getting married, I wouldn't have brought out the whipped cream on our honeymoon. It was a bad idea. It made Morgan cry.
Yes, it did. We were like 3 days into our marriage in Miami, Florida on our honeymoon, and he brings out a can of whipped cream, and I'm like,
and here's the thing. It sounds. Take that however you want. You're shocked. You're appalled. You're laughing. But in all reality, in my mind, it was, I'm finally married. Now I welcome everything in the kitchen sink into our sex life. Let's go wild. And Morgan's like,
I'm like, bro, I barely know you.
But I do think typically the man may come out more guns a-blazing, where the woman wants to take it more slowly, more emotionally, getting to know each other in that intimate way.
Yeah, we won't put y'all in a box, but that's just how it was for our marriage. Is he was guns a-blazing, let's go, lady. I'm 27 years old and I haven't done anything.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, how's our sex life doing? I'm like, it's great. And Paul's like, well, it's good, but, and I'm like, wait, what? I thought we were good. I thought we were on the same page.
When you think you've communicated enough, communicate more.
Yes. So that really is just huge, 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 you guys. I think Paul showed me one book that he was reading, or like at least skimming through, and I was like, oh boy, he is really hyping this up. Hope he doesn't expect me to try that move with him in our first week. He did. Beforehand, this is at the beginning of our marriage, and it was like very hard for me because I was like, I'm not like, wait, what? I don't feel fully fulfilled right now.
Yeah, no, that's good.
And then he'd just walk away feeling great.
Okay.
All right, go on.
This is good. This is just the real deal.
It's the real deal.
This is just the real deal. Sex/lack thereof is, and especially was in our first couple of years, very emotional. And so I remember I would be maybe laying over on my side of the bed, and we had gotten an argument, and it was like, okay, it's pretty clear that sex isn't happening when I thought it was going to. And it was just brutal.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I don't get the feeling that it hits you as hard, because there would be times when I was laying there and I was just like, okay, Morgan's mad at me, or something happened. We're not going to have sex. I was expecting it. And now I just want to, like, it hits you in a way that I don't think I'd ever experienced. Mm-hmm. The feeling of being let down, of sad, of upset. I just want to go get in my car and just drive. I just want to not be here. I'm angry, like literally so many emotions.
Yeah, it definitely, like, if Paul and I get into an argument and sex doesn't end up being on the table that night or whatever, in the first few years of our marriage, I knew that it hit Paul way harder than it hit me. Like, I would just roll over and be like, good night.
So you knew?
Like, of course I knew.
So you were aware? And you just rolled over and...
Yeah, I wasn't having sex with you. I was mad at you. Now, I will say there are going to be times in your marriage where you guys are mad at each other. You should still have sex. But sometimes you shouldn't. Or sometimes it's just impossible because you're just like...
Well, so maybe that's more of a guy thing. Morgan, I will say, hearing you so brazenly say you just ignored my emotions, even though you were aware of them. There were times when I would be laying there just so hurt, realizing, okay, I get it. We're in a fight or whatever. It's valid. But man, it would mean a lot to me if you were to just kind of roll over and like touch my arm and say like, I know that we're upset at each other.
Oh, you know how absolutely hard that is when you've been a butthead to me.
And I could have done the same thing sometimes, but there's just that thing of like, I don't want to budge on this. I don't want to budge. But man, just for you guys watching, maybe married people getting ready to be married, if you can just humble yourself and turn over to your partner and scratch their back and say, hey, we may not get this worked out tonight, but I love you and let's go ahead and have sex. I would encourage, go ahead and have sex, even if you're upset at each other. Because I think anytime
Not every time. Can't do it every time.
I think anytime we did, it blessed both of us.
I think a lot of these clips are perfect examples of how the internet is like a third person in their relationship. And that's what I've been saying this whole video, right? They're saying things to each other on camera, often on live streams in front of an audience of tens of thousands of people. Sometimes hundreds of thousands of people watch these videos. They say these things in front of this many people that they've not said to each other before in private. It's almost like they use their YouTube videos as therapy or counseling, but without a professional there to guide them in a safe or healthy way. And it's concerning, and I do worry about them and wonder what their relationship would be like without the internet. The last video I want to touch on in this era before we move on was this video in which they played a drinking game with grape juice, of course, not wine. What are they, heathens? Kiwi's grumbling in the background. Anyway, they played a game called Agree to Disagree, which once again highlighted both their hypocrisy and relationship problems, which probably shouldn't be online. This video was just a lot. Like, watch the very first opening question, in which Paul immediately just invalidates Morgan's feelings which we've been hearing her express for the last 5 years. And he just dismisses them as like, well, I know you've been saying this for 5 years now, but it's probably just your hormones, love. Crazy. Annoyed me to see.
Being a YouTuber is the best job.
Oh no, this isn't fair because listen, you just got
I think just go where you go and then we'll discuss. Alright, let's see. Being a YouTuber is the best job.
3.
Cheers.
3, 2, 1, go.
So, alright, we have to state our reason.
Morgan,
Yes.
I'm not trying to do TMI, but you did just come off of your period, and
Yes, I did.
when you are on your period, you tend to, is it fair to say, see maybe the negatives more clearly? Is that fair to say?
Then there's just a lot of like too much information and oversharing.
It's not easy, you guys. we're not saying it's easy to have sex when you're mad at each other. It's not. There's a lot of like humility that has to come out, and you gotta like fight the enemy because the enemy's gonna like nail the...
It wasn't super easy this morning.
No, it was not. But we did it.
And it was the right thing.
And it was the right thing.
TMI for DMI. We're here.
We have both cried in the past 24 hours.
Did I cry?
Yeah, you did.
Okay. Oh, I did. I did cry. I did cry, and men can cry. Seriously, men can cry.
And then this next one is just, again, a lot and a little hypocritical. I want you to first cast your mind back to all the clips we've seen so far from Paul and Morgan's first and subsequent years of marriage, where they keep saying divorce is never, ever, ever an option, even if you're being abused, unless someone has cheated on you. And then watch this.
What?
This one says, I've thought/considered divorce.
Alright.
Let me think through this. Hold on.
My goodness.
All right.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, it's thought. You said thought.
I'm gonna cry.
You said thought. You said thought. All right, time for some explanation. Time for some explaining. Time for some explaining. Hey, time for some explaining. All right. Hey, come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, she's crying. All right.
I did not expect that.
We had to pick the heaviest one to be 2 off on. I thought you would at least do this one. So our first couple years of marriages, we have shared with you guys of marriage. Go watch some of our older videos. Go watch what marriage is really like. That one. Type it in. Watch it. We were really working through some heavy things. And so, like, I'm not gonna lie and be like, oh, no, absolutely not. That's a beautiful thing about a Christian marriage is, you know, outside of sexual immorality, as Jesus says, there's not a lot of wiggle room there. And it's one of those things that you choose. I'm gonna choose to love this person. This person's gonna choose to love me. We are committed, and so that brings security. But again, early in the marriage, when things are really tough, sometimes thoughts do come in your head, and you have to say, like, Satan, I rebuke you.
I've thought about, like, I'm gonna go stay at my parents for a few days, but, like, never divorce.
So you know what's funny here is you packed up to go stay at your parents in our first year of marriage at one point, and you never did, right?
I didn't go, no.
But you actually you literally packed your suitcase. I've never done that. So who's really more in the...
You.
The fact that this whole time he's been like, no, never divorce, never, it's not allowed, although I have been considering it. Why am I even surprised at this point? The hypocrisy is just typical for them, isn't it, really? Other than that, again, it feels really hard to watch, and then Morgan starts crying, and it feels like we shouldn't be watching something so emotional and personal. It just, again, you talk to your therapist about this, don't put it on YouTube. I also find it interesting how, other than in the first year, where we saw Paul get a little bit emotional on camera, ever since then, all the emotionally vulnerable moments that we see are from Morgan. Morgan's suffering, Morgan crying, and Paul's like, hey, let's make sure we get this on camera. But we never see his moments of that anymore. Remember that, because it's something you'll see more of going forward. Right, let's talk very quickly about Morgan's post-baby vlogs. This next section is just a very quick one, but I just want to mention how during this time, Morgan was still vlogging until about a year after she gave birth. Some of these were just generic, hey, look, I have a cute baby vlogs, which as a child-free woman who has no interest in kids, I just found quite boring. I wasn't interested in them at all. They weren't really problematic outside of just the general, hey, maybe don't post your kids online without consent thing. But on the whole, I was like, yeah, okay. However, there were a couple of videos during this time of Morgan really struggling. And again, this is where you do really feel sorry for her and you want to help her. And it's so conflicting when you see a woman in emotional pain and you feel so bad for her and you want to help her. But at the same time, this is the same woman saying that gay people shouldn't be allowed to get married and who has just been like, you know, the night before misgendering trans people on a live stream and screaming about it. And it's just so conflicting to remember they're the same person. Jarring.
I don't really know what I'm gonna say right now, but just felt like we needed a good little unedited chit chat. Mother to all the peeps out there. My life is very beautiful, but we live in a fallen world and life is just weird sometimes. And Motherhood, man. Whew. That will beat you up. Yeah, it'll just beat you up, won't it? I'm like, I shared this on my Instagram recently, but motherhood is just constantly being made aware of how selfish and self-centered and full of yourself you are, and how like you can't be that anymore as a mom. I feel very lonely. I have friends, but there's something about motherhood that I haven't quite figured out that just makes you feel very lonely.
It's been an interesting season, you guys. I have felt very inadequate, like to the point that it has really messed with me mentally. Like, I've just continuously felt like I'm not a good mom, I'm not a good wife, I'm not a good friend, I'm not a good daughter, I'm not a good person online. I'm just bad all around in every area of my life. Just bad. That's what I've been feeling for like a while.
I don't think we need to say much more. Oh, actually, no, there is one more thing that I'm going to throw in here, which wasn't in my original script, but I've remembered it, and it feels like I need to talk about it. They got rid of their dog. When their baby was born, they got rid of their dog, because I guess they were like, oh, we've got our baby now. Don't need a dog anymore. They said they couldn't look after it properly. They said like they just didn't have time. And I mean, on the one hand, you feel for them, because I think it's a sign of like how much they were struggling at the time. However, I just find it really hard to not harshly judge people who just get rid of their pets when they have a baby. It's a pet peeve of mine, I guess you could say. It just bothers me a bit. Anyway, felt like I should throw that in and mention that that's what also happened during this time period. Right, a big one now. Let's talk shiny, happy people. On the 2nd of June 2023, Amazon Prime released the documentary Shiny Happy People, Duggar Family Secrets, which was about the Duggar family, IBLP, and Fundie content creators in general, to a lesser extent. Paul and Morgan had a small feature in this documentary, but they didn't realise it would be in a critical way, and they were not very happy with the way they were portrayed. And so, on the 5th of June 2023, they live-streamed our inside story being in the Shiny Happy People Duggar documentary. Let's take a look at some clips.
We do believe that there has been serious wrongdoings in the IBLP. We believe that they deserve to be brought to light. We believe people need to be held accountable for taking God's word and twisting it for their own power and their own gain. We believe that this docuseries and many alike all have a purpose, which is to reveal the wrongdoings of these churches, these people, etc., which is not a bad purpose. But here's where I feel like they all completely fail. Because they are made by people who are not Christians, who maybe even have a vendetta against Christianity, every single one of these docuseries has some major problems. One being, they almost never interview people who are still firmly walking in faith with the Lord. Or if they do interview those people, like they interviewed us, they do not allow them to share that faith or where they're at now. They don't allow the gospel to be shared, and two being the other problem is they don't allow the gospel to be shared. These docuseries, this one specifically, made it very clear that not only people within the IBLP, the Institute of Basic Life Principles, but Christianity as a whole thing is wrong, and the only true option is deconstruction.
So their main issues seem to be with atheists and people who have deconstructed from religion weighing in on harmful religious practices and cults, which seems crazy to me. They were mostly mad that they didn't get a chance to preach the gospel to people while discussing the abuse of many women and children. I'll allow you to make up your own mind as to whether they had a point or not.
I want to just piggyback real quick and saying, guys, if you're watching these type of documentaries thinking, oh my goodness, I'm getting factual truth, non-biased, blah, blah, blah. These people are in it to make entertaining content first and foremost. Mm-hmm. They're in it to get watchers and make money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they in it for the money.
They know what sells. We have experienced firsthand, and I don't say this lightly, but we've experienced firsthand that integrity wasn't a leading goal for the production team behind this documentary.
Paul's comments here just didn't quite sit right with me, though. On the one hand, I think it is important to be critical of documentaries in general because, yes, many of them will have agendas and biases, and many times, yeah, they do twist things slightly to make sure it has an entertaining narrative structure. We can't deny that. And I think we do have to be conscious of the media we're consuming and understand how and why it's made. That is absolutely true. However, whilst being careful, we still have to acknowledge that this particular documentary featured interviews with real people sharing their real experiences of facing numerous kinds of abuse in the IBLP. To completely dismiss that and say the documentary makers were twisting everything because they're biased against religion and want money is incredibly disrespectful to the people, to the survivors who were sharing their stories, and it completely undermines their experiences and the importance of sharing them on such a large platform. Morgan went on to say that she didn't even know what the IBLP was until they were asked to be in this documentary, which is interesting. Why did you agree to it? Crazy.
I didn't even know what the IBLP was, Institute of Basic Life Principles, until they reached out to us.
Institute in Basic Life Principles.
See, there we have it. I didn't even know what that was until they reached out, and I had to like Google it, and I knew that the Duggars had a lot of kids, but I didn't realize they were like a part of a thing. And they were like, no, you're gonna be speaking about like what it is to be a Christian influencer, blah blah. They're like,
well, and I growing up, like we touched the surface. Mm-hmm. My family touched the surface of it, like, but it was just very, very little.
Yeah.
And there were things like even talking to my parents before going on the show, they were like, oh, well, this was too extreme and this was too extreme, so forth. But I mean, there was a little.
She's basically saying it's the producer's fault that I agreed to speak about something which I was ignorant about, and they're the ones who made us look bad, not our own actions, which I completely disagree with. It would be like if I got asked to do a documentary about football, and then I go on and I just say stupid things about football, and then like I get portrayed as like a dumb non-football fan in the documentary about why football is great. You know, that would be my own fault for agreeing to it.
This is...
They interviewed us for 4.5 hours.
Nonstop. just all these, and we were getting deep. They were asking us some questions that were like, oof. To us, the most scary thing, if you will, was simply like, we're about to go there. We're talking about heavy cultural topics, and we're sharing what we believe the Bible says. We're not holding back. And so in our minds, the documentary is going to come out. We're representing Christian influencers. We're talking about the Christian faith and, giving our perspective on the IBLP
and how like Christianity and IBLP are different and like, yeah, whatever.
Well, if there is some overlap, but yeah, the differences, given our perspective on the Duggars and so forth, it was just some really good conversation. And they even told us that. They were like,
one of the producers came up to me afterwards and she was like, I just want to let you know, like, you guys did such a solid job, like, explaining your faith and what you stand on. Like, you should be very proud of yourself. This is going to come across great in the docuseries.
4 hours of nonstop interviewing, deep questions.
Anyway, about their experience as a whole, I've spoken to friends who work in film about this, and this is all very normal for documentary making. They'll often interview a lot of people for long periods of time, but they don't have time to include every single part of every single interview in a documentary. Sometimes whole interviews are cut. Sometimes they just need one person to speak on a topic. And so even though they've interviewed 5 others, they'll be like, okay, well, this is the best one, so we'll use this one and not these ones. Or sometimes they do an interview with someone and it's just boring and it doesn't fit with the narrative of what they're going. Or like there's lots of reasons why things get cut. It's completely normal. That's just how documentaries are made.
How are they going to bring us in to balance out the extremism? Like, it just felt like, man, they are just like going after this, and where are we going to fit?
Mm-hmm.
And then suddenly we realize where we're going to fit. I mean, ultimately, we're going to fit as a hit piece of literally being lumped in with the IBLP, with extremism, with cultism.
Mm-hmm.
And here's a funny thing. Probably 2 months leading up to to being asked to be in the documentary, something, I don't know, 3 months, 2 months, whatever, we had made a video, and people that are fans of the channel probably saw it. When the Josh Duggar awful stuff broke, we made a video condemning Josh, condemning that situation, calling out the evils of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then what do you know? Like, what happens? They put us smack dab in the middle of the episode where Josh Duggar exposed for all this evil, and suddenly we're dropped in the middle.
Bloop, here's a little segment on
a little where
infiltrating.
Where they're saying, and here the IBLP and the older people passing it down. Now here is the younger generation that is They literally called it the continuing. This is the continuation of that extremism, of that the cult
Same
stuff.
Same book, new cover.
Same book, new cover. That here's the new younger generation that is continuing.
Yeah. They made no differentiation, is that a word? Between IBLP and just Christians who are not a part of that, who are just living life by the word of God.
I can see their frustrations here a little because, yeah, who would want to be lumped in with the IBLP? I get that. And they are different, you know? Paul and Morgan are arguably not part of a cult. They're not part of a religion which regularly abuses children to the extent the IBLP did. However, from what I remember, the documentary wasn't saying that Paul and Morgan are part of the IBLP. The documentary was simply showing... The documentary was saying, like, hey, but Fundie still exist. Here's one iteration of them in these, like, modern-day Fundie content creators. Here's an example of it in Paul and Morgan. And Paul and Morgan, they can't deny, they do push a lot of the same values that the IBLP and other cult-like religions did. You know, they're anti-vax, they're anti a lot of healthcare, they're pro-homeschooling, they're homophobic and transphobic, they're pro-modesty, they're pro-purity culture. No, they're not as extreme as the Duggars and the IBLP and so on, but they do share a lot of similar values and teachings, just in a more modern way. So I can understand why the documentary wanted to feature them. You'll keep seeing Paul and Morgan do not want to be labelled as Fundies, despite all their values and beliefs being Fundie beliefs. It's very odd. I don't know why they're so against the word Fundie. And that's basically it. They basically say we were lied to because we were told we're going to represent the good Christians, the real Christians, the less extreme Christians, but then in their interview they shared all their extreme and harmful views, so they couldn't be presented in that way. Instead, they were just presented as they are, and now they're mad about it. It comes down to the fact that they weren't misrepresented, it's just that Paul and Morgan see themselves very differently to how the rest of the world sees them, and that they can't seem to get their head around the fact that they cause harm to people. They just don't want to admit that. And that's what I think this was. Anyway, let's move on. Okay. Let's move on to something more lighthearted because I think we need it at this point. Let's remember that Paul and Morgan have had many side hustles in their time. They've tried to sell weight loss courses, to be marriage counsellors, they've tried writing children's books and so on. Paul decided to add a new one to that list. He was going to become a children's entertainer. Everyone, meet Pauly O.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of The Pauly O Show. The Pauly O Show. The more we read, the more we know. Our God, He loves to watch us grow. The Pauly O Show. Today, we are joined by the one and only Mr. Cactus. Mr. Cactus, I'm happy that you're here. We are happy that you're here.
I'm not sure why he was wearing a pair of tights on his head, but here we are. Like all of Paul and Morgan's side hustles, the Pauly O Show lasted for just 4 to 5 episodes before he gave up. In each episode, he would tell a story. He tried reading books until he realised there was a copyright issue. And after that, he decided to start telling Bible stories and do whatever this is.
beautiful. It's so beautiful. Even this isn't my favorite awkward video of Paul. There's a better one. It's coming up, don't worry. Honestly though, despite being a bit cringe, this is one of the least offensive things they've ever done. I mean, sure, some Bible stories are a little bit dark and rely a little bit too much on the whole, like, you're all terrible people and going to hell thing, but really, this isn't the worst thing in the world.
A long time ago, the people were very bad. They were just bad. They didn't obey God. They turned away from God. They did bad things. They sinned, and it made God very sad. Very sad. But here's where it gets good. There was one man in his family who actually loved God and actually obeyed God and talked with God. That one man, his name was who knows it? What's his name? That's right, Noah. So picture this. Here's how I like to think of Noah. Think of a grandpa, maybe your grandpa, but he's got a big white beard. I don't know. Do you have any grandparents with grandparents? Probably not your grandma. Do you have any grandpas with beards? Do you know anybody with beards? Well, I like to think Noah has a big white beard and he's just got a big smile on his face.
I think my one major critique of this era is that generally people who make children's entertainment, so TV, books, films that are meant for learning and education, they've generally studied and understand child development and know how kids learn best and how to appeal to them and how to teach them effectively. Paul does not know this stuff, so instead of it actually being entertaining or educational for kids, it's just him acting awkwardly like a child himself. I don't know what kids would actually get out of any of this.
This is some good-looking carrot. How would I describe a carrot? Well, outside of it being a beautiful orange color, carrots taste very... I forgot to wear my bib. Oh, I could have spelt stuff all over my pajamas. Good thing I remembered before I spelt orange on my pajamas. All right, where were we?
Carrot.
Yeah, I mean, it would be orange. Carrots taste, they're sweet. They have a nice sweet taste. Let me see. I mean, that crunch is great. Listen to this. Sometimes it's fun to dip carrots into ranch dressing, hummus. I looked over at my wife Morgan to see what else. Anything else, Morgan?
I got nothing.
Okay, that's it. Apparently, just ranch dressing and hummus, and maybe blue cheese. But I'm just eating this one plain. Sometimes we eat baby carrots, but lately we've been buying the bigger ones. But get back up here, napkin. All right.
They also featured Baby Luca in these videos a fair amount, which, again, I have like a slight problem with because kids on camera, let's not. But anyway, yeah, that was the Pauly O Show. I still keep wanting to say polio. I love it. It's fantastic. I don't know why they stopped making it. Perhaps it was too much effort. Maybe Paul realized he wasn't good at it. Maybe people were making fun of his dancing too much. Maybe he just kept snagging his tights as he put them on his head and that was getting too expensive. Who's to say? Okay, our next era is Paul and Morgan meet the public. After live streaming for a while and the Shiny Happy People backlash, Paul and Morgan's views began to drop drastically again, so they decided to pivot their content once more. I'm still laughing at Pauly O. Sorry. It's the dancing. I love the dancing. Sometimes Paul's dancing haunts me in my nightmares. Just imagine it. Sorry. Anyway. Oh my god, be serious. Be serious. Oh god, I haven't laughed in a while. It's nice. Right, the new content. This time they tried something completely new and decided to try one of my least favourite types of content ever, harassing people on the street. Sorry, no, street interviews. That's what they're called.
You know, they go to a public space, they stick a camera in a stranger's face and ask them provocative questions. The videos in this era included things like asking strangers if they date someone with different religious beliefs, asking strangers thoughts on sex before marriage, and should married people have close opposite sex friendships. However, it turns out that the average person is far more reasonable than Paul and Morgan, so the answers that were super wild and crazy and shocking to these two are actually just basic common sense for a lot of people. So while they were like, oh my god, can you believe these people are saying that? Most of the viewers were like, yeah, that's a pretty reasonable take actually, I feel the same. So overall, the videos are pretty boring and no one watched them. Their best performing video in this series had just 17,000 views, which is nothing for a channel their size that had been going for 7 years, you know?
The question we like to ask people is, do you consider yourselves Christians?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, very nice. So our hot topic question of the day, do you feel like women should dress modestly?
I would say that it's not a good thing for a man to be in that setting, in the setting of temptation. You know, we're talking about from my perspective. But also men have choice of where to look and what to see, but also it would not be respectful, ladies, I guess, towards those men.
You say it does go both ways. There's perhaps some onus on both.
Yes.
I mean, as a Christian, I think all women should. I don't think non-Christians, I don't think that we should expect non-Christians to. I think I used to be like, no, never wear a bikini. I think there are some modest bikinis out there though. I think if your boobs and your butt are covered, then you're probably okay.
That there's a fine line between being like watching out for your friends and like checking someone's heart and being judgmental. Like, I don't ever want to be a judgmental Christian, you know?
See, it's all fine. This is all completely normal. I have no issues with any of this stuff. So I think they realize that without controversy, they're just not that interesting and people won't watch them. Now let's move on to the baby number 2 era. So a little while after doing the talking to people on the street content, Paul and Morgan returned to their regular pop culture live streams, and Morgan found out she was pregnant again, which was not exactly happy news. I know they're still trying to portray that they're excited about it, and I'm sure they were to some extent, but it's also hard not to feel for someone when you see this like genuine fear and sadness in them too.
I'm not even kidding you guys. I've never had a moment in my life where I was like awake, but I was like, I think I'm in a dream right now, or like I am asleep and like I'm gonna wake up any second. Like I've never had a moment like that, but I had that moment when I saw the test say pregnant. I was just like, this is a dream. Like I'm about to wake up any second now. I'll be wide awake.
We only showed about 10 seconds of Morgan's reaction because, to be quite honest, like there was...
I wept like a baby.
Morgan wept. One, just being real, like this was, we weren't expecting this. The raw emotions that she had when she took the test, there's so much going on here.
Yeah. Like the first thing that ran through my mind, other than, oh, I'm asleep, was just like, oh no, like I'm going to have to deliver this baby, and what if I almost die again?
We are so excited. I am increasingly more and more Not even increasingly. This is incredible. I am pumped. Morgan's pumped, right?
Yes.
But the
and
immediate
terrified.
right, the immediate thoughts are, you guys know, if you watched her pregnancy vlog, and it's, to me, it's painful to watch. I will not be vlogging this pregnancy.
Paul said he refuses to do a birth vlog.
There will be no birth vlog under any circumstances.
Sorry, baby number 2. You don't get a video to watch for the rest of your life.
No.
I also really respected their decision to not do a birth vlog this time. I think that was a smart choice, and it's nice that they learned from the last time, so I do commend them for that. Paul, however, was really worried about this pregnancy interfering with their work, as they were just about to launch their 24 Hours With series, which we're talking about in the next section. Sorry, there's a very loud vehicle cleaning the street outside, and I hope my mic isn't picking up on it. Picking it up. There were not pregnancy vlogs this time, and they also live streamed a whole lot less, so there isn't as much content around this time, and not as much baby-focused content either. But when there was, Morgan seemed very tired, irritable. There was once again pushback from people because they gave their son a gender-neutral name of Love, and again, conservatives were like, oh, it's not manly enough, and liberals were like, oh, you hypocrites, and it was a whole thing. I think it's quite a nice name, actually. Quite cute.
Give us that baby update. How are you doing? How are you feeling mentally, physically?
Tired, and tired.
Same.
The past 2 days have been very nauseous. More nauseous than I have, actually, in a little while.
Here, how are you doing, babe? What's the update? What update you got
Guys,
for us?
there's not a major update right now. We were going to tell you all the gender, but we're not going to yet. Well, I personally feel like the past 2-ish, maybe more months have been like really hard. It's just been trying. I feel like personally, this pregnancy has not been very easy. I know it could be way worse, so praise God for that.
Say what happened. Do you want to say what happened? Do we just want to say it?
No, babe, we have to build this up. It's a gender reveal. Geesh, people spend millions on this. We're just like, it's a blank. Move on.
Go ahead.
Our pregnancy announcement was blah enough.
Okay.
So.
Build it up, babe. Go.
All right. We are having a
boy number 2. Luca is going to have a younger brother.
Oh, man. If this had been a girl, like, I could have been like, Lord, we're good.
I am not getting the snip, and I'm tired of people joking around about it.
Who said that?
Your mom.
Oh.
I'm not doing it.
Oh, my goodness.
I am not doing it, Tina.
Yes.
A reel in which you showed, it says, in case you missed it, I'm 14 weeks pregnant with baby number 2. It's a cute little thing, a little reel. You're showing your baby bump, and then you say his name is Judah Love Olligus.
Correct.
People
hate that we're giving him the last name Olligus.
Okay, hold on. Hate is a strong word. I used pushback because let me just read this.
Babe,
okay.
Obviously I'm kidding. No one's getting mad about our last name being his last name.
Oh, I misheard you.
He wasn't even listening.
No, I was. You threw me off track.
You are insane.
Judah Love. Love is the name in question. Aren't those middle names intended for females? And I want a genuine reaction here.
Because Luca Grace and Judah Love.
You responded and you said, why are the attributes of God intended only for females? ? With a little smiley face. We live in a confusing time, gender speaking, which I would agree with that. Confusing time we live in. Naming your son's girls' names and your girls' boy names is a symptom of what's going on in society.
It's a symptom. It's rubbed off on me.
I want to sincerely question
that I'm caving to society.
They also addressed the questions and worries that people had about their relationship at this point too.
Why do so many people think Paul hates you?
Tell me, Paul, why do they think that?
That's an interesting question. Why do so many people think Paul hates you?
Yes.
Can I just be honest?
Yes.
When you read that to me, that someone wrote it, I thought, ooh, that would be a good question to put in the thumbnail. But then I thought, that's not necessarily like a great thing to even have out there, like in a thumbnail or in a title. I was hanging out with a guy, or I was at a basketball game yesterday, and I see this guy that I used to know, and he was asking what we did, told him about the channel, and just picturing him like coming over to the channel, and that's like the first thing he sees. Why do so many people think Paul hates Morgan? And I'm just like, ugh, but it is what it is. It's the kind of the reality, I suppose, of some people that know us. Who are those people that would think Paul hates Morgan? Well, if the guy that I ran into yesterday at the basketball game watches this, it is not, I feel confident, seriously, I feel confident it is not the family. It is not people that watch us and like us.
No.
It is the people, and I'll still give some reasons why I think they might feel this way. It's the people that come over from hate videos about us, come over from criticism videos about us or our marriage, hate watch us, all the different things, and they, I guess, feel that way. Here's a few reasons, Morgan, why I feel like people might feel that way.
Okay.
I feel like from some of our earlier videos, we started posting YouTube videos 3 months into our marriage.
Yes.
We were wrestling with stuff in our marriage. We were young, and we would both say our first year of marriage, our second year of marriage were very hard.
Yes.
And so some of that, with us being as open as we are, some of that came out in our videos, some expectations that I had that I was very much working through. And so sometimes I would say something. In one video, we left an argument literally in the video where I was saying that it frustrated me that we didn't snuggle more. So I think people could watch that don't watch much of our content, disagree vehemently with our content, and then hear me saying that, and that got a big reaction. Hear me saying that, here's some modesty takes that I have. See me, here, I'm just going to start going down the list. See me saying that I believe in biblical headship, where the husband is the head of the home. Mm-hmm. There's another one. See me, there was the narrative going around that Paul and Morgan got married, and then Paul pulled Morgan away from her secular music that she loved so much. And now if you observe Morgan, she is, as they've said, the haters, the criticizers, Morgan is a shell of herself because she was living such a fulfilled, passionate life. And then marrying Paul, she leaves her music because of Paul, and she becomes kind of like a religious fundamentalist. So all of that stuff together, I could see, I guess, how some people would say, man, Paul just hates Morgan. Mm-hmm. There you go. There's my rant. The have you considered divorce topic came out. You guys can go watch that video if you want. But people, jumped on that. And there was also, now that it's just hearing you talk, there was the sex advice, the sex Q&A video we made. And we talked about.
You're just throwing yourself back.
I know.
The bus. I mean, you don't have to do this to yourself.
Am I too raw? Is this too raw for the internet?
Well, it's out there on the internet currently on our channel, so.
It was the take I gave about if you're in an argument. I still would advocate for, like, if you were gonna have sex with your spouse, and people came after me for that. So again.
Yeah. Because they're over here picturing you being like, I don't care that we're disagreeing. Get on the bed. Which is never
so if you're watching
in our lives.
If you're watching from a lens of Paul and Morgan are so toxic, oh my goodness, submission, how toxic, you're going to kind of lump everything that you hear into that, under that, and just everything becomes a red flag.
All right, moving on.
Next
Paul
question.
does not hate me. Everyone calm it down.
I mean, yeah, people are only judging based on your own words and the stuff that you have decided to put out on the internet to represent you, so... During this period, there was a lot of on-camera fighting between them on live streams, which they consistently blamed Morgan's pregnancy hormones for. I won't show clips of every fight. Some of them have been removed, not all of them. But here was one of the most awkward moments and the aftermath. It's not like a big argument like we've seen before, but it's definitely awkward to watch.
It multiple times during the stream was like trying to be really careful with my mannerisms, and I still got flack. But because I was like, I don't want to give people any more reason to think like I'm twitching over here and it's a demon.
Even though you literally were laughing, like the creepiest laugh I've ever heard. You were like, it was so disturbing. So
Okay,
maybe you did actually.
That is so rude. I will go find that. I will literally go find it right now on stream. And the creepiest laughter. I really did need to deliver. I was really having fun.
No, you know the laugh that I'm talking about.
Exactly. I literally left. Didn't I leave it in our video?
Yeah, and it's terrifying.
Because that's how unashamed I was of it.
It's creepy as heck, and you know it.
I disagree.
You were doing it on purpose. Like you were just like being a doofus.
I think you're exaggerating.
Okay. No.
I literally do.
Famous last words of a man. I think you're exaggerating.
I'm just keeping it real. Like I genuinely think that you're exaggerating.
Okay, yeah. Everyone, you guys share your thoughts.
But
you guys share your thoughts.
I'll see if I can find it.
If I was exaggerating.
I'll see if I can find it right now.
Very disturbing, creepy, weirdo laugh of Paul's.
I disagree. I mean, I was genuinely having fun, so I was like, like that's literally. I'll find it.
It was worse than that, but that was also creepy.
My point is, that was so creepy to Morgan. Morgan's over
creepy.
So that gives you guys perspective on Morgan thinks it's incredibly creepy that I'm over here doing that. When I felt like Isaiah and the chat, I was looking over here and seeing these comments come in the chat, and I'm just like, whoa, like they literally are.
Play the video. Stop talking.
I'll try to find it. But
Angel said it was really weird. I'm with Morgan.
My point was,
she's not exaggerating, Paul. I agree with Morgan.
Oh wait, whoa, Morgan, embarrassing your husband in public is not respectful. I'll be honest, Morgan. I feel like you are verging on embarrassing.
Am I
your
embarrassing
husband.
you, babe?
You're going a little far.
Okay, I apologize if I'm embarrassing you right now, but we were just talking about goofy things.
You're being a little pushy with your perspective.
Oh, is that what's embarrassing you? Me being pushy?
I think you're being pushy, and it's a little embarrassing.
Okay, sorry. I won't push anymore.
No, you're allowed to push, but you're being a little aggressive with your pushing. Like,
your opinion is right.
I thought the laugh was
creepy.
I'll see if I can find it. But my point was that there were multiple times when I'm seeing all those comments come in, so I'm like, I can't give them any more ammunition, even though it appears like. So you agree with Isaiah, or you agree that I did need deliverance? That's what you're sounding like.
Babe.
That's what you're sounding like.
Paul.
That's what you're sounding like to me.
Okay, now you're being pushy, speaking over me.
I'm just saying that's what it sounded like to me.
And you can say that 10,000 more times, or you can let me talk.
Go ahead.
And tell you.
Go ahead.
That no, 1,000,000%, I do not think.
No, I agree.
That
I agree. So
you
that's
needed
why
to be delivered.
That's why I'm kind of surprised that you're saying it like that.
I was making a joke of your creepy laugh. Maybe you did need to be delivered in a joking manner.
Okay. Let's see. This might have been it right here.
Welcome to the world.
My point was, okay, here it was. My point was that I was like trying to really be careful with my mannerisms because like I felt in that environment.
Yes, like if you coughed or something.
A sneeze, a burp, which sometimes I do. I already burped on the stream. A twitch, they would have been like, oh, see. And I think someone might have even done that. But like, oh, see, Paul definitely needs to be delivered. That's just how I felt. Overall, it really was a fun stream. Shout out to Isaiah for having us on his channel. His channel's popping. And I really enjoyed the back and forth. But I'm just saying, like, that's a little bit of how I felt. All right, I think this is it. This is... Okay, here it is. Okay, here we go. We'll let you guys decide. We'll let you guys decide in real time. I'm sorry if this is just getting kind of awkward. It just is what it is. Here you go.
Show the volume the video. Up. Hold it up to the screen.
But every logo, everything we do, sometimes I'm so enjoying this. Yeah, people love this. No one ever pushes back on me, so they love it. But everything that we do, you know, with water, any of this, we can say this is from, but these are not practices. These are products.
Oh my goodness, that was absolutely horrible.
No, babe. No one's saying it was absolutely horrible. It's
You
just
were?
weird and creepy. I'm sorry. That's not your real laugh. You were being a weirdo on purpose. Were you not? Trying to be a goofball. It's fine if you were. I'm not saying that that's wrong.
In the live
But
stream.
it was creepy as heck.
In the live stream right now, you heard.
Bruh, that
heard
is
what Morgan
so creepy. Okay, yeah, that was a little bit creepy.
Okay, I do think, and then we'll move on.
It just looks like Paul was joking. Not that bad. Good. I agree. The laugh was creepy.
In the moment, and then we'll move on. We landed on this too long. In the
oh
moment,
my goodness, it's worse than I remember.
in the moment, listen. I even read, like, I was rending my heart, like giving a genuine, passionate, like, here's how I feel. Here's what the Bible says. And then I look up and see in the live chat, and maybe I shouldn't have read the live chat, but someone said, like, oh my goodness, what is Paul even doing? And it was like when I was literally quoting scripture. And so I'm seeing like this stuff come in. And so maybe I did get like a little bit over the top.
Which is fine.
But that's not what you made me feel like the way you were describing the laugh. It's you saying, which is fine. But before you were like, it was insanely creepy and you maybe should have been delivered.
I was trying to make a joke of maybe you should have been delivered because of those creepy laughs that you had, because that wasn't the only time that you made the creepy laugh. And so it was a joke. I apologize if it went too far.
That's okay. Thomas does say, as a man, it seems like Morgan teases Paul a lot. It felt like you've maybe been teasing me a little bit more in this stream.
Okay.
All right.
Let's move along, people.
You guys were able to decide. Some of you did say that it was creepy. Fair enough. Morgan, who is your favorite U.S. president?
LA Revival, I'm going to block you real soon, lady.
Morgan is making a case for egalitarianism. We've actually been discussing egalitarian versus complementarian a decent amount, and we'll just leave that at that. Morgan, favorite U.S. president?
I have none. I don't pay enough attention to that.
Afterwards, Morgan felt the need to post this on their community tab. If you were on our last live, you probably witnessed a moment where Paul and I had a tiff. But watching it back on my own, I realised it was more than that. I'm really sorry that you all had to witness me go way overboard with my joke towards Paul. Watching it back, I was kind of grossed out and honestly don't even remember being that intense/aggressive. I believe part of me acting that way has to do with being an exhausted mum, 19 weeks pregnant, but that doesn't excuse my behaviour. I apologised to Paul afterwards, and now I feel it's only right to say sorry to you guys. Going live is not easy and we won't always get it right. I appreciate you all showing me grace, and let's pray that that never happens again on my end, lol, because your girl went wild. I love you guys. Thanks for being part of this journey. And then this was in their next live stream too.
Viral apology by none other than me.
Oh no! I didn't say it. Morgan, have you read through those comments?
No, I don't want to. I didn't even remember that I posted the apology.
All right, since
Not that like it wasn't sincere, it was, but I just like posted it. It was like time for me to go to bed. Bye.
Since you're addressing it, Morgan.
Yeah.
Tell people that are tuning in that have no idea. Just give them a little.
Well, if you haven't seen my apology, it's in the YouTube community post, but it was me apologizing for how I acted in the last live that we had last week. And I was gonna wait to like make my apology until we were like live, because I just felt like that would be better. But then apparently like Paul was telling me that people were commenting like on our last live about it, and so I was kind of like, all right, well, I should probably just address it right now. So I wrote something up, and the next day apparently it was a mixed bag of comments.
Very mixed bag.
Paul read me a couple, and I was like, that's enough.
Let's just say the surge of people, man, this sounds bad. The surge of people wanting you to leave me has been kind of like chill
for a bit.
But that ball has started rolling again.
But me apologizing. Get out of there, Morgan. Get out of that crazy, terrible marriage. How dare you apologize for something that you did? Ugh. I don't get it. Like, if these people are married, how are they surviving if they never apologize for anything that they do? Especially if what they do is, like, really bad. Like, so interesting because, like, some people were like, it really was not, like, a big deal. But then some people were like, yeah, I noticed it and was, like, genuinely becoming concerned. Like, Morgan, you're going too far. Whatever. But personally, I watched it back and was like, oh my goodness, did I like swallow a rage pill? Like, what was wrong with me?
What had you eaten like in the hours leading up to our going live?
I can't even tell you what I just ate 10 minutes ago. Oh, but yeah, it's just so funny. Like, you can't please anyone. But you know what only matters is me and my husband being on great terms, and we are.
Ever since you apologized, we are doing so well.
Oh my goodness. Even before I apologized, Paul was Mr. Humble over here, like, oh, it's okay.
I was humble, but I told you that I felt like you went too far.
Yeah, you did.
I ain't no pushover husband.
Fine.
I ain't no pushover husband.
If you don't have a husband or wife who like calls you out when you're acting kind of crazy, then you shouldn't get married. And if you are married and they're not calling you out, you should have a meeting with them. Because that's how we grow, people. All right, anywho.
If you guys love the drama of it all, you should probably check yourself. I don't know. I just feel like everyone is Morgan. This is bad, but I feel like everyone kind of enjoys a little drama in their life.
Of course.
And this wasn't the only time they had to issue a community tab apology either. Take a look at this clip.
We are live. What's up, everybody? We got a Q&A today. And I actually saw, Morgan, we had a super chat before we even clicked go live.
Wow. What do you know?
It's a pair character dancing. Nope, lying on its side. Thank you, Kristen Mack. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Kristen.
And saying, how's it going? It's going well. Good to see you guys. Morgan.
Is it?
Wait, what is it? What did I say?
It's going well.
It's going better than it could be. It could be worse.
I hate that phrase. I hate that statement. I hate when people use that. I think it's the dumbest thing ever.
What, the statement that it's going better than it could be?
Mm-hmm. Obviously, it could be worse.
What would you rather me say?
Let me just say, everyone, that I think the past 4, maybe 5, but definitely 4 times that we've gone live. Before our live, something happens. It's a terrible moment. Whether Paul and I get into it, whether I'm stressed, whether Paul is stressed, something happens every flipping time.
Well, and our last Q&A ended up having a...
Oh, goodness gracious. Don't remind me of that.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. So, anywho.
That said, are we ready to jump in?
Here we are.
What's up, you guys? Hey. You know, welcome to real life with P&M. We get up today, and it's just... I told Morgan 10 minutes ago, I have a hard time understanding how people can have kids and then juggle the kid life and the work life seemingly very smoothly.
It's probably all fake. Just Instagram making it look like they're doing it smoothly.
You think that's the case, or do you think that some people are just stinking awesome? at that, and we're just
No.
not that awesome.
I feel like I'm pretty awesome.
I don't feel like I'm awesome. And the thing is, when I think about it, like I'm working from home, and then, you know, I'll go out sometimes, but juggling the trying to help out with Luca. You're carrying more of the brunt than I am.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, if I was working a 9 to 5 in an office, you guys didn't realize that this was going to be just a therapy session, and the Q&A may or may not happen. Okay, there's Audrey, Roman Panda saying it's hard. Thank you, Audrey.
Parenting is hard.
And Archon says as well. If I was working a 9 to 5, 9 to 6, that's still going to be hard for you and Luca being here by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
In some ways, it's going to be harder, I feel like. In some ways, it, I guess, is...
I think there are perks and pros and cons to every type of parenting. Whether it's you work a 9 to 5 somewhere, or you work from home, or whatever. There are pros and cons. And it's challenging no matter what. So, here we go.
Anyhow, pray for us, you guys.
Everyone in the comment section is saying it's stinking hard. So.
It's just hard to keep our heads above water. And then with the reality of like, gotta make a living.
Yeah.
Gotta be good parents.
Well, on top of that, like...
Gotta be a good husband and wife.
On top of that, it's like the type of work that we do is just, I think, even more, maybe a little more stressful, because a lot of what we do is like, I mean, it's social media, but it's so unreliable. We just have no idea if we're going to survive each month. Just got to rely on the Lord and trust that He's going to get us through each day.
Oh, man.
Anywho.
Which was followed up with, about last night's stream. Those who were on live or watch the playback know what I'm referring to. The beginning 5 minutes or so got really raw, kind of negative, and we probably overshared. We weren't planning on that happening, but it did, and was just real life. I debated trimming it out of the video, but after talking to a few people, I'm going to leave it in. The reality is Morgan and I have growth to do. We have growth in the way we treat and communicate with each other. And now with a kid and another on the way, we get emotional and stressed at times, and sometimes it comes out in our videos. It had been a hard day for me, and Morgan and I had gotten into something about an hour prior to going live. That's life, and it happens. And in this season with its unique challenges, perhaps it happens more frequently to us than we wish it did. To be honest, it would have been kind of fake to push go live and act energetic and like our day was great. And frankly, Paul, kind of like you guys, seeing when my imperfections as a husband are reflected on screen. It's just the reality. To the comment that Morgan was kind of rude to Paul / the viewers, please show her grace. I brought some things up to her shortly before going live that were not presented in the best way that she was processing. She's being real the best way she knows how, and she's juggling a lot. I'd absolutely rather have her with me in videos, raw sass and all, than her not be there. And comments like, I subscribed for some reason, but after seeing the beginning of this video, I have no idea why. I won't lie, that hurt to read, and that's totally your prerogative. Like I said, sometimes we reveal and even overshare things on camera, and our content isn't for everyone. To be fair, many view our content through a very limited lens, and it's easy to try and fit someone into a box when that's not the case. Anyhow, I hope our real lives and continued pursuit of Christ encourages and blesses many of you guys. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. That's hard to read. So they weren't exactly in the happiest place at this time, and I don't know, I guess I still have a lot of sympathy for them in this. I know when you're struggling with stuff, especially like health stuff, and I would class a difficult pregnancy as health stuff, you know? It can be really hard to regulate your mood. I know because I've said before, and I think I've said when I was filming the other day, I don't know, but I struggle with some major chronic pain issues. I'm struggling right now I've been having the issues with my coil. I have my hip pain where I struggle to walk some days. And then, oh God, the other night I had the worst migraine. I haven't had a migraine in like 10 years and it hit me and oh God, it was horrible for like 3 days. Anyway, you don't need to know this. The point is, I know when I'm struggling with health stuff and pain stuff, everything feels 10 times harder. Everything makes me 10 times more emotional. Everything I take 10 times more personally. And so I get it. And it sucks because you know that while you still have all this going on, you still need to work because no one else is going to be paying your bills for you. And that's added pressure. And when your work is like being this public facing person online, like it's really hard. So I get it. I get them. I get why they were struggling. I don't judge them for it. I can't blame her for being a bit grumpy and snappy sometimes. I think that's a completely understandable response to everything going on. I think Paul and Morgan have done a lot wrong and may not have a healthy marriage, but I'm not going to complain about a scared pregnant woman being a little bit grumpy on live streams occasionally. You know, that's the least bad thing they've ever done. And why is this thing outside getting louder? There's some street cleaning thing outside that's been going for like 10 minutes now. I'm so sorry if the mic's picking it up. Right, anyway. Thankfully, Judah was also born safely. Morgan was safe. She didn't nearly die during childbirth this time. This is all really, really good. And this time the birth was just announced with a small community tab post. Right, let's talk 24 hours with. During this time, Paul and Morgan also started a new era of content creation. They stopped their asking people on the street videos and started a new series called 24 Hours With, a series where they went and spent 24 hours with other various Christian influencers to see what they agreed on and what they didn't. This was a nice enough idea in theory, and maybe it could have worked with better planning, better guests, and better hosts, but it kind of didn't.
Hey, we've only been here less than an hour, and I can tell this man is a good dad.
Yeah.
So if we disagree on everything else under the sun, I will still...
He's a good dad.
I will put that on my... I'm kidding.
No, it's awesome.
I've seen a little bit of this series.
Yeah.
You know that we don't shy away from the... we don't shy away from the challenging conversation.
Right.
How are you... Just be totally honest. Are you nervous that we're going to, like, come after you?
I wouldn't say nervous, because I think you guys... You know, your goal here is to have tough conversations, and I don't think you would have flown out here if you thought that I was going to like just kind of stroke your ego and be like, I was just kidding the whole time.
We're not having that.
So exactly.
We're going deep. What I was going to ask.
Yeah.
Be completely honest. First impressions of Paul and Morgan. You've made a few reactions,
of course,
pushing back on us at times. What was your first reaction when you saw our content?
I think first video was a video that I never even posted. Because I think you guys were talking about sex.
Okay.
I really, if I'm being completely honest, I thought it was like, I thought you guys were being super legalistic. Okay. And I feel like some of the videos that I have posted, there's still kind of like that legalism aspects where I'm like I don't agree with much of this at all.
Yeah.
Well, I am excited to dive into those areas.
I mean, I do like the idea, and I'm about to say something which may be a little controversial here. But interestingly, I do think the one thing right-wingers, especially American right-wingers, are better at is finding common ground between them and getting over the stuff that they disagree with each other on. Whereas amongst the left, it's almost like you do one thing people disagree with and you immediately get called a fascist and you're like, you're a terrible person, and this is why people say the left eats itself. Because so many people are so quick to be like, either you're entirely with me or entirely against me, and people can't seem to see nuance or understand where it might be okay to disagree on certain areas or like agree to disagree or whatever. But anyway, I won't go into all that now. In terms of 24 Hours With, Paul and Morgan put a lot of time and money into this, and I don't think it made them a whole lot in return. Their views were not what they expected them to be. I've already spoken about 2 of the 24 Hours With videos in detail on my channel. I covered the Girl Defined collab, which ultimately ended with Dave questioning his faith, and I've spoken about the Sister Cindy collab, which got even Paul and Morgan fans angry because they didn't like Cindy's vulgar language or the fact she may be mentally ill. I will link those 2 videos below if you want to go check them out for yourself. My discussion of specific things they say are way more in depth than in this video. I do think there's a few basic things they could have done to improve this project and made it actually good. Better planning of the topics they were going to speak about with their guests, and personally doing more research on certain issues they wanted to cover so that they could realistically push back if they wanted to. They don't have the best interview skills, and I think this is something they could have practiced first before putting so much time and effort into making these documentaries. They could have done like a little practice series where they did like Zoom interviews with people before spending a ton of money to fly around the country and meet people. I think there's basic things like the opening titles look quite amateurish and probably put a lot of people off.
The division between Christians online is immense. In this series, we will press into tough conversations, disagree with love, and humanize the person behind the screen.
Join us as we discover the real lives of some of the most influential Christian figures.
Hey, we're Paul and Morgan, and we can't wait for you to watch episode 2 of 24 Hours With. We had the opportunity to spend the day with Bethany from Girl Define. Bethany runs Girl Define with her sister Kristen. Their goal is to help modern girls live out God's timeless truth for womanhood.
They've received a lot of hate for their videos and strong stances. Is some of the criticism warranted? Are Kristen and Bethany legalistic Christians living in an echo chamber? What about the Christians they've started to upset?
We'll get an honest look into Bethany and Dave's marriage and the challenges of living in the spotlight while seeing some things very differently. This video is loaded. Get ready.
We had the opportunity to spend the day with Josh Benson from Church Chad. Huge shout out to Josh and Sydney for being down to film episode 3 while being 1 month into living with their new baby girl, sleep deprived in the trenches of new parenthood.
Keeping it real, we've had online disagreements in the past. I may or may not have wanted to punch Josh in the face, so the question now is, can we squash our beef face to face?
We talked through hot topics like Trump versus Biden, pro-life versus pro-choice, modesty, edgy Christian memes, and much more. Grab the fire extinguisher, because this beef is sizzling.
This could have been easily fixed, and I'm not sure why they settled for just like titles like these on what was clearly already quite an expensive project. I think they could have had a much better narrative structure to each episode, so maybe like start with them researching their guest and talking about their assumptions, then showing them going and meeting them, chatting about some issues, and then coming home and doing a sort of debriefing with each other afterwards. That could have been really cool. I think there's like lots of little things that could have improved the episodes and made them more interesting and more watchable. I also personally didn't care for the little like vlog-like elements, like, ooh, let's go do an ice bath together. Ooh, let's talk about what can of pop we're drinking. Let's, you know, that sort of thing. But I'm aware that could just be me because I don't enjoy vlogs anyway, so maybe that's a personal thing and some people did enjoy those elements. Who's to say? One of the final videos in this series was with a guest who I think Paul in particular grossly underestimated, Tim from the New Evangelicals. I think Tim was better prepared than Paul, better educated, and a more reasonable person. So this episode in particular kind of backfired on Paul.
So how do we decide on which sources to bring in? Because you would agree that there are going to be some sources that maybe land in places that are not true.
Well, when you say true, what do you mean by true? Like, give me the definition of how you think about truth in this context. I'm not talking about how, if the earth is flat or not. We can objectively prove that with math. But when it comes to the Bible and truth, like, how do you define that?
I think of just different passages that Jesus said, my word is true.
We all bring cultural baggage to the text. I'm no different, but so do you, and so do all the other fundamentalists. A lot of them, I'm not saying you, I don't really know, but a lot of them can't acknowledge that they actually are bringing a bias to the text like we all do. That's just part of being human. We're in a cultural moment. It is what it is.
So that's where I would be even more careful about who I'm bringing in that's doing additional work on Scripture. And I would do my very best to let Scripture interpret Scripture. What is there in plain sight, canonized Word of God? If I'm bringing in extra stuff, I want it to be perhaps scholars that are just pointing back to Scripture and saying, what is happening here, helping me get the context, rather than scholars that are bringing in, well, here's my own kind of thoughts on this, and moving further and further away, but then saying, well, this is my wisdom that I'm bringing into the conversation of what is biblical.
I think this is actually a good conversation of the difference between us, because what I'm trying to say is that just like how a fish in water is wet, whether it realizes it or not, all of us are going to bring to some level, our own interpretation of the text. Even the text that we have now went through tons of revisions. There are editors, there are people who translate words that are in Greek or Hebrew to English, and they make certain calls. One example is, there's actually no word in Hebrew or in Greek in the Bible for husband and wife. It's always man or woman. But translators make that call based on what they think is the context of that passage. So when you read in Genesis, I think it's Genesis 2, a man clings to his wife, the language is actually, in the actual language, a man clings to his woman. Okay. But a translator makes the call because we obviously are going to see that as, oh, well, if you're together this way, you're obviously husband and wife. So I'm just saying, I am with you. I want to know what's in the Bible. I want to know how we got it. I want to know what it says. And when I did that and listened to people who were like, hey, I have studied this for 30 something years and I care about this stuff. Here's what's going on. It didn't match up with my fundamentalist understanding of biblical inerrancy or this concept that the Bible is like God's word beamed down to us. It didn't match anymore. And that's why I shifted my view.
So Tim, I think when people come across your content, one of the things they see pretty quickly is, okay, this guy, he holds some progressive Christian positions, and one of the things they see is LGBTQ affirming.
Yep.
What is your position on, as someone who calls himself a Christian, on LGBTQ relationships?
I don't think it's sinful to be queer.
To live.
Like, meaning, I don't think it's sinful to be married to a person of the same sex. I don't think it's sinful to be trans. I don't think it's inherently sinful to be LGBTQ.
Okay, I think a good amount of Christians would say you can have, just like we all do, we all have struggles, we all have tendencies, but it's what you do with those. So you can be attracted to the same sex, but if you're not giving into that, to those lusts, then, you know, you join the club. We all got stuff, but you go a step further and say, no, you can give into those. You can be active in...
Yes. I mean, just like how heterosexual people have sex with, you know, heterosexually, and it cannot be sinful, especially in the evangelical world. Like, once you're married, it's fine. I think that there's absolutely room for that for queer folks.
How do you know, biblically as a Christian come up with that position?
Well, I do think that ultimately some of the classic so-called clobber verses really are misinterpretations of how we think about what it means to be queer today compared to what's going on in the ancient world. There's a lot of like scholarship on this. Jennifer Bird has done a lot of good work on this. David Gushie's done a lot of work on this.
And I'm assuming when you say the clobber verses, there's the verse in Romans.
Yeah.
They were given over to the passions, men, and so forth. 1 Corinthians, Leviticus. So when you look at those verses, even though perhaps, okay, homosexuality isn't the specific word that was used, it seems pretty clear that it's men having sex with men. You somehow say that those verses do not apply to today?
Yeah, I mean, just like when Paul says for slaves to obey their masters, I would never say, well, Paul's clear, guys, if you're a slave, you got to obey your master. I would say, no, I absolutely would not take that into consideration. I would renegotiate that text for today.
I think when you look at Paul referring to slaves and masters, there's the, I think, doulo, the bond servants. It's a bond servant relationship, particularly in the New Testament. It's actually pretty awesome for that time period. Paul talking about there's neither slave nor free, Jew nor Greek, male nor female. Like, in Christ, we're all one. But I don't see any of that in regards to the homosexuality.
Well, it's just interesting that you can negotiate the text that says on the surface, slaves to obey your masters. You go, well, that's not what slavery is in Paul's time. But when it comes to homosexuality, suddenly it's like a 1-for-1 ratio. So why can you negotiate the text on things that would be uncomfortable today about slavery and say, well, you were talking about bond servants. It's different kind of slavery than it was back then compared to what we're talking about today. But when it comes to homosexuality, suddenly it's a 1-for-1.
It also led to Tim collabing with Fundie Fridays and then making their own content about Paul and Morgan, which I don't think Paul and Morgan expected. After this episode, and probably for many reasons, Paul and Morgan made just one more episode of 24 Hours with some guy called Ruslan, and then they quit this project too, like so many of their other projects. I do kind of understand this one though, because it was clearly an expensive project, and while it did get more views than their previous content, there was no way this was making its money back, like not even a chance. Also, Kyra's currently sleeping under the camera tripod, so if you can hear her snoring. They ended this era making a few live streams reacting to some of their videos and reacting to some of the reactions to their videos and stuff, but honestly, it's not really that interesting in the grand scheme of things, and this video is very long, there's nothing new, let's move on. I call this section Misery Vlogs and PicklePro. God's sake. So, After the 24 Hours With series concluded, Paul and Morgan announced another change in their content.
We have talked about it and decided we're going to pump the brakes. And I'm just going to say pump the brakes, and then we're going to share what we're pumping the brakes on. Kind of to say, like, it's not that we're for sure never going to go back to it, but it's kind of like we're going to halt this. We're going to pump the brakes as we pivot and look at what else is out there. And who knows if we may come back to it on some level exactly like it was, change some things and come back to it. Who knows? But at this point, we're going to pump the brakes on some things. One of those things being the 24 Hours With series. Had a great run. Saw some really cool stuff. Amazing conversations. Cool stuff come from it. Thank you guys for the support and believing in the project. I really like the 6 episodes that we were able to release. Had a lot of fun with it.
It was so much work, so much money, so much time, and we just don't have that in us right now to do more of those.
They didn't have the time, energy, or money to keep making 24 Hours With, which is absolutely fair. And then Paul said this, which I really related to.
I still like the concept of being able to give commentary on what's going on in life. Like, I really deep down like that, but it also, as I'm just observing the space and the climate, and even, I'm not trying to like go there necessarily, but the negativity of things that are negative and critiquing in a harsh way get more attention. And that's not like the big reason of this pivot, but it kind of going along with the pressure and seeing other channels that, and it's just in this world, I'm having to pull back for a number of reasons. One, just the stage of life, but for a number of reasons, where do we belong in this space?
There is so much pressure when you do social commentary stuff because the negative stuff does get more attention, and that is emotionally draining and difficult, and it is almost impossible to maintain. So I completely relate to him here. This is absolutely fine. So where did they go from here? Well, this time they would be going back to their roots and starting vlogging again, just like how they started their channel.
We are moving directions. We're gonna be doing family vlogs, guys, and there's a lot of opinions on family vlogs.
Well, so even saying family vlogs. So get this, guys. Yeah. Here are mine, because I was writing out something. It's not just when I think family vlogs, I think the cookie cutter. You don't go deep. It stays surface level, and you're just saying little things.
Everything looks perfect. They look like they live literally the best lives ever in the universe.
And there's not a ton of dialogue, but when there is dialogue, it's just kind of blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
What I'm envisioning, and there's a big another piece to this that we're about to say.
Yes.
But what I'm thinking with these vlogs, our daily lives, is a goal to not do the safe cookie cutter videos, but rather real life in all caps. The highs and lows, struggles, tough conversations, obviously fun too, and excitement as well. Joining the fam as we go to this one thing that I'm about to share, sharing about growth and even some hot topic conversations. So when big things happen with, in that realm of the hot topics like we have been doing for years, we can still talk about it just in more of a vloggy style.
Yeah. Y'all are gonna start seeing how our house really looks. Tinkerbell towel that Paul uses on a regular.
That's my favorite.
And this just horrendousness.
What?
You know what? That's what it's all about. Real life. We're not aesthetically pleasing all the time.
The thing is, Morgan,
there are plenty of influencers that aren't, but they pretend that they are. Am I just always gonna look like a floating head?
I personally call these misery vlogs because they make a big deal about how they want to show that they're being real and raw, and that's just what life is. But I don't think that's what life is for the average person. I don't have this many arguments and stresses and cry this much in my day-to-day life. I don't feel this miserable all the time. If I showed you my real and raw life, it wouldn't be this. It would be boring. but it wouldn't be this. Like, this might be their reality, but not everyone lives like this. So of course people are going to feel concerned for you because you look miserable. And if you see someone looking miserable, you feel concerned for them. You know, if I did daily vlogging, it would be dull as anything. It would be like, I wake up, take Kyra out to play in the garden, come back, do some work, eat some food, take Kyra out, come here, do some work, maybe play some PlayStation. Maybe I'll go out in the evening, go to my writing group, come back, take Kyra on a walk, go to bed. Like, it's just quite boring, but that's my real and raw life. And yes, I'm dealing with a lot of pain right now, and that's making things a little harder. I'm napping a lot more. I'm a bit more grumpy all the time. But I'm not this level of miserable. I don't think this level of misery is normal. And I kind of feel like it's worrying that they see it as being so normal. What's even odder is that they seem very focused on primarily clickbaiting their misery, which sounds weird, I know, but it's like they know that people only watch them to see the arguments and the unhappy moments, so they're like, hey, let's make the most of them. Let's make our arguments and misery a giant feature on my channel, which feels very unhealthy. They have titles and thumbnails like, I had to apologize, I'm sorry babe, this vlog gets uncomfortable, not happy, and so on. There was also another absolutely wild and unexpected thing that happened at this time, as Paul decided, as a mid-man in his mid-30s, he was going to become a professional sportsman playing pickleball. Which sounds impossible, but you know, since when did reality ever stop anyone? The pickleball era has been confusing and weird and confusing. But there are some positives. For example, it brought us my favourite ever video of Paul. That even just thinking about it brings a smile to my face. It just makes me giggle so much. He looks like a praying mantis holding a paddle. And he's just so awkward and lanky. And I feel like I would look the same if I was playing a sport. But I love it so much. It's just ridiculous. It's fantastic. 10 out of 10. The views on this misery vlog series have been quite low so far, and I feel like this is because unless they are arguing and causing a bit of drama, their videos are just very boring. In the nicest way, their lives are not that interesting. I think a lot of people watching are also very concerned in seeing the major disconnect between the two. Take this next video, for example. They're each just going about their day-to-day lives, but Paul is playing pickleball and having fun, and he's all like, yeah, I'm so pumped, this is the best life ever, whereas Morgan is literally on the verge of a mental breakdown. Her day-to-day life is like doing the hoovering and crying.
I'm off for a back-to-back pickleball training, chomping down on a protein bar. It's a great day. I'm pumped to be able to do this. It has been fascinating, this journey. I feel like I'm learning so much. The mental side is huge.
Okay, well guys, it's been an interesting morning. I just really don't like it when my kids don't sleep, you know? Judah just doesn't want to sleep, and he doesn't want to eat. I need to vacuum literally for days now and just like have not found a time, and so finally I'm like, okay, I have got to do this. So we're vacuuming our house right now because it's healthy.
It's concerning to see, and if this was... And this wasn't just a one-off occurrence. This is like a regular thing for them. Their lives are so different. They're having such different experiences. And Morgan, I'm genuinely worried about her and her well-being and her mental health. And Paul, even though he's watching it all happen and he's editing these vlogs, seems entirely oblivious to it. The other concerning thing is that it feels like the main person who keeps getting stressed over and over and is miserable and whatever is Morgan. And whenever that happens, instead of comforting her and being there for her, Paul is very quick to shove a camera in her face and be like, let's unpack this on camera.
you guys, real life, this would be an easy time not to film because there is some frustration that is in the air. But if we're gonna vlog, we gotta try to bring you in. So Morgan, you have not talked about the diet plan you're on. Do you wanna go ahead and share it now? Ultimately, she is kicked things into high gear and she doesn't have a ton of options of what she can eat. So I get home to do some lunch and Morgan is in a bad mood. Talk to us, babe.
Well, he was late. First
I
he
know.
tells me 11:30, then 11:45, and he doesn't get here till 12. And I'm starving. And he's like, let's do lunch together. I don't know why he said that. Why did you say that?
I just thought it would be good for the vlog.
So I'm hangry now. It's been a hard morning trying to take care of Judah. I don't know what his dealio is.
I'm sorry about that. That stinks.
And my food options are very limited. Which tonight I'm eating whatever the heck I want. I'm not following the plan.
Oh!
I was supposed to go to the gym, and I still am going to, but I am so tired. And I think I've been like fighting off some sickness or another because my lower back and my neck and my shoulders are all just so achy.
All right, guys, you can see that the hair has been fixed. I like to go to Shalotsky's, funny enough. They got pretty nice Wi-Fi in there, and that's oftentimes where I'll come. I do social media work for a local small business, so today I'll be editing and posting some content for them.
I feel terrible right now. I'm almost home. I'm like so... I don't even know. Dizzy. My body is aching. I'm so frustrated. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Like, there's a bazillion things going on in this world that are just a million times worse than my body feeling achy and dizzy. And I'm very aware of that. So, like, just forgive me for my poor me mentality right now. I just have been, for the past 3 weeks, taking care of 2 sick babies. Trying to not get sick myself. Also getting sick twice in those 3 weeks. And now this is starting to come on. Also, having 3 periods within 5 weeks. My hormones are just wackadoo. Sorry for being dramatic. I'm just like, can I just freaking feel okay for like, can my kids and me just feel okay? Paul's been great and kind, which I'm thankful for, because I would suck. But holy crap, it's so frustrating.
It turns her emotions and her mental health struggles into content, and again, that's concerning. It's hard not to feel bad for Morgan when you see this, but Morgan does it to herself as well. She will record herself crying, and because she feels the need to create content all the time because it's her job. And it's hard not to feel bad for Morgan when you see this, but one thing I will say is, can we please stop vlogging and driving and crying at the same time? Distracted driving is so damn dangerous. Can we just not do it?
Alright, guys. Alright. So the vlog took a pause. Just being real with you guys, we're still kind of in the midst of it, but we're getting it figured out. Like, I can tell we're on the up and ups, even though it still doesn't feel amazing. We're on our way to dinner. I was really hoping to get my devotions in and get one more thing in. I wasn't able to do either one, and it just kind of stunk. Like, I felt like I really needed that devotion time. Morgan and I, our communication started getting rocky, about 20 minutes ago, as we continue our drive, we've been working through the stuff. All that to say, we're about to have an amazing dinner at Morgan's favorite restaurant, so that's a win. 2, I have this new sweater that I wasn't sure what it was gonna be like, or how it was gonna fit me. I'll see if we can get a little video while we're at the restaurant, because this is a super fun, cool restaurant, but I love the way the sweater fits me, and on top of that, my sweater matches Morgan's pants. So it's an outfit match that we didn't even know was gonna happen.
This is what I mean about that weird disconnect between them. Like, you're in the middle of arguing with your wife, she's clearly holding back tears, and you're like, you know what's a good idea right now? Let me pull out my camera and start talking about my jumper, because that's real and raw. Stop it. This isn't normal.
Morgan, anything else you want to add in this moment of realness and reconciliation?
Have we reconciled? Not really.
Oh, and there we go. Have we reconciled? Not really. To me, I feel like just talking through this stuff, Morgan, for the last 10 minutes has brought about just at least better understanding one another. And as often communication goes within marriage, you are thinking in one line of like tunnel vision. You have tunnel vision of like, this is the situation, and then the other person shares, and it's like, okay, I at least, even if I disagree with them and I'm still like, ugh, I at least see their line of thinking, and it helps paint a bigger, fuller picture. So Morgan, I mean, I know we're gonna get through it. I know that there still is some frustration with the situation, but I'm willing and hopeful that we can go in here and have a great night and things just continue to mend themselves. There hasn't been anything that's been so big that I'm like, oh, the night is, it's just gonna be so rough. Like, we're gonna be fine. I think we're on the ups and ups. We're gonna park and head into the restaurant. Pray for us.
We have left La Bodega de Mima. We were supposed to go bowling afterwards. As soon as we sat down at the restaurant, started just shaking with chills. I was freezing. I still can't feel my fingertips on my right hand. I was just shaking the whole time. It's like the Advil that I took earlier just like wore off, and it just came in full force ahead, full steam ahead. Oh my goodness, I'm like still shivering. I have goosebumps. Paul gave me his shirt. Because it's not really helping. I mean, it's helping a little for sure, but I'm so cold.
This is what I've been saying throughout this whole video. I don't think they know how to be together when they aren't on camera. The camera, the viewer, has become a third person in their relationship to its detriment. Isn't that right, Cubes? Oh, she's grumbling. She's like, there's a third person in our relationship, Mom, that stupid camera. Like, stop doing work and play with me. I know that's exactly what she's thinking. Yeah, and this pattern just continued too, and I kind of wish that Paul would realise that not everything in life has to be content. Just listen to his first sentence here and know that I could not disagree more.
If I'm being honest, vlogging is one of the last things that we want to do right now. I'm being totally honest. Like, I know for, especially Morgan, but oftentimes these times are the most appropriate times, if we're just being real, the most appropriate times to vlog, because it is showing the realities of life rather than like the polished stuff. We just had our drive back from Cleveland, Tennessee to Lexington, Kentucky. And it was horrible.
It was the ride from hell.
It was horrible. And I would like for you to share just your experience there, and I think hopefully there will be some good stuff that comes out of it for our viewers and for us. Take the camera while I take my coat off, baby.
Let's just take a little seat, guys. Oh.
And again, I'm not trying to like put Morgan on the spot. I'm not trying to make something bigger than what it is. But it was so excruciating and gut-wrenching that I feel like we almost have to debrief. Like, I knew that we were going to debrief, but we're vlogging as well, so might as well debrief here. Go, Morgan. Tell them what happened.
There's a lot. Well, guys, so today is Sunday, and I played with my brother in the 4-0. We went from game to game to game to game. There really weren't any breaks, which is fine. But as soon as I was walking off the court from the last game, my mom was like jogging towards me and was like, Luca just shoved something up his nose. And she was like trying to keep me calm, but she was like, he just shoved something up his nose, which he's now done like 3 or 4 times. He's okay. I need to find the nose sucker so I can suck it out. And I was like, that's not gonna work. I gotta go.
Move your chair over this way. Let's try to get out of the overhead a little bit.
So we had just lost like our last game that like was, if we had won that game, we would have made it into the medal round, or the whatever, semifinals.
Main draw elimination, yeah.
So that was like a bummer, but I like didn't even have a chance to process that because I was like booking it then to run to go help Luca. So I like literally run, cover his nose and blow in his mouth. A snot bubble thing pops out of his nose, fruit strip.
He shoved a fruit strip up there.
Then, we find out like we're officially done playing, and so we just load up. And we head out, and that was it.
Well, and we had kind of contemplated what the best option was going to be. We knew she was probably going to get done around 6 o'clock, and it was like, do we stay another night because it's about a 4.5 hour drive, or do we grab some food and then head back to Lexington?
And I wanted to stay the night.
She wanted to stay the night. I wanted to get back to start our weekly routine, get back for Monday morning stuff, and also not spend money on another night. And I felt like we weren't going to get home super late, so I felt like it was very doable. She, I think, was thinking more about the kids' sleeping schedules, which I understand.
I just had a very, very gut-wrenching feeling that the drive was not going to go well. I knew that Judah specifically probably wasn't going to get amazing naps, which means we would have an overtired baby who doesn't like being in the car in general for long periods of times, and the timing was going to be super weird. And I was correct. I was freaking right. So the first hour...
Well, and I was optimistic. I knew there was potential for that, and to me, I kind of weighed things. It was going to cost, again, more to stay another night. It was also unloading our stuff all in a hotel. It was just...
Worth it.
I weighed things out. I decided, let's get home. We'll get home at a decent time. And hopefully the kids will sleep. And that did not end up being the case, particularly for Judah.
Luca fell asleep at 9:30. Judah fell asleep at 10:10. So literally for 4 hours, Judah...
Hey, you're all about the details,
screamed
though.
and cried. No, it's
No.
part of the story.
Well, yeah, no, right.
And it's why it was a ride from hell.
You're all about the details, so I was going to say, as soon as we left the pickleball place, we ran to get food. I don't want to like over-spiritualize it, but just this spiritual heaviness of kind of like, all right, here we go. We can kind of choose mentally and spiritually and emotionally how we're going to react, because it's probably going to be a rough trip home. Like, I just was feeling that. I don't know, were you feeling that? Or were you just kind of like already, was your mood just tanking?
I was already ticked off.
Yeah. Then we get on the road, and Judah was, in my mind, I'm thinking he's gonna wear himself out, probably cry some, and then go down. It was
horrible.
And I get it, what you're saying of like something about when a baby starts not just crying, but like scream crying. There are certain times when that's just, as a parent, really, really difficult to just on our emotions.
It's like a physical pain for me when I hear my children cry and like my brain, it's like the neurons in my brain are just going fireworks, insane, and I can't think or process or do anything. I cannot breathe.
Yeah, and also in your mind, I just know now how it all works. You're thinking about tomorrow. You're thinking about how this is not just messing up right here and right now, but the sleep schedules. You're very invested in their sleep schedules. It was just horrible. Like, it was probably the worst car ride of my life, and I just could tell from you, and it was a test in many respects. But I could just sense it. You were not hiding your mental and emotional state. You were having a terrible, terrible time. And I was praying for you under my breath.
I just think this shows a lack of consideration on Paul's part for Morgan's well-being, both in the moments where they were driving and him not knowing his own kids' needs and routines, but also afterwards where she's clearly emotional and exhausted, and instead of being like, hey babe, you go to bed, I'll get the kids settled, you know, and then let's have a snuggle and that'll make you feel better, right? Instead of any of that, it's like, now is a great time to work. I'm going to get out the camera and you are going to perform for several 100,000 people. Like, why would you do that to her? I also feel very uncomfortable watching this because Paul is supposed to be talking to his very upset wife and asking her questions, but he's only ever looking at the camera and performing for the viewer. He's not actually being there for her. It's really awful to see. I mean, she even tells him she doesn't want to be doing this on camera, and he just ignores her, carries on, and puts it in the vlog anyway.
The car ride was horrible, particularly for you, but for both of us. Do you feel like spiritually is it too soon to even try to go there for you?
I just don't really want to be processing this on camera.
Okay.
Knowing that we have a million haters who are gonna make stupid videos about this, about us and our marriage, and Morgan sitting here, all blah blah blah.
Well,
it's just a lot.
Yeah, again, it's hard. Some people are gonna watch this and probably not get it. Others, I think, are gonna watch it and actually have a ton of empathy. If you want, we can collect our thoughts and you can end it tomorrow. There's very little that can prepare you for moments like that.
I think I'm just mad at myself for like a lot of reasons. I'm mad at myself for doing this pickleball tournament because it's just like not the time in my life to be doing this pickleball tournament stuff. Like, and so like I made it 10 times harder on me and everyone around us because they all had to watch my kids. And like, why did I do the tournament? Like, what the crap was the point of that? And then I feel like I worked really hard to like play well at the tournament, and I just didn't do what I hoped I would do, and it just sucks to lose so much. Like, it just hurts.
Hey, let me ask you this real quick. I appreciate you opening up. Do you feel like there were any moments in the tournament where you were like, wow, like I've actually am playing well and the work I've put in has paid off and I am enjoying it?
Not really. Like, I knew that I was playing well, but it wasn't good enough. And so that's just what sucks. But it's like, of course it wasn't good enough. I can't play every day of my life. Like, I'm a mom of 2 kids.
I feel like we shouldn't be watching this. I feel like I shouldn't be talking about it. But at the same time, they did decide that they want it out in the public eye, and it is public. So hopefully, at least by talking about it, we can express concern for Morgan, and hopefully other people can learn something from this situation, you know? I know that I personally find it really hard to process things when you have tens of thousands of people watching. And for me, that's usually about, like, you know, maybe I've made a mistake on something and it's really hard to analyze, like, where I've gone wrong and how to fix it when you have, like, hundreds of people telling you conflicting things about it, you know? Or, like, when people criticize you for things you can't help, like your health problems. Like, I've had that a lot recently, of people getting mad at me because I can't be on camera and stuff like that. And like, I already feel so much guilt about that. So then when you have hundreds of people telling you that you should feel guilty, and that, like, this pain and inability to do your work in the normal way is something, like, that makes you inherently less valuable and less good and a bad person, like, it's really hard. So I completely get where Morgan's coming from. And I feel like they've got themselves into a really unhealthy cycle where they show their relationship is unhealthy, so people comment on it, and then that upsets them more and the relationship struggles more. And then the more the relationship struggles, the more people talk. But then they think if we don't show it, people won't talk about it. And if they don't show it, they don't get views. And if they don't get views, then they're not making money, and then there's more struggles. And it's a big, bad cycle, you know? It's very unhealthy. So they have to show all this stuff at the detriment of their mental health and their relationship just to pay their bills. And there's something messed up about that, and I don't think it's fair. As much as we can criticize Paul and Morgan for their views and actions in the past, I don't think this is something anyone should have to live with. And it's a huge problem with, like, being a slave to the algorithm, being a content creator, living life online, coping with the expectations people have. This idea that negativity does get more attention than positivity. I think that is a big problem. And it's not so much a problem with Paul and Morgan, it's a problem with the entire online content creation sphere in general. It's unhealthy and it's not fair to them. And I don't really know a way around it or a way of making things better for them. I don't have a solution. It's just, I know that it's difficult. Anyway, this video obviously got a lot of backlash, and their response to it has been interesting.
So the video dropped.
Yes, it did.
And I have not seen that much hate, pushback. Is there another good word for it? There was a lot of backlash, more than I anticipated. Did you, when we dropped that video, were you thinking to yourself, oh, Paul is about to get lit up?
No, like, literally didn't even cross my mind. I don't know. Like, I knew that we had this, you know, argument. It wasn't even an argument. We just had this conversation.
In my mind, it was not an argument.
No, it was not an argument. It was just like, we had a sit-down conversation, and I cried on camera, which always makes people uncomfortable. But I was just like, yeah.
Every time you cry on camera, they turn on me with claws ferociously out.
True.
One of the accusations is, like, you guys are just, how dare you overshare? Or kind of like, you're oversharing and it's just gone off the deep end, and Paul wants to film everything, and it's...
Oh, that's so funny.
Well, in my mind, and please speak to that, I'm kind of like, just here's my thought process, guys. And the repentance is coming, okay? The repentance is coming. And it's genuine.
Not from me.
It is genuine. It's coming. In my mind, here's what I'm thinking. We film these vlogs. We upload them to the internet. If there's an opportunity in filming that where something real and deep and vulnerable happens, in my mind, I'm like, and maybe this, like, I need to be challenged some. And guys, like, there has been self-reflection after the last video dropped. I've talked to some people close to me. But all that to say, like, I'm looking for an opportunity to go deep, to go deep with you guys and to show real sides of life that aren't squeaky clean.
Yeah.
And so when that happened in the last video, I was like, great, let's share it. But man, I got burned at the stake for that.
Well, I was one of the people who accused them of oversharing. And it wasn't just about that video, but about others as well. Like the Instagram video where Morgan admitted to eating feces.
Can I just say, I hit a really low point in my life today. I'm sorry. I ate poop. I might have thought it was a tiny little driblet of beef jerky, and before I knew it, it was too late. I had realized what it was, and it was poop. It was a little tiny crumb of poo-poo. from one of my children's poopy diapers at some point today. I don't know if I'm ever gonna recover.
I know. And the thing is, like, I get what Paul is saying here, and I get his intentions, but he shouldn't be doing all this at the expense of Morgan's health. Put her mental health and her feelings first, yeah? And then more recently, and this came out while I was in the process of filming this video, more recently they've gone the opposite way of trying to be sort of like weirdly sarcastic with titles like, "Our life is perfect and flawless." So, I don't know, it just kind of feels like they never learn. Oh, and actually, I feel like the last thing to mention in this section is also that Paul has rebranded his Pauly O channel, Pauly O, to be called Pickleball Dad, and it's just short videos of him teaching one of the kids to play pickleball. It's fine, it's relatively inoffensive. Again, let's maybe not exploit our kids for views, but it's one of the least bad things they've done. I just thought it was worth mentioning. Okay, we're here. We're finally on to the last chapter. Let's do this. This is the TikTok era. The very, very final section of this video, and I'm so damn glad we're here because this video has been a slog. The script and research took me exactly 4 weeks to research and write and complete. Filming has taken me a full week of on and off. I've been editing as I go and all this stuff. Like, it's... I'm so tired. But we're here. Okay, the last section. Paul and Morgan are now trying to get big on TikTok with relatable relationship and family short content. They're not showing their bigoted side on there and instead are trying to be cute and relatable. And I'll admit, they are doing very well with their views, although a few things don't add up. So for example, this video apparently has 108,000 views, but only 886 likes and 9 comments. That doesn't make sense. You can't have like 100,000 views and 9 comments. That's an odd ratio. Something weird is going on there. Usually some might say this is a sign of them buying views, but I don't even know if they have the budget for that. Maybe it's something like they are censoring comments because they don't want people calling them out for their past bigotry. Maybe they have a lot of people blocked. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but there's something weird there. A lot of their videos are interesting because you know how Paul has always been very against trans people. He doesn't like drag queens. He doesn't like any type of cross-dressing. He thinks men should be men and there's like men's clothes and women's clothes. You wouldn't want to confuse that. Well, apparently that all goes out the window when he wants to dress in women's clothes for a joke on TikTok.
Oh, crap. Well, one of us is going to have to change.
He's literally in drag here. The hypocrisy is off the charts. And this seems to be a theme too. Do you remember all those men are the head of the households, men should lead, men should provide, like all that nonsense? Yeah, apparently that doesn't matter if you can make a joke about Paul being useless and Morgan doing all the hard work.
Alright babe, you just let me know if you start getting tired and I will take over.
Really?
Of course.
The rest of their popular content is just centered around outdated jokes that rely on a little bit of misogyny and or gender stereotypes. You know, like, lol, women always nag, lol, women are indecisive, lol, women won't eat unless a man does, lol, men are incompetent, blah, blah, blah. It's boring, it's old. But apparently it's doing well for them.
Hey, babe. I think I'm getting the same thing you have.
This is great. This is really great.
I do have a question though, like, do the people following them on TikTok and consuming this content know who they really are and what they're really like? I doubt it. Will this work out long term for them? Who knows? I mean, plenty of awful people do get really big on TikTok and make a hell of a lot of money out of it. Look at people like Ash Trevino, you know?
So if she can do it, maybe Paul and Morgan can do it as well. Who knows? Who's to say? But I guess we will see what happens going forward. There's a few other random bits that have happened over time that I haven't really touched on, and I didn't touch on their latest Instagram content and stuff just because time, energy. There's a few things, like at one point Paul and Morgan, I think it was actually mostly Morgan was supposed to be writing a book about what parenting was really like. And she was apparently writing this book, and it was called something like Can I Just Say? Because she starts all her Instagram videos with Can I Just Say? And there was weird drama because they had a competition to be like, hey, enter this competition and you can get a chance to design our book cover. And it was like, just pay your artists. Just like, don't get people to do labor for free. Pay them. One of my latest merch designs, I commissioned an artist for it. She's amazing. Her name's Amy. She did this incredible design for me. I paid her. That's what you do. So there was backlash for that. And the book never came out. I don't know what happened to the book. I don't know if it ever got finished. I don't know if she's still writing it. Who knows? Maybe it's just another one of their forgotten projects. But here we are. So, in conclusion, what was the point of this video and what have we learned? I don't know, but I'm suffering. No, I hope that at least I've given you some more insight into who Paul and Morgan are and how they got to where they are today and who they are today. I do hope that I've kind of helped you see them in a more human light too, and that you can have a little bit more empathy for them than you maybe had before. And also a little more empathy for people like them, if not them, you know? I feel conflicted with videos like this because I'm not sure they'll ever become nice people who genuinely care for others. I don't think this video is going to help or change Paul and Morgan. However, hopefully by seeing how they've lived their lives, people watching might be able to notice the same patterns in people they know or family members and step in to help them before it gets too late. Maybe you'll have a little more empathy for people you know who you've heard say certain things or act in certain ways. Maybe it'll give you an idea of how to speak to other people you know to help change their mind and help them be a little more kinder or more accepting of people. I don't know. And I suppose on top of all this, I want you all to think about the types of content that you consume online and how it affects both the people who make it and the people who consume it. I want you all to think about the types of content that you make, whether that's a YouTube video, a TikTok video, or you leave a comment or a tweet to someone or whatever it is. I want you to think about the impact that has on the people who are consuming it. And maybe just be a little kinder with your words. I would hope that we can all, myself included, have a think about how we can all be kinder to each other and do more good in the world. I know it's definitely made me think a lot, because I've in the past been a bit mocking to Paul and Morgan. I've been scathing and snarky and whatever, and I don't know, I guess it's kind of made me rethink my approach to them, and I do see them in a different light after all this. I've definitely got a lot more empathy for them. I found them weirdly likeable at times, and that was something that I didn't expect. Jokingly, Alizi says I have Stockholm Syndrome, and she's like, no, you've just watched so much of their stuff, like, they've convinced you that they're nice when they're not, and I'm like, oh, okay. But jokes aside, yeah, I don't know. I had the same thing when I made the Girl Defined video, actually, where, pain's getting bad again, I found myself really enjoying some of Bethany and Dave's content by the end of it and being like, oh, they're actually quite, like, nice people at times, and I like this content that they make, I like this thing that they do, I like this, and then I was like, hang on a minute. And again, it's so jarring when you start to like someone and enjoy their content, and then you see them doing horrible stuff, like when Bethany went straight back into the, like, extreme transphobia afterwards, or, like, you know, when I'm seeing Morgan crying in a car about her fertility stuff, and I'm like, oh god, I just want to give her a big hug and tell her that, like, you know, people are here for her, and I feel really bad for her. And then, like, in the next breath, she's like, you can't be a they them people, like, you know what I mean? And you're like, oh, okay. Jarring. It's confusing. Yeah, I have a lot of conflicting emotions. So I don't know. Anyway, I feel like I've learned something. I haven't quite unpacked entirely what that is yet, but it's been a journey. Thank you for being here on this journey with me. Thank you for slogging through this video if you've made it to the end. I appreciate you guys a lot. If you'd like to help support me in making more of this style of video or other videos in the future, then I do have Patreon, where you can go and see some like extra content, some art videos, some behind the scenes stuff, some photos I've taken, all sorts of fun stuff over there. And at the higher tiers, you can also get exclusive stickers and prints of art and photography stuff, which is really cool. You can also support me by buying merch. I've got some really cool new designs out. Or if you can't support me monetarily, which is absolutely fine, then just sharing this video around can really help, or subscribing or giving me a follow over on Instagram can be great too. But for now, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for giving me so much of your time and sharing in this journey with me. I appreciate you guys so much, and I will see you all again very soon.